Motherhood is supposed to be the most natural thing in the world, but for some of us, it feels like stepping into a storm without a map. In All Mothers Have Secrets, you will meet Gianna, the mother who seems to have everything: the glowing home, the polished life, the adoring children, 6 of them, each one smiling for the camera. I thought she held the answers I desperately needed. As a struggling new mom, I reached out to her with hope and maybe a little envy. I wanted guidance from a woman who looked like she had mastered what I was barely surviving. But behind every flawless family portrait hides a truth no one wants to admit. People have secrets, parents have secrets, and Gianna's, well, hers could destroy lives. What begins as a search for comfort quickly turns into a descent into suspicion, obsession, and fear. Because the closer I get to her, the more I realize me and my baby are not safe, not until I uncover what she's hiding. So settle in, turn off the lights, and prepare yourself for a story where trust is dangerous, perfection is a mask, and motherhood can be murder. Prologue. What kind of woman steals a baby? I can answer that question. I only have to look in the mirror to do so. That's why I'm choosing not to look at my reflection, and instead look upon a vision that is far more innocent than I could ever be. I'm staring into the bright blue eyes of the baby beneath me. I'm in awe of how perfect this little life is, the potential it holds within its bones, the purity and the perfectness of being a human being that is yet to do a single thing wrong. I'm older and cannot claim to have any of the strengths this small child has. I've made mistakes, I've told lies, I've kept secrets, I've disappointed and disgusted people. I've also killed a person. I can't forget to mention that. This sweet baby before me, the one that is giggling and gargling as it wriggles in its crib, will never know its real mother, not after I killed her and took her place. Taking a life is easy, getting away with it is not, but lots of things in life are difficult. Raising a child is difficult. I should know, I've raised plenty of them. This is not the first baby I've had in my care. This will not be the first infant I have to feed, bathe, and clothe, the first child I have to sing, to sleep or sit with in the darkest hours of the night when they are crying out for their mummy. I've done this all before, several times, and that means I'm very experienced at it. Naturally, that means I'm very good at it. I know all about being a parent, so what could go wrong? The fact that this time is different is not lost on me. In the past, I've only ever been a parent to my own children. But now, with this little baby, I'm going to have to be the parent of the child I stole. Will that be my downfall? Will that be the thing that stops everybody who knows me from calling me the perfect parent? How does she do it? They all ask when they see me juggling my huge family, with a successful career. I tell them the answer is patience, prioritizing and practice. But that's only because they can never know the truth. The truth about how I seem to have the perfect life from the outside when it's a storm of secrets, shame, and sin on the inside. The truth is that I'm a bad person. I'm just a mother with so much to hide. Chapter 1, Bronwyn. Giving birth to a beautiful baby is supposed to be the most life-affirming thing a woman can do. I might only be 21, but as I cradle my child in my arms, I am already in agreement. This is the best thing I have ever done. Even better than that, I'm only just getting started. I can't wait to do this again, I say to my boyfriend, Clayton, who is sitting beside my hospital bed, looking as tired as I feel. I'm not sure why he looks so exhausted, because I'm the one who went through the intense physical process of delivering a baby into this world, not him. But he stifles a yawn before rubbing his bleary eyes. She's not even 3 hours old yet, he reminds me as he looks at the child we made together, but he doesn't have to remind me. I know exactly how old she is, and to be precise, she is 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 12 seconds old. Fresh out the womb, some might say, but as I watch the clock on the hospital wall ticking around, I am aware she is growing older by the second. It already feels too fast. I want time to slow down. I want this feeling to last forever, but I know it won't. Children grow up. They become adults, move out of the family home, and if you're unlucky, they barely come to visit after that. That's why I don't want to stop at one. I want another baby, and another, and I want to keep going until I have reached my ideal family size. It's a family size I have always been very clear about when discussing it with my parents and my partner sitting next to me. I want lots of kids, I have been saying ever since I was a teenager. I want lots of kids, just like Gianna Hope has. That's the name of the woman I have obsessed over ever since I watched a documentary about her when I was 13. It was a documentary that showed Gianna's life, the chaotic comfort that came from her having a huge family. Not many women have 6 children, but Gianna did it. "Let's just enjoy this little one," Clayton says to me as he reaches out and takes hold of one of our daughter's tiny fingers. "Let's just focus on being the best parents we can be to her." "That sounds like a good plan to me," a man's voice says behind him. And I look past my boyfriend to see my father, Dustin, swiftly followed by my mother, Lena. Clayton called them a short time ago to let them know that the birth had gone well, and that they were now grandparents to a precious little girl called Polly. Now here they are to meet her for the first time. "Wow, she's beautiful," Dad says, and I notice tears in his eyes, which almost makes me cry because I've never seen my father this emotional. Not even when his beloved team, Chelsea, win a trophy or concede a goal in the last minute of a game. I used to joke that he loved football more than me, but it's clear that was never the case. He loves his family, and now it's just got bigger. "Oh my gosh," my mother cries, looking just as teary. "She is perfect, absolutely perfect. Look at her little fingers and toes, I could just eat them up." "Please don't snack on my child," I say, before we all laugh, and now Mum is beckoning for me to hand over my baby so she can hold her. I give Polly a kiss on her soft forehead before passing her to Mum. Then I lie back on my pillow and watch my parents melting into their bubble of grandparent bliss. As I do, Clayton lets out another yawn before telling us that he's going to go to the hospital shop and get some snacks. As he leaves, I wonder how he can even think of his appetite at a time like this. How can there be anything else to think about but the wonder we have welcomed into the world? All I want to do is look at Polly, from the minute I wake up to the minute I fall asleep. And even then, I know the only thing I'll be dreaming of is her pretty face. "I'm so proud of you," Dad says to me, while Mum continues cooing over Polly. "It was easy," I say, with a smile and a shrug, which is somewhat of a lie because there was a lot of pain when I was pushing Polly out. But I'm never going to admit that because I don't want anybody trying to talk me out of doing this again and again and again. I plan to be back in this hospital as soon as I can, delivering another baby, a little brother or sister for Polly, and it won't stop there. It's a good thing my parents seem so happy with the child in their arms because there's plenty more where that came from. But it's not as if they don't know that. I might only have been an adult for a few years, but I spent half of my childhood talking about being a parent. "Babies can be very demanding," Mum used to say to me whenever I broached the subject of having a multitude of children when I was older. It's hard to explain it until you've experienced it for yourself. I always imagined I'd have at least 3 myself, but things didn't work out that way. And you just need to be aware that you can't plan it all when it comes to children. I never really understood what my mother meant when she said that. Not until I was a few years older, at least 17. That was when she explained to me that my birth had been very traumatic for her. involving emergency surgery, and there had been a moment where it hadn't been clear if either me or Mum would survive. Thankfully, we had both been okay, but the experience left such an impression on my parents that they didn't want to risk doing it all again. So they didn't. They just had me, which proved Mum's point that you can spend years planning the size of your family, but you never know what the future holds. Sometimes things are out of your control. Mum could have died when she had me, and if so, mine and Dad's life would have been very different. I'm glad she was okay, just like I'm okay with the fact that I have no siblings. I never wanted for anything growing up. My youth was full of friendships and fantastic holidays. I loved our calm, quiet house as well as the undivided attention of my parents, something I knew my friends were envious of when they had to compete for Mum and Dad time with their siblings. So my small family is not the reason I want a big one. Gianna Hope is my reason. As I continue to relax on my pillow and allow my body to heal after the natural but grueling process it has just been through, I think about that woman again. How she was in this same position once, having had her first child at a young age, just like me, but not planning on stopping there. I know everything there is to know about Gianna because I've watched all the documentaries and read all the news articles. I even have copies of her 2 books and have read them countless times over the years. They are like my Bibles. I've studied them cover to cover. I dare say I know as much about her as she knows herself. Gianna Hope has the perfect name because her story fills me with hope. The hope that one day I would understand her and how she did it. The hope that one day I would have a home like hers, a big home filled with little people, laughter and love in abundance, craziness and chaos ensuing on a daily basis as toddlers mixed with babies, school uniforms, photos, family holidays, the trials and tribulations of the teenage years. Gianna had lived through it all, in her 60s now, her offspring fully grown. As my parents pass Polly back to me and I nuzzle my sweet little baby into my bosom, I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I'm right on track to achieve my goal. I'm going to have lots of children. I'm going to be the best mother in the world. I'm going to emulate Gianna Hope. Chapter 2. Gianna Solitude. It's never a word I thought would apply to me, the woman who raised 6 children to ensure that she would always be surrounded by some form of love. But it is a fact that it does apply. I am now living in solitude, and while there are worse places to eke out the days than in my grand old house in the beautiful untamed wilderness of the Scottish countryside, it doesn't change the fact that I miss it. I miss it all. The pitter-patter of tiny feet, the laughter and the screaming and the giggling and the gargling, the cries of Mama in the middle of the night, or the sound of excitable little voices after a school day as the snack cupboard is delved into and a whole new mess is made. I miss absolutely everything about being a parent to small children, and I doubt that's ever going to change. I'm 60, and my oldest child is 44 already, so if I'm not over it by now, I doubt I ever will be. If only we could wind back the hands of time. If only I could live in my prime forever. As I move through my huge home on this typically rainy day in the Highlands, I am surrounded by everything that has left me. Photos on every wall and mantelpiece show me exactly what I am missing. They are the photos of all my children in various stages of their lives, but predominantly the best stage, my favorite stage, the baby stage. I became a mother very young when I was practically still a child myself. Not that I saw it that way because I was ready. I might have only been 16 when I welcomed my first baby, but I was prepared for parenthood, and I proved it by not stopping there. I had 5 more children in the subsequent years, going on to become a mother again when I was 18, 20, 22, 24, and finally 26. I eventually stopped there, but not before the media had been alerted to my story and attached to me the moniker that I would become synonymous with. 6 by 26. That was the name of the documentary that was made about me, the one that was beamed into the homes of millions of families around the UK before the rights were sold to various territories around the world, from the US to Australia to India. I lost count of all the countries that had access to that documentary in the 90s, probably because I was busy trying to keep count of the children in my house. But even more people will have seen it in these modern times, thanks to the advent of the internet, which was nothing but a mere plot point in a science fiction movie when I was in the midst of my child-rearing days. The documentary about me that was filmed in 1991 is now available on YouTube to be watched by more modern mothers. The last time I checked, and I do like to check, there were over 2 million views on that YouTube page, and that's a lot of people who have watched the behind-the-scenes footage of my family life when I let cameras into our harmonious home to show what it was really like to have so many children living under one roof. But that's a paltry viewing figure compared to how many watched the documentary when it was initially broadcast, because back then there weren't so many other ways for people to entertain themselves. No mobile phones or internet gaming or whatever else the younger people do with their spare time today. It was a simpler time when the family would eat dinner and then gather around the television set in the early evening to watch something on one of the few TV channels in existence. That's why so many people watched my documentary when it first aired over 30 years ago. It's also why I went on to make millions of pounds in subsequent TV, book and film deals, but those days are long gone, just like all my children are. All my kids, 3 sons and 3 daughters, grew up and chose to live far away from here. I had held out hope that they would all remain in Scotland, close to the family home, where we would enjoy Sunday lunches together every week, as well as coffee chats in cafes on weekdays. I wanted them to always be calling around with news, or just to say hi, and of course, I wanted to always be on standby for grandmother duties. I knew my children would grow up and fly the nest one day. That's just life. But I expected their own children to be here taking their place. New little babies crawling on the carpet or running into the kitchen to look for snacks. New bedtime stories to read, and so many sleepovers where I would get to relive the feeling of being needed as I dashed to a crib in the dead of night and scooped up a little life that was crying out for comfort in the uncertainty of the dark. Alas, it was not meant to be. All of my children left Scotland upon reaching adulthood, chasing university places or job opportunities, and then never returning. Some of them stayed down south in England, while others ventured even further afield, starting a family in a foreign land, hundreds or thousands of miles between us, meaning I can never hope to hear their little babies' cries for attention. It's a sorry state of affairs, made worse by the fact that my husband, Mike, left me years ago when we still had the children living here, thus setting the clock ticking on the time when I would be totally alone. It's hard not to feel like I've failed. As a mother, as a wife, and as a media darling. All my children moved as far away as they could, as soon as they could, so what does that say about my parenting skills? My husband left me as well, so I can hardly claim to be the perfect partner. As for all the attention and limelight I basked in during the heady days of the 90s, when everybody wanted to meet the mum with 6 kids, that well eventually dried up too. Nobody is calling to make a documentary about a 60-year-old woman who lives alone. Nobody is calling at all. The phone sits silent. The only sound around here is the clock. The only thing it reminds me of is how all these photos I surround myself with are a reminder of a past that will never be lived again. While I'm not glad that my children don't call, I am glad the media have left me alone. I'd hate for them to report on the truth. The truth is that I'm not the magnificent mum they made me out to be. I'd be so embarrassed for people to know the real me, especially all the women who were inspired by my large family and went on to have big families of their own. What if they knew it was all just a lie, an illusion, a mirage built upon sand? I'd be a laughing stock. But is that worse than my kids not calling? No, nothing is as bad as that. I decide to check the news on my iPad because what else is there for a woman like me to do when the rain is hammering against the window and nobody is coming to visit? I like to keep abreast of current affairs, if only because, without doing so, I'd be cut even more adrift of whatever world my children are living in without me. Shame it's mostly bad news I read. It was certainly bad news the other day when I read about the lack of babies coming into this world. I read an article recently about how birth rates are falling exponentially across the globe. For some unfathomable reason to me, people are choosing to have fewer children. The report suggested it was down to various factors. They ranged from women having children much older and therefore having less time to have large families, to the cost of living crisis and how it's impossible for parents to afford everything the generation before them had. I don't know about any of that, and frankly, I couldn't care less. That's because the way I see it, there is nothing more important, magical, and in my view, mandatory than having children. I believe it's why I was put on this earth, to populate it, to produce wonderful little human beings who would make the world a better place. So that's what I did. I certainly didn't delay it until I was nearly 40, or spend my time worrying about whatever the news told me about how much things cost in those days. I just got on with the business of baby making, and nobody can argue that I wasn't good at it. That's the thing about having kids. You just make it work, whatever your circumstances. Because love conquers all, and there is nothing more powerful on this planet than the love that a mother has for her child. I envy anyone who is getting to experience that sweet feeling for the first time today. More than that, I wish I could swap places with them so it was they who were rattling around in this house alone while I got to enjoy cuddles and kisses in a hospital bed. If only life were different. If only I could have what those new mothers have. If only I could have a baby again. If only I could get away with taking one again. Chapter 3, Bronwyn. I slept like a baby, like my baby, because my baby sleeps. What's all the fuss about? Being a mum is the best. It's been 1 week since Polly came into the world, and if anything, things have got better and better with each day. As well as her sleep going well, the breastfeeding gets easier and easier, while I'm learning how to do things with one arm while I hold my daughter in the other. I might be young, but I've had a lifetime of getting ready for this. All the videos I watched, the books I pored over, the internet forums I browsed, making notes from mothers who succeeded and struggled alike. It's all paying off, and that's why my research has moved on. No longer am I seeking information on how to look after baby number 1. Instead, I'm looking for the consensus on when the earliest time is that I can have baby number 2. Wow, I've been doing this job for 13 years, and nobody has ever asked me that question 1 week. Postpartum, says Betty, the health visitor, who has come to check up on me and Polly in our home. We left the hospital on the 3rd day of Polly's life, and it's been so nice to be in our private environment together ever since. Betty is laughing as she sits opposite me on our second sofa, and I smile to be polite, but I am not joking. I genuinely want to know the answer to my question, and I'll wait for her to stop laughing so she can give it to me. Oh, you're serious? She realizes, suddenly switching back into the professional manner that her nurse's uniform represents. Yeah, I am, I reply, before looking down at my sleeping child to make sure she is still resting peacefully in my arms. We woke her up for the checks that Betty needed to perform, but she passed them all with flying colours, and now she's already in the land of slumber again. What a girl! Well, your body will need to recover from what it has been through, Betty says, subtly, making sure her eyes don't glance south towards the part of my anatomy that was tested to its limits back in that maternity ward. You make it sound like I've been in a car crash, I reply, my turn to laugh. It could actually be compared to that, Betty replies, and I did read that somewhere in my research. Fortunately, my birthing experience was not anywhere near as bad as it could have been. Not like my poor mum's, for example. I'm aware that I shouldn't be trying to get pregnant right away, I say, making it clear that I'm not totally stupid or naive. I will let my body heal whilst also taking the time to enjoy this new addition. I smile at Polly again before going on. But I really do want a big family, and I want Polly to be close to her siblings. That means being close in age, so I'd rather get working on it sooner rather than later. That is perfectly understandable, Betty tells me. I have two myself, and I had them 2 years apart. That seems to be a common gap. I'd prefer a smaller gap, I reply quickly. I know some women have their 2 18 months apart. Yes, they do, Betty replies, perhaps wondering why I'm bothering to ask her questions about stuff I already seem to know so much about. But I know this woman has plenty of experience, so it's good to tap into it all while she is sitting in my home. But waiting 9 months from now to get pregnant seems like forever, I say. I could try sooner, right? Betty lets out a deep breath, as if it's her body that will have to do all of this, and not mine. Then again, she is in her 40s, so perhaps she is imagining it from her physical point of view rather than from mine. But I am fresh and young in my prime, at least my reproductive prime. What does your partner think about it? Betty asks, before glancing down at her notes. Clayton, is it? He's totally on the same page as me, I say, showing a complete disregard for the fact that my boyfriend is not in agreement that we should try again so soon. Considering how exhausted he has been with juggling his day job and the nighttime wakes with our daughter, I'm not even sure he wants to try again at all. He is self-employed, and we can't deal with the drop in income that would come from him taking time off, so he's already back. Doing what he does for a living, working on building sites. But he'll change his mind about trying for our second baby soon. It's very early days, as everybody keeps reminding me. But as I keep reminding them, the biggest and best families aren't built on doubts, dithering and delays. They are built on action. It's important that the feelings of both parents are taken into consideration. Betty goes on as if she were somehow a fly on the wall when Clayton and I were arguing about baby number 2 before he left for work this morning. A newborn can put pressure on the mother and father in different ways. There's no pressure here, I insist. Why would there be? We wanted a baby and we have one. Soon we'll want another. Simple as that. Betty gives me a look I've seen before, not from her, but from other people, like my parents, or other mums I've met before, or even the midwives at the hospital when I was chatting to them before delivering Polly. It's a look that I despise, a look that is not respectful. It's the look that says, "Oh, you silly little girl." I know why I get it sometimes. It's because people think I haven't got the slightest clue how hard this parenting thing is going to be. As if I imagine it's all lazy days full of naps and cuddles. As if I can't contemplate the toddler years, or the times my child might say no to me, or lie to me, or tell me that they hate me when they're a teenager trying to get some space from me. But they're wrong. All of them. I have done my research. I'm just not going to let any of it put me off my ultimate goal. I'm satisfied that you and your baby are well, so I'll leave you to it, Betty says, diplomatically, clearly choosing to be polite and leave rather than get in a debate with me about whether or not I'm ready for more children to look after. Thank you for coming, I say, as I follow her to the door, carrying Polly as I go, before I wave goodbye to the health visitor, showing my one-armed skills once again. I could understand people's skepticism if I were dropping my baby every time I tried to do something, or if I were in floods of tears every time Polly cried and had to keep asking other people to help me. That would be a sign that I was not quite ready for the full scope of what being a mother means. But none of that is happening, and none of it will. I return to the lounge, the one that is full of all the presents our loved ones have bought for us this week. It's so nice of people to buy gifts to welcome Polly. My favourite thing is the giant rabbit cuddly toy with Polly's name stitched into one of the floppy ears. That was from my best friend Stacy, just before she told me how beautiful Polly was. I asked her then if she might want a baby of her own soon. That was the point at which she looked like I'd said the craziest thing in the world. I guess she isn't ready. I'm not sure why. What can she possibly have to do that is better than this? Continue going out, getting drunk every weekend and waste a few more years. By the time she comes to her senses, I'll probably be on baby number 3. With Polly out for the count, I turn on the TV and click on the YouTube app. Once there, I search for interviews with Gianna Hope. I'm pretty sure I've watched everything she has ever said on camera, but I like to go back over old footage and remind myself of some of her many parenting tips. I find a familiar interview that she did with a British talk show host. It was filmed in London in the early 90s, so the footage looks a bit dated now. I wasn't even born when Gianna sat on that sofa and chatted to the host in front of a live studio audience. I think the host is actually dead now, such is the age of this piece of media. But just because something is old, it doesn't mean there isn't useful information to glean from it. Just like something young isn't automatically stupid. I press play on the interview and sink back deeper into the sofa. Polly in my arms, Gianna Hope on my screen. Chapter 4, Gianna Past. Our next guest is a woman who has captivated and confused the nation in equal measure, says Paddy Peterson, the silver-haired, handsome host of this Saturday night show. Captivated because she has given birth to 6 children by the age of 26. And confused because why would anybody want 6 children? Laughter from the members of the public, seated in the studio. Easy audience, I think. She is the star of the smash hit documentary 6x26, as well as the author of 2 best-selling books, not to mention numerous other TV and radio appearances to her name. I'm sure she won't be nervous about meeting me tonight, or at least not as nervous as she gets at 6 o'clock in the morning when all her children wake up. More laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to a woman we are all in awe of, a woman who might just have cracked motherhood, but a woman who, I'm sure, is enjoying her night off from the kids like the rest of us. Please welcome Gianna Hope. A young man wearing a headset and holding a clipboard gives me a nod, and that's my cue to walk through the curtain and out onto the brightly lit studio stage. No sooner have I done that, I'm dazzled by the bright lights, the cameras and the crowd, as well as the white teeth of the host as he extends his arm towards me. "Hey Gianna, great to have you here," Paddy says in my ear as we shake hands and hug. "Relax, you'll be perfectly fine." I appreciate the kind words as we take our seats, but there was no need for them because I know I'll be fine. Like he said in my introduction, I am well versed in media duties ever since my story hit the news and every journalist for miles around suddenly wanted a piece of me. I'm even more relaxed because Paddy visited me in the green room earlier today, before filming started, and ran through the questions he plans to ask me this evening. There was nothing difficult in there for me to have to answer, just plenty of queries about why I wanted a big family, what it's like living with one, and any tips I might be able to share with expectant mums watching on at home. All simple stuff, and all stuff I have done countless times over the past few months during this whirlwind tour, since the documentary came out and my autobiography was hastily commissioned in time to hit the bookshelves for Christmas. That was the second book I had penned, after my first book about how to perfect parenting had proven popular, published at a time when I had 5 children and my family was not quite complete. The only downside to this sudden bout of fame has been the time I have to spend away from the 6 children I am being paid so much to talk about. But as I have explained to my husband, it's just a short-term problem. In the long term, we won't regret this, not when we have more money than we know what to do with. My agent assures me I'll be a millionaire in mere months. And while money was never a motivation when I set out to have 6 children so young, I can't complain if everyone else in the world finds me so fascinating that they are throwing money at me just to hear me talk about my life. So, Gianna, the first question I have to ask you is, are you completely mad? The audience erupts in laughter while I smile and wait for them to settle down. I knew Paddy was going to start with that teasing jibe designed to make every parent watching laugh, because they all must be thinking it. I must be mad to have 6 children, right? I must be mad to do something 6 times when so many people struggle to do it once or twice, yeah? Nope. I'm not mad, I say, still smiling whilst feeling the heat from the studio lights burning into my face full of makeup. I'm just a mum who loves her kids. A few people in the audience let out an "aww" sound, which is welcome. But Paddy clearly prefers the sound of laughter because he's quickly back to making jokes again. Did nobody ever tell you that you could stop at 3? He says, as several people chuckle. Or 4, or even 5 for heaven's sake. Lots more laughter, and I play along with it all, being a good sport, doing exactly what my agent told me to do in such situations. I know you take this all very seriously and hate the jesting about your family size, but never, ever bite back over it, my agent had advised me over lunch at a fancy hotel with my book editor. It's important that you be as relatable as you can. People love you because you have done something that is different to them. They're fascinated with someone having so many more kids than they have. But people will hate you if you make out that you are better than them. So just smile and take everything in good spirits. I can see my agent seated in the front row of this studio as I do what she told me, and take all of this in good spirits whilst secretly counting down the minutes until I am in a taxi home back to my beautiful family. I hope their bedtime has gone okay, but at the same time I hope at least one of them is awake so I can give them a cuddle and a kiss when I get in. "What's your secret?" I'm asked by Paddy. "No secret, I just love children and being a mum. It's the best thing in the world." "Do you ever have hard days?" "Of course. Everyone does. But I'd rather life be hard with a big family than hard with a small one." "Do you have a favourite of the 6? "Oh, Paddy, what kind of a question is that?" The audience in the studio are lapping all of this up, and I'm sure the audience sitting at home in front of their television screens are doing the same. Like my agent said when she first contacted me and told me all about the potential for me and my supersized family, the world will love this. Mark my words, Gianna, you are going to be a star. I guess she wasn't wrong. I am a star, but I'm a mum first. "There's been a lot written about you and your family," Paddy says, the tone of his voice altering slightly from the jovial one it had been for the first part of this interview. That shift of gear tells me it's time for him to ask some of the slightly trickier questions he had planned for me. While much of what has been in the media has been good, some of it has been negative. Do you pay attention to any of that? Yes, I like to hear and read everything that is said about me, I admit. The good and the bad. How do you deal with the bad? I feel sorry for the people who try to disparage my life choices or my family size. I say, clearly and confidently, as my agent watches on, silently praying I don't put a carefully practiced word out of place. I understand that not everybody would choose to live like I live, and not everybody wants so many children, or any children at all. But I was always very clear growing up that I wanted lots of them, and that's what I have, so I couldn't be happier. I'm a mother to 6 beautiful little people. What could be better than that? My rehearsed response to the audience results in rapturous applause, and I see my agent smile as she relaxes now that I've navigated that particular hurdle. Just a couple more questions to go before I'll be off this stage and on my way home, while she pores over the viewing figures and works out how to spin this into even more money-making ventures for the pair of us. I already know the next 2 questions that are coming because I remember what Paddy told me they were when we were back in the green room. What advice would you have for somebody who is undecided about having children of their own? And how did you convince your husband to have so many babies with you? Simple, easy questions that I will bat away as if I'm playing a game of softball in the park. But then Paddy goes off script. Do you ever worry that you've missed out on all the other things that life could have had to offer for a young woman in her 20s? He asks me, as the studio falls silent. There was no joke there, so there is no laughter. Just a silence that waits to be filled by my answer to that deep question. I'm sorry, I say, feeling flustered because we hadn't discussed this topic of conversation, and a quick glance at the frowning face of my agent confirms that. Many women your age might choose to travel, Paddy goes on, to see the world and broaden their horizons, or to build a career, climb the corporate ladder, reach the limits of their professional capabilities. Some simply enjoy the freedom that comes with being unencumbered by children, long, luxurious weekends, partying the night away, and living as if there is no tomorrow instead of spending the night begging for a babysitter. Pursuing passions instead of trying to get a crying child to sleep. Don't you ever think about that side of life, the side you will never get to experience until you are an old woman too tired or disinterested to do any of those things? And how does it make you feel to know that some women choose to have children when they are older, meaning they have had a more well-rounded experience of life by the time they become a mother, an experience you distinctly lack? I stare at this host, the one who is so popular in this country that he is on the 7th series of this prime time talk show, and wonder why he has asked me that. Why has he not stuck to the list of questions we talked about beforehand? Why is he trying to catch me out? What is he hoping to achieve? Perhaps he's got bored with all the cookie-cutter answers I've been giving to all his colleagues in the media, and he's trying to get a little more meat off the bone. He might be looking for a scoop. Maybe he wants me to disparage the lifestyles of all the women my age who choose luxurious lie-ins over nappies and noise. Or he might even want me to hint at some small feelings of regret for the life I've never lived, the possibility of freedom, and seeing a world that is so much bigger than just the bedrooms that my children go to sleep in every night. Strip away the bright lights, and he is basically just a journalist hungry for a story. That's probably all he wants, but whatever he wants, I know one thing for sure. I am angry. I can feel my fists clenching. My blood pressure is rising. My heart rate is increasing. I want to admonish him for his line of inquiry. Let this audience know that behind the smarmy smile is a sneaky man trying to catch his guests out. If I do that, what would the audience say? What would my agent say? What would all the people who were throwing so much money at me and my family say? I dare not find out. I'll keep my anger to myself. Oh, Paddy, you do ask some silly questions. Of course, I don't think about the life I could have lived if I hadn't chosen to have so many children at such a young age. I'm far too busy wiping bums to do that. And I don't just mean my husband's. The audience erupts into laughter at my joke, and Paddy raises his eyebrows, impressed at how I dealt with his curveball question so skillfully. Let them laugh and lap it all up, I think to myself, as I slowly unclench my fists. I don't care about any of them. All I care about is my family. All I care about is my 6 children. All I care about is making sure nobody ever sees my dark side. Chapter 5. Bronwyn Present. I was warned there would be dark days, days when parenting wasn't a total breeze. I thought I could rise above it. I thought I could be the exception to the rule, but I thought wrong. Mum, I don't know what to do. Polly won't stop crying. My exasperated voice travels down the phone line from my noisy home and into the ear of my mother in her calmer, quieter house. There's no screaming baby where Mum is, but there's one where I am, and I'm struggling to find ways to remedy the constant crying coming from my little girl. That's why I've resorted to calling for help, hoping my mum's experience will come in handy now that I actually need it. So far, I've not only managed without it, but dismissed it whenever it was offered. But now I want every single piece of advice I can get. When did you last give her a feed? Mum asks me. 20 minutes ago. She's not hungry, I say. She can't be. Have you tried? You'd be surprised how big an appetite little babies can have. I put my mobile on speakerphone so I can place it down on the sofa. Then I scoop up my distressed daughter and try to get her to latch onto one of my breasts. But instead of taking the chance to get some nourishment, Polly only screams louder, and I give up when it's obvious she isn't interested in more milk. It's not working, I cry out over the noise, hoping Mum can hear my voice alongside Polly's. Could she be cold or too warm? Mum suggests next. No, she feels fine, I say. She might just want a cuddle. I've been cuddling her all morning, I say, and I'm not exaggerating there. I really have been holding Polly close to me ever since I came downstairs after a very sleepless night, and I've done nothing else since. Meanwhile, my boyfriend left the house and went to work, and is surely enjoying the peace and quiet that comes from the break he is getting while I struggle here. Could she be tired? You said she had a bad night. Perhaps try and put her down for a nap, Mum goes on, searching for the answer that I would happily pay hundreds of pounds for, such is my desperation for the crying to stop. I've tried that too. She just cries even more, I snap back, irritated that my mum isn't giving me better solutions. I've tried everything. I don't know what else to do. Sometimes babies just cry, and there's no reason, Mum says. Or it could be colic. That's a possibility. I'd read about colic, and I didn't like what I learnt. It sounds like hell, and I had hoped my baby would avoid such a fate. But here we are, 1 month into Polly's life, and the first signs that her life is not going to be one big, blissful party are starting to show. Would you like me to come around and help? Mum offers. I could be there in 15 minutes, and when we get Polly to settle, you can have a break. How does that sound? It sounds good, I admit, wishing it didn't feel like I was waving the white flag of surrender and confirming to my mother that this is proving to be harder than I thought. No problem, and if you ever need me, you only need to ask, Mum says, before telling me she's on her way and then ending the call. 15 minutes feels like forever when you're sitting with a screaming baby waiting for the cavalry to arrive, but finally, mercifully, Mum's car appears outside my window and I see her rushing towards the door. It's already unlocked because I figured that would save a few precious seconds, and they are seconds I need to save because my head feels like it is going to explode.
Oh my, she really has got herself all worked up, hasn't she? Mum says as she gestures for me to hand Polly over, and I happily do as she wishes. Now my daughter is my mum's responsibility for the next few minutes, and as I watch her attempt to shush and silence Polly, I am praying she has more success with it than I did. If not, I might pass away from the migraine that feels like it is threatening to split my head open. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, and after I've said several silent prayers to the gods of parenting who must receive similar prayers on an hourly basis, the noise ceases. Polly's eyes shut, and she drifts off to sleep. When Mum lowers her down into her crib, I breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you," I say, before bursting into tears and giving my mother a hug. "It's perfectly okay," Mum replies as my weeping wets her shoulder. "No need to thank me. You were no different to Polly as a baby." I wipe my eyes and control my emotions long enough to tell myself that this isn't the end of the world, just a blip on the horizon, a bump in the road, an obstacle that had to be overcome and now has. No need to panic. No need to make it a bigger deal than it is. I've not suddenly turned into a terrible parent overnight. This is just what it's like. This is what everybody told me it was like. I should have believed them sooner. Why didn't Gianna talk about this more in her interviews? I don't dwell on that, mainly because Mum suggests I go and take a shower, and I jump at the chance to get out of my pajamas and freshen myself up. It's a huge relief to be under the warm water, and as I stand under the shower head, I find myself crying again. It must be the sleep deprivation that is causing my emotions to be all over the place, but at least I'm alone in here, so Mum doesn't have to know that I've now cried twice in the past 10 minutes. By the time I'm out of the shower and drying my body, my tears have dried too. And that means I can go back downstairs and not be bombarded with too much sympathy from my mother. I don't want it. I don't like having to ask for help. I don't like people thinking I would struggle if I were to have another baby to look after, on top of the
one I already have. "How is Clayton?" Mum asks me, after she has made me a cup of tea, and the pair of us are seated on the sofa while Polly continues to snooze nearby. "He's fine," I reply with a shrug and a sip of tea. "He's just working a lot." "He has a lot to provide for now," Mum surmises. "It's good that he has such a strong work ethic. I think he just likes the fact that he gets to leave the house and be around adults all day," I moan. "I don't think he'd do well if he had to look after Polly for several hours in a row." "He's here at the weekend," Mum replies correctly, but I scoff. "Yeah, and he hates it," I reply. "He told me so. Said he couldn't wait to get back to work on Monday because Polly was driving him mad with her crying." "Oh, love, he doesn't mean that. He's just tired. You both are. Try not to get on each other's nerves. You're a team and you need to stick together." "Are we a team? All I see is me and Polly here while he's carrying on as he did before, working, going to the gym, finding time to grab a beer with the boys. What about me? I've barely left the house since Polly was born." "Why don't you go for a walk now?" Mum suggests. "I don't want to go for a walk," I cry. "I just want—" "What?" "It doesn't matter," I reply, relieved that I stopped my sentence before I finished it. That's because if I had, it would have discredited everything I'd ever said about wanting a big family and being ready for baby number 2. That's because I was about to say that I just needed a break from my baby. A day when I didn't have to think about the responsibility of parenting. But as any parent knows, there is no break. Children are for life, whatever age they are. And if I think it's hard with one, what will it be like when I have several kids like I talked about? "How about we watch something on TV?" Mum suggests as she picks up the remote control. "Something easy to watch that can take our minds off things for a little while. Shall I have a look to see what I can find?" She turns the TV on, but as she does, I see the documentary flash up on screen. It's the documentary I was watching before Mum came around, or at least I was trying to watch it amidst Polly's screaming. It's the documentary about Gianna Hope, the one that was filmed inside her house as she and her husband raised their 6 young children. I was trying to watch it to remind myself that if Gianna could do this, I could do it too, but it wasn't really working. Now Mum has seen what I was watching, she already seems to know it was a waste of time. "I wish you'd watch something else," Mum says as she navigates out of the online channel I had been viewing the documentary in. "I know you do," I reply, not needing another conversation about how my mum disapproves of my obsession with Gianna Hope. I heard it a lot through my teenage years from her and my father, about how I should not read so much about her or watch everything she had ever done because it wasn't good for me. They don't like her. Plenty of other people didn't like her either when she was at the height of her fame, from what I have gathered online. But I cannot resist. I keep looking at Gianna, at the family she had, at how easy she made it all look. The woman is a fascinating enigma, a puzzle to be solved. One day I might just be the person to figure her out. Chapter 6. Gianna. If my husband and children know me best, the ladies sitting around this table know me second best. At least they do these days, mainly because they're the only people I ever see. I certainly don't see my ex-husband or kids anymore, but I don't like my friends knowing that, which is why I make such an effort to pretend my life is very different to how it really is. "My children are very well, thank you," I say with a smile after Agnes, the woman seated to my right at this round table, inquired. "They're all keeping busy but making the time to send me lots of photos, and we're all making exciting plans for Christmas dinner." "That's wonderful," Agnes replies. And the other 2 women at the table, Dorothy and Anne, agree. I wish it were true, but that was a total lie. What else was I supposed to say? That I haven't spoken to my children in months? That none of them are coming home for Christmas this year? That despite having raised so many children, I am going to be spending December 25th alone, all by myself, with just a poorly cooked turkey dinner for company? I actually think I'd rather die than admit that to any of them. I still want them to think I'm the perfect mother. I still want the world to think it too. Not that the world seems to care too much about me anymore. As Agnes starts chattering on about her own Christmas plans and how her 2 children are both coming home on 23rd December this year, I look around the clubhouse of this exclusive golf club and let out a sigh. I've been a member here for several years, ever since I moved my family to this remote part of Scotland in search of a quieter life than the one that London could offer us. The estate agent who sold us our huge house told us about the golf club located nearby, how it had been used in various professional tournaments before, and how even a couple of presidents had played 18 holes on it over the years. The fee to be a member was eye-watering, but it was a drop in the ocean when compared to the money I'd been making during the height of my fame. That was why I signed up for a membership, and I have been coming here ever since. My golf game hasn't got much better, but at least I have friends here. Friends with whom I can't be honest. But still, friends I keep secrets from are better than no friends at all. "More wine, ladies," the perfectly presented man who works in the members' lounge asks us as he arrives at our table, once again with a pleasant smile on his face. At this point, when we've been here for 2 hours and all had a couple of glasses to drink as well as a big meal, we'd politely say no and start preparing to leave. But today, I feel like staying. Today, I feel like drinking more. Today, I need to delay going back to my big, empty house, where all the photos of my children stare at me like sad ghosts from my past, mocking me for the life I now live. Another bottle would be...
"Excellent, thank you," I say, much to the surprise of my friends. "We never get a second bottle," Dorothy points out. suddenly a stickler for tradition. I know that, but why not? Why can't we order a second bottle? It's not as if we have work tomorrow, I say. Or children to get up with in the early hours. We're all retired and our children have flown the nest, so why don't we order a second bottle and enjoy ourselves? I feel like I have made a good point to these women who, like me, are all in their 60s and all without the responsibility that accompanied their younger years. Careers have been completed, money has been made, so why shouldn't we enjoy it? Unfortunately, unlike for me, childcare is not complete for the rest of the women at this table. I can't stay much longer. My daughter is calling around to go over the plans for our family holiday in the new year, Anne says, suddenly reminding me about the trip she and her loved ones are taking to somewhere in the Canary Islands in January to escape the Scottish snow. Yeah, I can't be out much longer either, Dorothy chirps up. My son and his new girlfriend are coming over for dinner, and I need to make a start on the cooking. Then it's Agnes's turn to prove to me just how much better all their lives are compared to mine. I better not drink any more myself, she says. I've got my 2 grandchildren all day tomorrow, and they're being dropped off at 7 o'clock, so I better be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for that. That'll be nice, Anne says, and Dorothy agrees. I would agree as well if it wouldn't pain me so much to do so. A day spent looking after the grandchildren. I'd love the opportunity to do that. I know that Agnes's grandkids are 3 and 1, so while they are a handful, they are at a very cute age. I'd relish the opportunity to be around young children again, to have them dependent on me, to feel like I had a purpose in this world, to do the one damn thing I ever felt I was good at. But it's not to be, so while all my friends are doing family fun things today and tomorrow, it looks like I'm going to be sitting here drinking wine alone. You could cancel the wine, Dorothy suggests once it's clear that I won't have anybody to share the bottle with. But I dismiss that idea with a wave of my hand, a slightly drunken wave if I'm honest, and one that demonstrates I've probably already drunk more than my fair share of alcohol today. Nonsense. Just because you're all burdened with things, it doesn't mean I have to be, I reply somewhat harshly. I notice the look that my 3 friends give each other upon hearing that. It's a look that says they are a little embarrassed by me, or perhaps it is pity. Either way, I hate it, because it's very different to the looks they have usually given me over the years. They used to be in such awe of me, and why wouldn't they?
I was their famous friend, the one who had been all over the news and made lots of money and became synonymous with perfect parenting. As far as they know, I'm still a good parent, loved by my children and grandchildren alike. But there's no doubt that the cracks are beginning to show, and as I age, I'm finding it harder and harder to keep up the illusion. Maybe they are finally starting to sense that all is not as ideal in my life as I have always made out. It doesn't help my cause that I never have any new photos to show them. No new images of my grandchildren or me smiling alongside one of my grown-up kids. I can't get involved when they all get their phones out and share photos. Instead, I just pretend like there's so much chaos at my family gatherings that nobody ever remembers or gets chance to get a camera out. They might believe that because there are a lot of people in my family, but the longer it goes on, the less likely they will believe it, and one day they might see me for what I truly am. A lonely woman who messed up her family and herself along the way. At least the wine arrives to provide me with some temporary cheer. But that quickly fades when Agnes suddenly remembers that she hasn't shown us the photo she received from her daughter, who was in London last week with her little son. "Look at this one that they got outside Buckingham Palace," she says, as she flashes the phone screen at us, and I see a smiling image of Agnes's daughter holding up her little boy in front of the gates of the palace. "So cute," Dorothy exclaims. "Lovely," Anne adds. "Oh, give it a rest," I groan before quickly regretting it, as a horrified hush falls across the table. "Excuse me?" Agnes asks, looking at me as if she misheard, even though she can't have because I perfectly pronounced the words that just left my mouth. "I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else," I say, pretending as if my mind had wandered on to something that was bothering me, rather than just being rude about the photo of Agnes's family. I managed to make it through the rest of the conversation without saying anything else that could destroy my carefully constructed demeanor, and it's a relief when my three friends all rise up from the table to leave. I'm left alone to enjoy the bottle of wine I did not need to order, but as I raise my glass and stare at the liquid inside it, I tell myself to enjoy this. My life might feel like a failure, but it could be worse. After all, I could have been caught for the thing I did in my past. The thing that wouldn't have just meant I was famous for being a mum, but famous for being a murderer too. Chapter 7. Bronwyn. 2 months of motherhood. 1 month since it got hard. 1 week since I got more than 2 hours of uninterrupted sleep in a row. "Just ask your mum to help again today," Clayton says as he gets dressed for work, pulling on his steel-capped boots that help keep his feet safe while he's on site. "I can't. She's been here every day this week," I lament, as I cradle Polly whilst trying to pick up her milk-soaked muslin from the floor. "So she loves spending time with Polly," Clayton replies before yawning widely, which instantly triggers a big yawn of my own. This is all the two of us ever seem to do these days. Argue and yawn. We certainly don't talk about anything other than Polly, and we definitely aren't sleeping. I'm doing my best not to be mad at Clayton because I know it can't be easy being on a busy building site all day when he's barely had any rest. But being at home brings its own challenges too, and that's why Mother has been such a godsend recently, but surely even she would like a day off from all of this. Not for the first time since she passed, I wish my grandmother Sylvia were here. She always made me feel good, and I know she'd make me feel better now. With just a wise word, a twinkle of her eye and a bright smile, she knew how to make me feel like everything was going to be okay. As it is, I'm constantly wondering what is going to happen next. I've stopped mentioning the second baby to Clayton, aware that it's really not the time to keep broaching that subject. I still want that baby, of course, but I'm starting to see that there really is no rush. Not unless we officially want to turn this place into a lunatic asylum, because that might be what happens if we add any more stress to the home. "I need to go," Clayton says with a weary sigh, as he stands up and approaches. I know what to do because we do the same thing at the same time every day. I hand him his daughter and he gives her a kiss on her cheek before he hands her back to me. With that, he is free, and I am left by myself. I had decided that I was going to get outside today, hoping the wonders of fresh air might help keep me alert amidst my high levels of exhaustion. But it's raining heavily out there, so I think I'll stay in. At least I have the option to remain dry. Poor Clayton will be spending the next 8 hours digging holes outside in that weather. I let out another yawn, but when I see Polly do the same, I try my luck and place her down in her crib, seeing if she might fall asleep and relieve me of my duties for an hour or two. It takes some shushing, but she does eventually drift off, and now I'm freed up to do whatever I want to do. That freedom is not as exciting as it sounds. My options seem to be to comb my hair, tidy up the messy house, or try to get some sleep myself. I go for option 3 and crawl onto the bed beside Polly's crib, planning on getting some shut-eye while I can. Sleep when the baby sleeps is the conventional advice to new mums. That always annoyed me, especially when there have been times when Polly has fallen asleep in the back of the car while I've been driving. What am I supposed to do then? Just close my eyes and sleep too, What about in the supermarket when I'm pushing her around in her pram and she slips into slumber? Should I just lie down on the supermarket floor and catch some zizzies there? It's taken a while, but I'm starting to see that all the advice is not very helpful. Well, almost all of it. For some frustrating reason, my brain decides that it's not ready for sleep, even though my weary body is, so I find myself reaching for my laptop. I'm quickly on one of the many internet forums where mothers ask questions of other mums about their child's development, or simply share stories of awful nights or terrifying tantrums. It's all in the name of seeking moral support and unity from other women in the same situation. I've never posted in any of these forums myself, finding that reading other people's posts usually does the job of either making me feel better or at least showing me that somebody else always has it worse. It's not nice to be comforted by the knowledge that another mother has it harder than you, but sometimes when you're in your worst state, it's the only thing that can keep you going. These forums are usually a nest of negativity from frazzled or frantic mothers, and today seems to be no different. There are many mums moaning about all sorts of problems. I don't know why, but today of all days I feel compelled to post for the first time. I'm ready to do something other than lurk in the shadows of these forums, and instead of being an observer, I go and put myself front and center for everybody else who browses here to see. Rather than reply to any of the current topics that are trending on this forum, I opt to start my own. To further make what I am about to write stand out, I ensure to give it a very positive title, differentiating it from all the negative noise that already exists on here. I don't see what everybody's problem is. We are born to be mothers just like Gianna. Hope said that's it. That's the title I have chosen for my post. That's the one I believe will receive the most attention and ignite the fiercest debate. Isn't that all anybody wants when they post something online? I even made sure to use block capitals in the title, as if I were shouting, which is sure to only inflame the response even further. Of course, I wasn't shouting, but it looks like that on the internet when people use block capitals, doesn't it? It looks like I've just raised my voice and shouted at everybody else on this forum. What a weird place the internet is. With my title sorted, I get to work on the content of my post itself, following the theme I began with. All I see on here is people moaning about their babies, the lack of sleep, the crying, the mess, the distance it creates with their partners, weaning worries and teething troubles, and whatever else we're all told has to be perfect or we have failed. But it has to stop because this isn't right. Look at Gianna Hope. She had 6 children and she wasn't moaning on internet forums all day. Even if they existed back then, which they didn't, she would have been too busy getting on with her role as a mother. So the fact that we all have time to post on the internet shows how much easier we have it. Let's turn this into a positive place, not a depressing one. And let's all try to be more like Gianna. She's an inspiration to me, and she should be an inspiration to us all. I stop typing and read over what I have just composed. I'm satisfied with it. It says everything I wanted to say. It's sure to stir debate and disagreement, meaning I'll get lots of replies, and I welcome those. But I've firmly nailed my colours to the mast and made it clear where I stand on the issue. So what if the reality behind my laptop screen has me scrambling and struggling as much as the rest of the mums in here? That's the beauty of the internet. You can project whatever reality you want to, and here I am going to be nothing but the perfect parent, as well as the biggest Gianna fan around. I hit the post button before sitting back to wait and see what happens. How many bites will I get? How many mums will agree with me? How many will hate me? Time will tell, but it's done now. My words are out there in black and white on this forum forever. Sure, I could delete them, but what's the point of that? I want as many people as possible to read this post. I want it to travel far and wide. I want the world to know that Gianna Hope is a heroine and the woman who is responsible for me choosing to have my own beautiful daughter so young. This is the fun side of the internet now, the part where you have no idea who might see what you have put out there. Chapter 8. Gianna. It's been another long and lonely day for me in my empty home, and to make it worse, I've been dealing with the after effects of all the excess wine I consumed at lunch yesterday. Despite my friends leaving to go and spend time with their various family members, I stayed seated at the table and drank the full bottle I had ordered for myself before eventually finishing it and allowing the staff at the golf club to call me a taxi. I don't remember much about the journey home, a journey that usually has me looking out over the green fields that surround my home with admiration. But yesterday, I'm pretty sure I just had my head down and was doing my best not to be sick as the taxi driver steered us through the winding country lanes. I slept terribly, as if all my children were babies again and back in the house, except it was just a consequence of the alcohol, and I woke alone feeling more miserable than ever. The day has been spent trying to do whatever I can to stave off the effects of my overindulgence yesterday, namely popping lots of headache pills, consuming copious amounts of carbohydrates, and even trying to take a nap in the afternoon. All to no avail. The sun has set, and I still feel shocking, so I guess I should call it a night and go to bed, hoping to wake up feeling much better in the morning. But before I do that, I do the thing I tend to do on most evenings when it's just me here, killing time until the next day. Whilst watching television and whatever dreary drama might be on at the time, I use my laptop to try to entertain myself. Sometimes I play solitaire. Other times I browse holiday websites and think about taking myself somewhere sunny for a holiday, even if traveling alone has never really appealed to me. But what I always find time to do before I close my laptop screen and leave it charging overnight is type my name into Google and see what results it gives me that day. Having been as famous as I once was, there are always plenty of hits on my name. The sad thing is, most of the results I get tend to be very outdated. For example, they will be news articles from the 90s or early 2000s, the height of my fame, when my 6 children were small and my story was still relevant. But there's barely been any reporting about me in the years since, bearing one piece by a journalist who decided to revisit my story 20 years after I had originally hit the headlines to see how my family had evolved over the years. That article was one I was happy to take part in, not just for the fee involved, but because I thought it might be a good opportunity to stir up some more interest in me after watching it wane over the years. But it didn't do that. If anything, the article was a flop. And I know that because there is a counter at the bottom of the article showing how many people have clicked on it to read it. That number stands at a paltry 392, and I reckon I account for at least half of those clicks, considering how many times I have reread it over the years. I reread it again now, adding one more click to the counter for whatever it might be worth, and it's worth absolutely nothing. Then I go back to scrolling through all the results for my name, checking the date alongside any mentions of Gianna Hope, and just like my surname, I am holding out hope that somebody, somewhere, has not forgotten about me. My children certainly seem to have forgotten I exist. Has everybody else on this planet done the same? 10 minutes of soul-destroying searching seems to confirm my worst fears until I suddenly stumble across something new, something recent. It appears to be a post on an internet forum, and it was made earlier today. The title of it is certainly an eye-catching one, and not just from my POV because I'm mentioned in it. I imagine it has also caught the attention of whoever has come across this today, although it remains to be seen how many people have. I don't see what everybody's problem is. We are born to be mothers, just like Gianna. Hope said that bold, boisterous heading has me clicking to read the rest of the post with interest And now I'm on a forum that seems to be for mothers who use it to air their problems to the world. I recognize it as I've browsed numerous sites like this over the years, either to see if I have been mentioned anywhere, rarely, or just to reminisce on the newborn days with people who are now lucky enough to be experiencing it for themselves, envy-inducing. Now I'm able to read this full post, and once I have, I sit back and stare at my laptop screen in awe. Not only has somebody remembered me, they have revered me. Who is this person? I click the name alongside the post, but it's a generic username, one that doesn't give me this person's full identity, which is a shame, but is to be expected. Very few people who post on internet forums like to leave their full contact details behind, because who wants everything out there on the internet for any weirdo to stumble upon? But there is an option to contact this person, because there is a button that says send private message just underneath their profile. I consider doing that. I could send a short and sweet message to thank this person, whoever they are, for saying nice things about me. It's certainly an ego boost that has been many years in the making, but more than that, it's just nice to know that there is somebody out there who has had my name or face flash through their mind at least once in recent days. I dread to think when the last time my children or ex-husband actually thought about me. If they ever do think of me, it never prompts them to call or visit, that's for sure. I click the button that allows me to type out my private message, and my fingers fly across the keyboard in fervent fashion. I realize this is the first time I've felt good about myself in a long time, so I want to try and express that in this message right here. Hi, I just wanted to say that I saw your post about Gianna Hope and wanted to thank you for calling her an inspiration. Would you believe it, but I am Gianna. Yes, I am. I'm not sure how I could prove it to you here over the internet, but this is me trying to do that. I really wanted to thank you and let you know that you have put a smile on this woman's face. I wish you all the best with your little one. You sound like a wonderful mother, unlike a lot of the other ones who post their problems in places like this. So well done you, and congratulations. You've realized what I already knew a long time ago. Having a baby in your life is the best time of your life, full stop. Love to you and yours, Gianna Hope. X, I press send on the message before I can talk myself out of it, and then I sit back waiting, as if I'm going to get a reply within seconds or minutes. But of course it could take a while to get a response to this message. I might not get one at all, but that would be a shame, because I'd love to hear from this person again, even if it is just to get confirmation that my message has been read and acknowledged. I don't expect it to go much further than this, but it would be nice if I could at least give a small thrill to the person who wrote about me. I hope they would be quite excited if they realized that the real Gianna Hope had got in touch with them. I might not be the biggest name in the news these days, but I still seem to be a name that is prominent in this person's life. This person, whoever you are. I hope you read my message. I hope you see that Gianna Hope appreciates you just like you appreciate me. Chapter 9, Bronwyn. Can there be anything worse than finally getting your baby to sleep, only for your partner to come crashing into the house and wake her up? If there is, I can't find the strength to think of it as I leap out of bed and rush towards the bedroom door. Clayton! I cry out whilst Polly does her own crying behind me. I just got her to sleep. I texted you to tell you to be quiet when you got in. Sorry, comes the lame response from the foot of the stairs that does nothing to stop my blood boiling. And if my boyfriend knows what is best for him, he'll stay down there until I have had time to cool off. But instead, I hear his footsteps on the staircase, and when I see his face, I know the answer to two pertinent questions. I know why he has got home much later than he should have. I also know why he was making so much noise when he arrived. He is drunk. Sorry, babe, he says with a slur, the stench of beer unmistakable as he approaches me for a kiss, as if I'm going to allow that. Have you any idea how long it took me to get her to sleep while you were out? I ask him as Polly continues to wail in the bedroom. 2 hours. She was crying for 2 hours before I got her settled in her crib. Then you come in making all that noise and now she is crying again. It's okay, Clayton says before putting his finger to his lips, trying to shush me with a smirk. But I'm not a baby, and I won't be shushed. If anything, I'm only going to get louder. No, it's not okay. Not when Polly and I are both totally exhausted and we've been stuck in this house all day because of the rain. And then finally, when the day is at an end, you go and wake us all up. I'll resettle her, Clayton suggests, trying to get past me to go into the bedroom. No, you're not picking her up while you're drunk. I don't want you dropping her. I won't drop her. I don't even want you breathing on her. She'll probably get drunk from the fumes in your breath. Don't be so ridiculous. Me being ridiculous? You're the one who has been out late, drinking after work, when you should have been here helping your partner with our baby. I'm entitled to see my friends and have a little downtime after a long day, Clayton tells me. But he might as well have waved a red flag at a bull with those words. Where's my downtime? Where are my friends? Where is my chance to get drunk and relax? I ask him, looking around as if I'm searching for the answers to those questions. Just be quiet, Clayton says. And now I'm ready to explode if I hadn't already done so. You're the one who made all the noise, I shout at the top of my lungs. And such is the volume of my voice that it stuns Polly into silence. Her cries from the crib cease, but I feel terrible because all the noise has probably shocked her, so I rush towards her to scoop her up and let her know that everything is okay. As I do that, my useless drunken partner stands behind us in the doorway, bumping his shoulder into the doorframe occasionally as he tries to keep his balance and pretend he isn't as inebriated as he is. I can't do this anymore, he says then, as if he hasn't already said a series of unadvised things since he returned to our house at this late hour. What? I ask, as I cradle Polly and pray she'll fall back to sleep quicker than the last time I tried. This. All of it. I can't do it anymore. I've had enough. Clayton goes on, and when I look at him, he has stopped swaying. It's as if he is experiencing a brief moment of sobriety, but that's not necessarily a good thing because it's making what he is saying seem even more real. I can't blame it on drunken words if he looks sober and serious as he says them, can I? What are you talking about? I snap back. You can't just decide you've had enough of this and quit. It doesn't work like that with children. I didn't even want a child, not this young anyway. You're the one who kept going on about it. So I gave in. I gave you what you wanted. Now look at us. We're arguing while all my mates are going home happy with their takeaways and their TVs waiting for them because they're only 21 and that's how it should be. But I'm coming back to this and I can't do it anymore. Clayton really looks like he means it, and I guess it just took numerous pints of lager to get him to share his true feelings with me. I can't believe this, I say, as Polly starts to cry again. I cannot believe you would choose to abandon us both now. I'm not abandoning you. I'll still keep giving you money for her. And I do love Polly, I do. It's just so exhausting, and it's not just her, it's living with you. I think we need some space. Maybe I could move back in with my parents for a while and see how things go then. So I have to do all of this on my own, I cry, exhaustion and desperation seeping out of my every pore. Clayton doesn't say anything to that, but I get the impression that he does have something to offer. He just seems reluctant to say it, but I probe him for it. What? I say, demanding he voices whatever is on his mind. This is what you wanted, he says then. You wanted a baby. Now you have one. He walks away, leaving me in this bedroom, and I wonder if he is going to go and sleep on the sofa downstairs or if he is going to get a taxi to his parents' place right now. I get my answer a few minutes later when I hear the front door close. He's gone, he's left me, he's left us. I look down at Polly and feel like a failure. But I can't be blamed for the failure of her father. I'm trying my best here, I really am. But Clayton was right. Most of what he said was wrong, but the last thing he said to me was correct. I did want a baby. I did want this. Now I have it. I slump down onto the bed, and while Polly is still crying, I don't even bother trying to put her back in her crib. Instead, I allow her to lie on the bed beside me, placing a few pillows to the side of her so she can't accidentally roll off in the night. I wait for a few moments until the crying ceases and Polly seems to be settled with her new sleeping arrangements. Soon after, she is snoring, and after the deafening cries, the only thing deafening around here now is the silence. I've always been too anxious to sleep in the same bed as Polly because I was worried she would either fall out or I would accidentally roll onto her and smother her, so I have resisted doing it until now. But just because Polly is in my bed, it doesn't mean I have to sleep. I will stay awake until my daughter is in a deep sleep and then I will return her to her crib. But until then, I am going to do whatever I can to take my mind off the fact that my boyfriend just left me, and I'm facing life as a single mum. I reach for my laptop on the bedroom floor, and when I open the screen, I see it is still open on the last web page I was looking at. It's the website for the internet forum where I posted about Gianna Hope earlier today. My post attracted a lot of comments, as I knew it would, but before I can go reading through them all, I notice something. I have one new message waiting for me in my inbox. I click it, wondering if it's going to be from one of the mums on this site who has read my post and chosen to admonish me directly for what I wrote. Perhaps it might be a mum showing some support for me, or it could be someone from the admin team of this forum telling me that I can't post inflammatory stuff like that, and I am now about to be banned from posting again. But it's not any of those things. Instead, the message I have received makes me sit upright and feel as awake as I have felt in weeks. It's a message from her, the woman I have spent years obsessing over. Gianna Hope has contacted me. Now I have a chance to contact her. Chapter 10, Gianna. With the after effects of my hangover now thankfully in the rearview mirror after a good night's sleep, I am looking in the rearview mirror of my car as I make the drive to Inverness. This is the most populated and picturesque place in the vicinity of where I live, but even then it still takes me half an hour to get here, and I hardly see the bustling metropolis of an international city when I arrive. I don't go very often, but I've decided that I need some retail therapy to improve my mood, so I'll see what I can find amongst the small shops in this place that is a tourist trap for travellers hoping to catch a sighting of Nessie, the monster that mythically resides in the loch that lies beside this pretty part of the Scottish map. But there is no monster here. Unless you count me, and I'd rather you didn't. With my dark secret still safely hidden from everyone around me, I am able to park up and start my shopping without any interference. If I am to be bothered at all whilst out in public, it would only be because somebody recognizes me from my famous past, rather than because I'm notorious for the things I have done wrong, of which no one is aware. But after starting my shopping and passing several people along the way, nobody stops me to say they recognize me. Nor does anyone ask where they might know me from after having got that peculiar sense that they had seen me somewhere before. Not even a single soul does a double take or gives me a lingering look. This is what it feels like to be anonymous. Obsolete. 15 minutes of fame fully finished. I'm trying to cheer myself up by buying various things I don't need with my sizable bank account that I'll likely never exhaust before I die. When I see the one thing that always cheers me up, it's a cute little baby boy staring up at me from inside a pram. But the blissful moment is too brief because the baby starts crying, and when he does, his mother looks exasperated. "Oh, not again, please!" she cries, indicating that this is not the first time today that her infant has got upset about something. I'd recognize that combination of fatigue and frustration anywhere, which is why I decide to step in and try to help. "Hello, beautiful boy, what's your name?" I say to the child, and the high-pitched sound of my sing-song voice quietens him instantly. It's a voice I practiced to perfection whilst raising my own children, my voice being more melodic than monotone, which is just how little ears like it. "You're very cute. Isn't your mother lucky to have a handsome baby like you?" I say, looking at the child in the pram, whilst aware his mother can hear me as she stands beside it. "What's his name?" I ask then. "Archie," comes the reply, just like his father. "A fine Scottish name," I say. "I was born in England, so all my children have more Anglo-Saxon names, but I live here now, and I do love the local names." I reach into the pram and softly stroke the cheek of little Archie, feeling how soft and smooth it is. I miss that feeling of perfect skin. I also miss the sweet smile when the baby appreciates what I'm doing and coos. "How old is Archie?" I ask. 5 months? "Wonderful. Did you have a good birth?" "A C-section." "That seems to be common these days. I had all natural deliveries myself." There's no need for me to reveal all of this to the stranger beside the pram, nor is there any obligation for her to answer whatever I might ask her. But she hasn't told me to get lost yet, so I'll soak up this special time with her son for as long as I can before I go back to being on my own again. "Now I'm sure you've heard this many times before," I say, still stroking Archie's cheek. "But this really is the best time of your life. I'd give anything to be in your position, to have this little one to look after, to be the most important person in his life. That responsibility is a blessing and a privilege, and it goes by all too quickly, so make sure you slow down and appreciate every second of it, okay?" I look up at the mother then, only to see that she seems to be looking back at me like I'm totally mad. I can tell that she doesn't quite believe what I just said, no doubt because she's barely slept and would like at least 1 minute of the day spare to do something for herself. But that's just how everyone looks whenever I say this to them. They all look like they think this stage will last forever. They also look at me as if I'm just some sad old woman wittering away, whilst they assume they'll never be my age. But this woman will be in my shoes one day. She'll be out here shopping by herself while Archie is all grown and living his life elsewhere, forgetting to call, choosing to not come home for Christmas, and making her wish that she could go back in time to this moment right here. I wish I could see her when she experiences that. I wish I could say, "I told you so." But it's many years away, and I'll be very old, if not dead, by the time Archie has grown up, and his mother wonders if his childhood even happened at all. "I'd better get him home. Have a lovely day," the woman says before pushing her pram past me and out of the shop door. Just like that, I'm on my own and I continue with my shopping, wishing I could have one more stroke of Archie's cheek, but knowing he's not mine and therefore I cannot. I put some Christmas decorations into my basket before paying for them, and while I do that, I make out to the shop clerk behind the counter that I have a very exciting festive period planned. "The grandkids will love these," I say, as she wraps the colourful baubles I have picked out, and she smiles, falsely assuming that I'll be playing the doting grandmother on December 25th. What she doesn't know is that I'm the only one who will be looking
at these baubles. No one else is going to see the tree that I put up and decorate, which almost makes me feel like I shouldn't even bother, but I will, as I do every year, on the off chance that one of my children comes home to spend Christmas with their mum. I'll sit up late with my glass of sherry and my mince pies and pray to hear the sound of a car parking outside my house. I'd rush to the window and see one of my sons or daughters getting out, followed by one of their own children, and I'd race to the door to welcome them in. Then I'd hand out presents and play music and marvel in all the merriment. "Have a lovely Christmas," the clerk says to me as she hands me my purchases, and I smile, knowing that the fantasy I just entertained is about as likely to happen as Father Christmas himself walking in here and doing some shopping of his own. I leave the shop and wander down the street, seeing some small snowflakes beginning to fall and feeling the coolness of them on my face. I also see the woman I was just talking to. She's standing on the other side of the street with the pram. It looks like her and her son are waiting for the next bus to take them home. I consider offering them a lift. My car will be faster than a bus. It is cold out here, and the temperature is only dropping. But I know the woman would politely decline my invitation. Why would she want to willingly put her baby into the back of a stranger's car? I might look safe and unintimidating, but still she'd prefer to stick to public transport with her little one, and I can't blame her. I wouldn't trust a stranger either, not even one that looked as disarming as I do. That's because looks are deceiving, and I am a better example of that than anybody. All these people out here, from Archie to his mum, to the clerk, to the shoppers and the tourists queuing for the next boat to go out on the lock. Not a single one of them could imagine the horrors I have been responsible for. They were all in the name of being a good mother, a desperate mother, a mother who never wanted her babies to grow up, but they did, and that was my punishment. At least I wasn't punished in the traditional sense. If I had been, I'd still be in prison now, and I'd never get out. I'd be locked away till I died. As it is, I'm free, and that allows me to enjoy a few of the simple pleasures in life that are left to me, like stroking the soft cheek of a cute baby boy. I wish I had a baby of my own again. If I did, I'd never let them go. But how to get that chance?
Chapter 11. Bronwyn. Hi, Gianna, thank you for your message. I stare at the words I've just typed before deleting them and trying again. Hello, Mrs. Hope. Thank you so much for your message. I think about that before deciding it might be a little too formal. So I delete again. Hi, Gianna. Wow, I can't believe you have messaged me. I'm starstruck. It's not perfect, but I think that's the best attempt so far, so I keep it. But that's only the opening line done, and if the rest of this message takes me as long as that, I'm going to be at it all day. Fortunately, I have the time to spend composing this reply to Gianna, because Polly is with my parents. They came to pick her up earlier and took my daughter and many of her belongings back to their place, telling me to rest and that they would return with my daughter tomorrow. Polly is far too young to get excited about having a sleepover at her grandparents', but I'm excited enough for her because Mum and Dad have given me the opportunity to get some rest of my own. I am so looking forward to curling up in bed and snoozing without the risk of being woken up by crying in the middle of the night. It will certainly be nice not to be wide awake before dawn, although my parents will be, so I'd better not rejoice too much, knowing how tired they will soon be. The plan was for me to do all the things I don't get chance to do with Polly around and Clayton AWOL, namely showering, tidying, and anything else I could do to make myself feel better in my surroundings. But so far, all I have done is sit on the sofa and try to draft this message to Gianna. I couldn't believe it when I saw she had messaged me. I knew she liked to read things that were written about her because she spoke about that fact in several interviews she did at the height of her fame. They are all interviews I have watched countless times, but they are also all interviews that were conducted a long time ago, so I had no idea if Gianna was still like that. Working out that she would be 60 now, I wondered if she was someone who liked technology and browsed the internet, or preferred the old ways with fewer electrical devices, but that question has been answered emphatically by the fact that she not only saw the post I made in the parenting forum, but replied to me directly. She thanked me for my kind words. She told me that she appreciated my using her name in good terms. She also said what a pleasure it was to hear of a mother celebrating her child rather than complaining about it. Gianna hasn't indicated that she would like a reply to this message, but she's certainly going to get one. She'll get one just as soon as I've stopped overthinking what to say and actually get around to sending it. Gianna Hope, you are my idol. You're the reason I started my family at such a young age. I'm 21, and you are the reason I want multiple kids. Your family life looks so fun. I have watched everything you
have ever been in. Yes, I do mean everything. And I've read your book so many times that I've lost count. Stop me if I sound like a crazy fan. I'm not. I assure you, just someone who really admires you. That's why your message has made my day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for replying to me. When I read back what I've just written, it's safe to say I've stopped trying to be cool and just totally gone the other way. I'm fawning over Gianna and letting her know exactly what she means to me. But screw it, how many people in life ever get a direct line of communication with someone they have always wanted to talk to? Not many, so I'm not going to waste this opportunity. It's not as if there is any other way I could have ever got in contact with her. That's because nobody knows where she lives. Not exactly, anyway. There were a few news reports saying she moved to Scotland years ago, and I saw a mention of her in a tourist thread once in which someone said they spotted her in Inverness. That's about it. So while she might be living north of the border somewhere, Scotland is a big place and certainly a place full of wild, remote parts. I would never have known where to find her. No address to send her fan mail, no way of corresponding at all. And then this happened. I crack my knuckles, a bad habit I've had since childhood, and one I hope Polly doesn't inherit before I start typing again. I do hope I haven't embarrassed myself in this message. I just wanted to let you know that while you are not in the news much these days, or on TV like you were years ago, you are not forgotten about. You still have a big fan in me, even though I wasn't actually born when your children were young. I'm sure I'm not the only huge Gianna Hope fan in existence today. How many fans do you think you have? Do you message any others? Do you ever meet them? I stopped typing there because I feel like that's enough. Saying anything more might make me come across as incredibly needy at best and downright spooky at worst. I want Gianna to be touched by this message, not terrified, so best not to come across as some scary stalker. I stopped praising her or prying into her personal life, but I have some things about my personal life that I'd like to get off my chest with her. So I type them out in the next part of my message. I'm sorry if this puts a downer on things between us. And I totally understand if you don't have the time to reply, but I don't know who else to talk to about this. Not my parents or friends, because they already have preconceived notions about what is best for me. So I'll ask the expert, aka you. The thing is, my boyfriend and my baby's father just left us. He walked out last night drunk, saying that he couldn't do this anymore. I don't know what to do. Are my dreams of a big family already over? I mean, I need a man to help me have more children, right? And I can't do it all alone. You
had Mike. But I have no one. Sorry if I sound awful, and I know I can't keep the pity party going for too long, now that I'm a parent. But would you have any advice for me? Or just words of reassurance? Whatever you could say would mean a lot to me coming from you. All the best, Bronwyn. My friends call me Bronny. I've signed off my message with the abbreviated version of my name, the one that only people I am close to get to call me. But I want to get closer to Gianna, so I am hoping she takes that sign off as an indication that we are friends now. Me. friends with the famous Gianna Hope. Who would have thought it? Not my parents, who have put up with me obsessing over her for years, and certainly not my late great-grandmother, who would have watched Gianna on TV during her most famous days. But if Gianna replies to this message, I guess it will be settled. We will be friends. Friends in an internet forum, sure, but friends all the same. The only question then will be, what could become of it? Will our friendship be consigned to the virtual world, or will it flourish in the physical one? I know what I would choose, but the ball is in Gianna's court now. Chapter 12. Gianna. I thought I'd be consigned to spending the evening with little else for company other than the fleeting memory of meeting Archie earlier, and how nice it was to be around a baby for a short period of time. But that was before I saw Bronwyn's message, the one she sent me in reply to my thanking her for using me as a positive reference in a post on the internet. The message she has sent me directly made me smile, and that smile has not faded since. All that has happened is I have poured myself a glass of wine before typing out my own message back to her. Hi, Bronnie. First of all, I would like to call you that if you are hinting that we can be friends. Secondly, thank you so much for your lovely words. I am flattered, but I am so sorry to hear that your partner has left you. That is a shame, especially with the two of you sharing a young child together. It's always nice if a baby can have both their mummy and daddy around, although I understand it is not always possible or practical, and sometimes a separation is for the best. Rest assured that families come in all shapes and sizes, and I'm sure you are both going to be absolutely fine. I think about how Bronwyn mentioned my ex-husband Mike in her message in reference to how I had his support when my children were young. But she only thinks that because that's what the documentary showed, and that's what I said in my books. The reality was far different and explains why we are not together anymore. But I'm happy to continue the illusion if Bronnie has bought it because I seem perfect in her eyes, so why spoil that? As for any advice I might have for you, I'll just say what I say to every new mother. Appreciate all of it every second because it goes by far too quickly. I wonder if those words will land with more of an impact on Bronwyn than they did with that woman in Inverness earlier. I take another sip of wine and keep typing. In answer to your question about your concerns for your dreams of a big family already being over, I would say not to worry. You are still very young. 21 is no age at all, although you have started 5 years later than I. I was very young when I had my first child, of course. Some said I was too young, but I disagreed, and I am sure you disagree with people who say the same about you. The best time to become a mother is yesterday. The second best time is today. That's my motto. So screw age, it's just a number. I certainly tell myself that now that I'm 60. I smile at my enthusiastic words, and it's another sign of how much fun I am having corresponding with this young woman. I had always assumed that I'd be sending long messages to my children if they lived far away, filled with my stories of golf club gossip and plans for future family get-togethers. I also thought they would be sending me long, rambling emails in return, typing tales telling me all about their adventures. As it turns out, I'm just messaging this stranger on the internet, but she's not a stranger, not really, not when she told me her friends call her Bronnie, and now I call her that too. So, in answer to your question about my fans, dear Bronnie, I have to tell you that I'm not sure how many fans I have, at least not these days anyway. I suppose I had a lot back when I was on television. There were certainly many people who used to turn up when I did my book signings. I'd still love to do those, but there is no demand for that anymore. And my publisher has long since forgotten about me. They still send me any royalties that I am owed, from the books, of course, but those have dwindled as the books have been out an awfully long time and are hardly likely to appear on any bestseller lists again. And no, I don't message any of my fans because nobody writes to me. I guess nobody knows where to write because my address is not public record. But even if they did know, I doubt the postman would be carrying several sacks of letters to my doorstep. Put simply, the whole world has moved on from Gianna Hope. I imagine that sight for a moment. The sight of a perspiring postman pulling bags of letters down my driveway, grunting and groaning and wondering why so many people have written to me. Then I imagine opening every letter and smiling at what was inside. But it's just another thing that doesn't happen. Fan mail died out a long time ago, at least for me. Now I'm lucky if the postman bothers to call by with bills, never mind something more interesting than that. As for meeting my fans, there has not been a call for that in a very long time. Why do you ask? Would you like to meet me? Or where are you located? I am in the north of Scotland. It's very remote where I am, which is the way I like it. But it can make it difficult to travel and see people. My circle is so small these days. I would welcome the chance to grow it, so if there was a chance we could meet, I would very much like that. I would love to meet you and your beautiful baby, of course. You need to tell me more about your child, their name, their physical features. You know I love all children. I'll love them until the day I die. I wonder if I've said too much there, but I decide it's suitable for this conversation and then press send. I fear it might take Bronwyn a while to reply, considering she told me that she is on her own with her baby now that her partner has walked out on her. What kind of man could walk out on his child and the woman who birthed that baby? It makes my blood boil to think of it, but like numerous people have told me over the years, not everyone is like you, Gianna. Not everyone lives for babies. Blasphemy. I take another sip of wine, just one glass tonight, because I can't bear a hangover like my last one, and as I do, I go and read some of the replies to Bronwyn's post. As is the way of the world, there are plenty of people who have chosen to engage in argument in the replies, and several of them have dismissed Bronnie's words and her view that everybody should stop moaning about their kids. Reply 1. How dare you come on this forum and tell us how we should feel about our own children? Who are you? Reply 2. Ignore her, whoever she is. She's just trolling. As for her mentioning Gianna Hope, who the hell is that? Reply 3. Gianna Hope is some has-been from our parents' era. The era when people had nothing better to do than just pop kids out all day. She had 6 children. 6? Can you imagine? Utter hell. Reply 4. I just googled Gianna Hope. I have to say I hardly aspire to have her life, so I'm not sure why anyone else would. 6 babies! Ugh! Horrendous. I wonder if some of these awful replies have angered Bronnie as much as they have angered me. But if they have, she has been restrained enough not to reply to any of them, so I will try to show the same restraint. I'll just ignore them and focus on positivity, which is what I get from the messages Bronnie directly sends me. Then I see that she has sent me another one. That was quick. Maybe her baby is sleeping. Thank you for all your advice and for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. I smile at Bronwyn's reply before picking up my glass, only to realize that it is now empty, so I read on. As for meeting you, it would be a dream come true. I am near London. Would you ever come this far south again? I know you used to live around here. But if not, maybe I could come to Scotland. Who knows? I think about London, how far away it is, how many people there are there, what I did there before. I decided we had to leave, so I would never get caught. There's no way I'd go back. But that's okay because it sounds like Bronnie might want to come here. My daughter's name is Polly. She has no hair yet, so I call her Peanut Head because I think she resembles a little peanut. But I mean it affectionately. She's so cute. Hard work, but cute. She's actually staying with my parents tonight, so I am getting a break. But I miss her terribly and can't wait to see her again tomorrow. What about you? What's the latest on your children? I think about how almost everything Bronnie has said to me sounds delightful. A daughter, Polly, cute. Then she had to go and spoil it by mentioning my children. But that's okay, I have been lying about them for long enough that it'll be easy for me to lie about them in my reply to her. But that's not what I'm desperate to say. As I hit the reply button and begin typing out my response, instead I want to focus on the fact that Bronnie indicated that she could come to Scotland. I would love it if you could visit me here. I'd happily pick you up from the airport or wherever it might be that you arrived. Like I say, it has been a very long time since I met a fan, and I would relish the opportunity. It might be my last. Of course, I'd be more than happy to sign things for you and take lots of photos and whatever else you might like while you were here. But I do have to stipulate one condition, if you don't mind. I hope it wouldn't be too much trouble. I'd like you to bring your daughter with you if you could. I'd love to meet precious Polly. I think it would make it easier for me to help you and give you more tips and advice if she were with us too. We could work through problems as they arose, as it were. How does that sound? Would you and Polly like to come and visit me? If so, I could even send you the money for your travel expenses. Just say the word. My cursor hovers over the send button. If I do this, there might be no going back. Certainly not if Bronnie replies to say that she and Polly are coming to Scotland. That's because I already know what will happen when they get here. What I will do when I meet her little baby and welcome them both into my home. I'll never want Polly to leave, not after the sounds of a child's cries and laughter are echoing off these old walls again. I'll want Polly to stay forever. I'll want her to be mine, which will mean I'll have to get rid of her mother. I'll have to get rid of Bronwyn, but that's okay because I can do that. I did it before. If it means getting to be a mother again, I'll do whatever it takes. All I need now is Bronnie to say she is on her way. Chapter 13, Bronwyn. The famous Gianna Hope has invited me to go and visit her, and I have said yes, but that meant I had to agree to her request. I have to take my daughter with me. That was fine with me, but it was not fine with my parents. How do you know it's her? What if it's some weirdo on the internet who is impersonating Gianna, and when you get there, you'll find someone else waiting for you? My mother asks, jumping to the worst-case scenario like so many mothers do. I wonder if I'll be like this when Polly is older and tells me she is going somewhere to meet somebody. I like to think not, but I suspect every mother imagines they will be different until it comes time for them to repeat the cycle. It's her, I say confidently. It's Gianna, I know it is. You can't know for sure, Mum replies, but I nod my head. Yes, I can. I know everything about that woman. I've listened to every word she's ever said in an interview and read every word she wrote in her 2 books. I know what she is like. I know she likes to see what people are saying about her. That's why I know she is the one who saw my post on the internet, and it is her who has been messaging me. Now she's invited me to Scotland, and that's where the last news article about her said she lived. So don't worry, Gianna will be the one waiting for me. At least leave Polly with us, Dad says then. We can look after her while you go and see this woman. No, Polly's coming with me, I say, before I return to the packing I have already started. My suitcase is lying open on my bed, and I'm throwing in a few items that I'll need, whilst being careful to leave plenty of space for Polly's things too. She might only be small, but she needs a lot more than I do, and I'd prefer to keep everything condensed to one suitcase if I can, so I need to make this work. But this will be the first time I've ever travelled anywhere as a parent, so I'm expecting it will be difficult. Far different to how I used to travel without a child, like when I would pack for a family holiday, safe in the knowledge that if I forgot anything, my parents would just buy it for me when we got there. Or when I went on a couple of short trips with Clayton in the early years of our relationship, and all we cared about was having enough money to go out and get drunk in whichever bars we could find. In the section of Spain, we had booked our budget break-in. The memories of those brief trips abroad with my boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend as he is now, make me sad because we had so much fun together. We were young and carefree. Maybe I did rush us into the next stage of our lives. Maybe I did force us to give up our youth for the grown-up responsibility of parenting. I guess Clayton really wasn't ready for it, and that is why he is no longer here. But I was ready for it, just like I am going to be ready for this trip to Scotland with my daughter. You have told Clayton you're taking Polly out of the country, haven't you? Mum asks me as I keep packing. Of course I have, I lie. And it's hardly out of the country. Scotland is a different country, Dad says, as if he has to remind me. Yes, I know that, but it's not very far away, is it? It's not like I'm taking Polly to America or Australia. It's a 45-minute flight up north. It's not that big of a deal. He's her father, Dad unnecessarily reminds me. He has a right to know where his daughter is. I know he does, which is why I've told him, and he was fine with it, I say, repeating the lie. The truth is that Clayton does not know that I am planning to take Polly on this trip to see Gianna. I haven't told him for 2 reasons. One, I can't risk him disagreeing with it and refusing to let me take her, because I want to meet Gianna and am in no mood to turn down her invitation. 2, while he still retains some parental rights to Polly, as my father has just reminded me, he gave up many of them when he walked out on us. So why should I have to tell him everything we do? If he wanted to know it all, he'd be right here with us. But he's not, he's elsewhere, sleeping off another hangover, or planning more pints with his pals, or whatever else he wants to do in the name of freedom. So he can do what he needs to do, and I'll do what I need to do. If he ever cares to come here and visit at some point, I can let him know what he has been missing out on. But until then, I'll do what I think is best for the family he left behind. I wonder what she's like in person, I say to my mother as I continue to pack, while Dad carries Polly into the other room to distract her with some toys. I wonder if she's anything like the woman in the interviews or if it was all an act for the cameras and she's very different in private. I have no idea, Mum says, and when I glance up at her, I see she is looking very pensive. I stop packing to try to address her concerns a little more personally. It's going to be fine, I tell her. You know how much this means to me. You know how much I wished for something like this when I was growing up. And after Clayton left us, it's what I need to stay positive. Something to focus on, to look forward to. You understand that, right? Mum can't really argue with any of what I have just said. She knows how much I obsessed over Gianna. So having the chance to meet her is hardly something she can dismiss. As for Clayton, if I tell Mum that I need this to help me get over him, who is she to say otherwise? Unlike me, she never lost the support of her partner when she had a baby. She always had Dad by her side, so she doesn't understand what this feels like. The sense of abandonment, the sense of loneliness, the fear that comes from wondering if everything will be okay. But I know what it's like, and if I say that this is what I need to help me deal with it all, so be it. Just be careful, Mum says, taking hold of one of my hands. I'm your mother, which means I'll always worry about you. Just like you'll always worry about Polly. I know, I say with a smile, before giving my mother the biggest hug I have given her in a long time. It feels good to give my mother a squeeze, this mass of flesh and bones that have given me so much strength and support over the years. But in this moment, it feels like I'm the one giving her those things rather than the other way around, which is a little disconcerting. Mum really is worried about this trip. I'm not sure why. I'm a big girl going to meet a grown woman. Add in the fact that I'll have my daughter with me, and there's no way I would allow her to come to harm. So what's the big deal? I'll just go to Scotland to find Gianna and experience what it is like to meet somebody you have dreamt about meeting. We'll talk, I'll be able to say all the things I've ever wanted to say to her, whilst gaining an insight into her mind that the TV cameras or ghostwriters never quite reached. What an opportunity, the chance to meet the now reclusive Gianna Hope. To see where she lives in the wilds of Scotland, to find out exactly how she was able to have those 6 children and make her family work. It could even be the kind of thing I could write my own book about when I get back. A tell-all. Would publishers be interested in that? Would the public be interested in reading it? I have no idea. I guess it all depends on what happens when I get there. But for now, as I resume the packing while smiling at the sound of Polly's giggles coming from the other room, I know one thing is for sure. This time tomorrow, my daughter and I will be inside the world of Gianna Hope. Chapter 14, Gianna. They are on their way, both of them, the mother and child. They're at the airport ready to fly up to Scotland and meet me. I know it because Bronwyn has sent me another message to keep me updated. She says she is packed and waiting to board her flight. Her suitcase and little Polly in tow. Excellent. It won't be long now. It won't be long until I have a new baby in this house. I haven't felt this needed in a long time. There certainly hasn't been a reason why I have had to clean my house from top to bottom, to get out the guests' bedding, to prepare a spare bedroom, to buy extra food, to ensure I have a wider selection of drinks available that cater to someone's tastes besides my own, to buy baby toys, to take out the crib from storage, to get my camera ready to take some photos, to plan how I am going to do this, how I am going to kill Bronwyn and claim her baby as my own, how I will become a mother all over again. The sense of excitement is palpable as I hurry around my home, making sure everything is as it needs to be. But I know it is because I stayed up all night to get ready for the arrival of my guests. I should be more tired than I am, but the adrenaline is keeping me going, and I know that will only increase when I lay eyes on little Polly. I cannot wait to meet that beautiful baby girl, to really see her, look into her eyes, watch her as she watches me, and know that soon I am going to be the only person she ever looks to for love, comfort, and guidance as she grows up in this world. I won't miss a second of it this time. Not now I really know how fast it goes and what happens when the child is eventually grown, how they leave you and never come home. No, I won't make the same mistakes as before. I missed far too much of the early years with my previous children, spending so much of them sitting in television studios or signing books in stores, posing for photos, smiling, laughing, pretending like I was who everybody said I was. All the while, my children were growing bigger by the day, and the clock was constantly ticking. Towards the time when they would decide they no longer wished to have me in their lives. Things are going to be so different with Polly. I'll spend every second with her, not just because I want to, but because I'll have to. We'll be on the run together, living under false identities. That's the only way I'll be able to make this work. I can't risk staying here in this house, not when Bronwyn is dead and her family are looking for her. The police will start looking alongside them, and they'll come here to my doorstep, knocking politely before forcing their way in when there's no response. They'll want to talk to me, ask me where Bronwyn and her baby are, and make sure that they are both okay. They'll recoil in horror if they discover the truth, which is why I cannot be here when they do. I'll be long gone, using my money to disappear with Polly,
and nobody will ever find us. Sure, I'll be in all the news headlines again, but I can keep abreast of all that from afar. My days of courting fame and attention are over. I won't wish to talk to any TV hosts again or hear my publisher's pitches about a new book. I'll just be content to lie beside Polly and play with her. Make her smile, make her laugh, make her love me like my other children used to love me before they abandoned me. I check my phone again, eager to see if there is any update from London City Airport, there is. Bronwyn has messaged to say that she is boarding. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited I could burst. That baby is on its way. All I can pray for now is for them to have a safe flight. No dramas in the sky, please. I need my precious daughter to be delivered here unharmed. Wonderful, I type back. Can't wait to meet you both. I press send, glad that Bronnie and I have progressed to communicating via WhatsApp now, rather than the clunky internet forum. It's much easier to message on our phones than to have to get the laptop out and log into a website every time. I suggested we swap numbers in one of my messages, saying it would make things easier when Bronwyn got to the airport and was trying to find me amongst the other travellers. She agreed, and now we can correspond easily right up until the moment when she walks through the arrivals gate, pushing Polly's pram and looking out for me. I'll be right there waving wildly at the two of them, and I'll be able to see the exact moment they arrive because Bronwyn sent me a photo of her and her daughter a short time ago. It's a photo I keep looking at without thinking about it. I keep finding myself staring at the image all the time, analysing every part of the facial features in it. Of course, I spend more time looking at Polly's face than I do her mother's, but there is no doubt that Bronwyn was telling the truth when she described her daughter. She really is beautiful. I think about how it will look when Polly and I are living our new lives elsewhere. When the dust has settled and enough time has passed for me to venture out with the darling girl in my possession. We'll be in a foreign land, so nobody should recognize us. And it will be nice to stroll along the seafront, soaking up the sun and attracting plenty of admiring glances from passers-by as we go. Naturally, most people will assume that the child I am pushing in the pram is my granddaughter. They'll see my greying hair alongside the hairless head of Polly and think that I am just a doting grandmother looking after this child until her parents are back from work or a short break away. I'm happy for them to think that, as long as they think anything but the truth. I don't mind if people think that I'm just a grandmother rather than an actual mother to Polly. I'll know the reality. This baby is mine and mine alone. But that can just be between the two of us. And it will be. The baby's real mother will be long dead by then. I tear myself away from looking at the photo of Polly for a few seconds to make the short trip upstairs to check on the bedroom where the child will soon be sleeping. I will tell Bronwyn that she can rest in here alongside her baby in this spare bedroom. The bed is freshly made, and the white crib that sits beside it has been dusted down and prepared perfectly for Polly to rest her little head in tonight. I knew it was a good idea to keep so many baby things. I knew they might come in handy again one day. I knew my days of motherhood were never truly over. I feel my phone vibrate and snatch it out of my pocket quickly, aware that it must be Bronwyn sending me another update because she's the only person I get messages from these days. It is her, that excitable, starstruck girl from down south who has no idea of the danger she is flying into. She has messaged to let me know that her plane is just about to take off, and while she might not have any way of contacting me while she is in the air, unless there is Wi-Fi on board, rest assured she will be at the airport at the time we have agreed to meet. Have a safe flight, I type back. I hope Polly is no trouble for you on the plane. If she is, I'm sure some of the other passengers will help. See you soon, X. I send the message and think about what I just said, well aware that not every passenger on a plane enjoys it if there is a noisy child sharing the cabin with them. I remember trips abroad with my children, how every flight was different, how some could be peaceful and some could be described as nothing more than a nightmare at 35,000 feet. But whatever the flight brought and however quiet or noisy my children were, we got through it and arrived at our destination safely. That's all I can hope for Bronwyn and Polly, too. They're on their way to me now. My next baby is hurtling towards me through the sky at high speed,
I cannot wait to see her, to hold her, to have her. Chapter 15. Bronwyn. Many people breathe a sigh of relief when their plane lands. They're glad to have reached their destination safely and on time, but I'm breathing a sigh of relief for a different reason. I'm hopeful that Polly might finally stop screaming now. I look down at my girl's red face and wonder how she possesses the power in her little lungs to have made the noise she has made ever since we took off in London. It seems improbable that such a small human could produce such crying crescendos of deafening decibels, but Polly achieved it. She started crying as soon as the plane began taxiing on the runway, the sound of the engines firing up clearly spooking her and causing me to hold her near. I had hoped that the comfort my touch would bring her would help her settle down, and things would be easier once we were airborne. But it did not play out like that, and Polly's cries only got louder the higher we soared into the sky above London. So it stayed that way as we flew north, over Birmingham, over Manchester, over the border, and over the Scottish capital, Edinburgh. Polly did not cease crying for 1 minute, much to my horror and dismay, and much to the chagrin of the poor passengers seated around me. Any hopes I might have had for a quiet flight were dashed, just like any hopes I had that there might have been a patient passenger next to me who could have helped me with Polly if things got tricky. But instead of having a sweet man or woman seated beside us who could compare my parenting experience to their own and offer me advice or simply try to distract Polly so she could stop crying, I got something else. I got a grumpy, middle-aged man who constantly tutted and shook his head as Polly wept, and the only words he spoke to me during the flight were short but not sweet. "Please, shut that baby up." I had scowled at the man for saying such a thing, but hadn't replied to him. It wasn't because I was afraid of getting into an argument or saying something I might regret, but because Polly was making so much noise that I knew she would likely drown out my voice if I tried to speak. So I didn't. I just keep trying to shush my daughter, figuring that eventually, even if it took 10 minutes or even 20, she would wear herself out and fall silent. Maybe even fall asleep if I was lucky. But no, Polly was wide awake and her mouth was wide open the entire time, and now everybody on this plane is disembarking in Scotland with some serious ringing in their ears. "How was your flight?" a loved one might ask when they meet them at the arrival's gate. "Great," will come the reply from the frazzled passenger. "I developed a bad case of tinnitus along the way." But there's nothing I can do about it now. I just want to get off this plane, relieved that I will never have to see any of these people again. Frustratingly, it's taking longer than I feel it should for us to get out of our seats and get off. And I'm not sure what is causing the delay. I can see the cabin crew at the front of the plane, but the door is still closed, so we're trapped here until it opens. At least Polly has gone quiet, although I can still hear her cries rattling around in my head. Such is the length of time I was listening to them. That was her first ever flight, and I can't say I'll be in a hurry to repeat the process again. I have my return ticket booked back to London, of course, but on second thoughts maybe we should get the train. It'll take more time, but a carriage would be less cramped than this cabin, and I could get up and walk around freely with Polly on a train rather than this more restrictive form of transport. I'll have to see how I feel when my trip to see Gianna is over. Depending on how that goes, I could be feeling great and optimistic enough to fly back south. Or I could be feeling even more overwhelmed than I am now, and not even a train could hold any appeal. I wonder if my parents would drive up and collect us. I'm sure they'd do anything I ask of them because they're just those kinds of people. The kind who are the best and put others before themselves. Now I'm feeling a pang of guilt or possibly regret about not having them accompany me on this trip. Not only would they have been able to help me with Polly on the arduous flight we endured, but I'd have them by my side when I met Gianna. As it is, I told them that Polly and I would be fine by ourselves, and we've no choice but to prove it now. Mercifully, the plane door opens then, and a few passengers conduct a sarcastic round of applause, but I can't join in, not that I would want to anyway, because my hands are full with the little girl on my lap. Polly is playing with a rattle I pulled out of her small carry-on bag, and it's doing the job of keeping her occupied while everybody else rushes to get off the plane ahead of us. I don't fail to notice the number of dirty looks being shown my way by several of the disgruntled passengers who were forced to listen to Polly's panicked protests over the past 45 minutes. Thank goodness this wasn't a long-haul flight, or they'd probably swap their stares for strangling me instead. Nor do I fail to hear the comment the man who had been seated beside us makes before he grabs his bag from the overhead locker and makes a swift exit. "Good luck with that one," he says to me, as if I need all the luck in the world to care for my daughter. I feel like shouting after him as he walks away down the cabin towards the open door. I feel like telling him that my daughter is only a baby and she can't help but cry. Explain that this was her first time on a plane, so it is naturally all very new and scary for her. That she has never made that much noise for such a consistent period of time before, and might never do it again. Or I could just tell that man to get lost, get a life, or get something else that ends in a swear word or two. But I don't do any of that. Instead, I just take a deep breath, remind myself that I am a capable mother, and Polly is perfect, and then I stand up to get off. It's a struggle to grab her travel pram out of the overhead locker, just like it was a struggle to put it up there in the first place. And not for the first time, I wonder why none of the cabin crew have come to help me. But when I look at them, I see the staff in uniforms all standing by the door, looking just as weary as everybody else who had to put up with my baby being on board with them. And I guess they'll be as glad to see the back of us as everybody else on here. But at least there is one person who will be glad to see us. It's the woman who has messaged to let me know that she is already in place at the arrivals gate. It's only a few minutes now until we meet Gianna Hope. I had messaged her to tell her that we were happy to get a taxi to her house, saving her the trouble of coming out to collect us. All she needed to do was send me her address, and I could have told the taxi driver where we needed to go. But she dismissed that idea and was adamant that she would collect us herself. Now I'm texting her to let her know that we have landed and should be with her shortly. She replies instantly to say, "That is good news," before admitting that she already knew we were here because she had been tracking our flight online all the way. I think briefly about how that is a little overzealous on her part, but I don't have much time to give it more thought because now I'm stepping off the plane, Polly and her pram in tow. It's a struggle to get my baby to sit in the pram seat because she still wants to be held, but I have to do it because I need my hands free for other things, and eventually I manage to get her strapped in. Then I push her along the tunnel that connects us to this terminal before following the other passengers to where we need to go to get out of here. It doesn't take long to reach the arrivals gate, which is a relief because Polly is crying again, and no sooner have we stepped through the sliding doors, I see it. The sign Gianna has made to greet us. "Welcome to Scotland, Bronnie and Polly." Then I see the woman holding it up. She does look much older than the woman in all the interviews I've watched online, but it is undoubtedly her. It's Gianna. This is the moment I finally get to meet her. She seems just as excited about that fact as I am and rushes towards us once she has spotted us. The sign quickly lowers before she is brandishing a cuddly toy, a soft and squishy version of the Loch Ness Monster, but one that is designed to be very cute for children to enjoy. The green monster has a big smile on its face as well as a tartan cap on its head, and what I presume is a kilt around its waist. It's the kind of wholesome gift I'm sure numerous tourists find impossible to resist when visiting these parts, and I appreciate Gianna buying it for Polly. "This is for you, lovely girl," Gianna says as she kneels down in front of the pram and hands the toy over to my daughter. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My, you're a beauty, aren't you?" I watch Gianna fussing over Polly for a moment before she stands up and opens her arms wide to me. "Come here, Bronny. How nice to meet you." She wraps me in a huge hug before I have had a chance to reply, and she gives me the kind of squeeze I only usually feel when my own mother hugs me. But then I remember that this woman is well versed in hugs. 6 children, plus however many grandchildren she might have now, means she has been doling out hugs for decades, and I'm just the latest recipient. "It's lovely to meet you too," I say, amidst the squeezing of my bones, and I have a proper pinch-me moment that this is really happening. Come, let's get you both to the car and get you settled at my place," Gianna says as she releases me. But before I can take hold of the pram handles and start pushing Polly, Gianna does it for me. "You don't have to do that," I say to her, but she waves a dismissive hand in my face. "Nonsense, it's no trouble. I have had a little practice, my dear," she says with a laugh before she pushes Polly away. And I have to hurry to catch them back up again. The documentaries and books certainly didn't lie. Gianna really does love babies, but she can't love Polly more than I do. Can she? Chapter 16, Gianna. "This is my car," I say, as I point to my vehicle amongst the multitude of others that are parked at this busy airport. I already can't wait to drive away from here, from all these people and all their noise, and return to my secluded section of Scotland. But first, we need to get my precious passenger safely into the car. "Oh wow, you have a car seat," Bronwyn observes after I have opened the back door. "Yeah, it's an old one, but I checked online and it's still compatible," I reply, as I adjust the straps on the seat before reaching down into the pram to scoop the baby out. "I can do that," Bronwyn tries, but I ignore her and pick up Polly before carefully lowering her into the car seat. As I fasten her into it, I get flashbacks of doing this exact same thing with my little ones many years ago. It's been a hell of a long time since I had to worry about getting somebody small safely to their destination with me at the wheel. But it's a privilege, not a chore, even if Polly is now screaming in my face and resisting the seat straps. "Shall I do it?" I hear Bronwyn suggest behind me, another of her attempts to take over, as if I'm incapable of doing something so simple as this. But I just ignore her again until Polly's straps are fastened. "All done," I say triumphantly, and while Polly might still be crying, I close the car door on her and gesture for Bronwyn to get inside too. "You can sit up front with me," I say, preferring that she is closer to me than the baby. But now it's her turn to ignore me. "I'll sit in the back with her in case she gets upset," Bronwyn tells me, before opening the back door and sliding into her seat alongside Polly. "So be it," I mutter under my breath before I take my place behind the wheel and start the engine. "Thank you for coming to get us again," Bronwyn says as I start driving. "You really didn't have to." "Are you joking? It's the least I could do after you have gone to all the trouble of coming here. I really can't believe you have come to see me. I guess you are as big a superfan as you said." "Guilty," Bronwyn replies from the back seat, and I glance at her in my rear-view mirror, noticing that she is fiddling with one of the straps on Polly's seat. What does she think? That I've not fastened it properly? That I have willingly risked her child's life? That I am about to crash this car due to reckless driving and cause her precious daughter to go flying through the windscreen head first? Of course I'm not. I know Polly is fastened incorrectly, so the baby is in no danger. I just wish Bronwyn hadn't put her own seatbelt on, because if she hadn't, I could have slammed on the brakes and made her go through the windscreen instead. Alas, I'll have to wait a little while longer before I get to see her dead body lying in front of me. How far is it to your house? Comes the question. From the back seat as I steer us along the main road away from the airport. Not too far, I reply, purposefully vague and also purposefully lying. It's at least an hour from here to get to my home, but there's no point telling my passenger that because it doesn't change anything. The journey will take as long as it takes, so why obsess over the details? Just sit back and enjoy the ride. But another check on my rearview mirror shows that Bronwyn is busy fussing over her baby again. I'm not sure if it's the straps again or something else, but I wish she would just sit still and give me an unobstructed view of the child I am transporting. So, did you tell many people you were coming here? I ask as casually as I can. Just my parents, she replies. And I accept that because I can't have expected Bronwyn not to have told a single soul about where she was going. You didn't tell Polly's father? I ask, and I see Bronwyn shake her head in the mirror. No, it's still complicated with him. Complicated? I'd say it's rather simple if you ask me. He abandoned you both, so he no longer has a say in your lives. See? Simple. Yeah, Bronwyn replies, looking less sure about that as I am. But she doesn't need to be sure of it. All I need to be sure of is that when I disappear with Polly, Bronwyn will be dead, and the gutless loser that her father is will be too lazy or unbothered to come looking for us. These fields are lovely, Bronwyn says, observing all the countryside passing us by. There aren't many fields where I live. That's why I left London, I say. Another lie, but she'll never know. I wanted land, but land that was unspoilt. Land that wasn't full of ugly, high-rise buildings, and land that wasn't full of concrete and crowded with commuters. Land like this. Land that gives me peace and quiet. I can see why you like it here, Bronwyn says. I can see why it's a nice place to raise a family. It certainly was, I reply. Just a shame our children have to grow up, isn't it? Yeah. Polly cries out then, a sure sign of restlessness. She is surely fed up with being squashed and squeezed into various modes of transport today, whether it be a plane or a car. She wants to be free, unencumbered by seat straps. She wants to lie on a carpet, roll around on it, play with some toys, explore the big, wide world she is now a part of. Don't worry, little girl, you'll soon be exploring the big, wide world with me. We'll explore it so well that nobody will ever find us. Bronwyn and I make conversation in between Polly crying out for attention, discussing a few topics from life in Scotland, to how my children are doing now that they're all grown, to what we might like to eat for dinner this evening. It's all pleasant, if mundane stuff, but I'm only keeping up appearances as the good host for as long as I have to. I'm sure Bronwyn is being as polite as she can be, but she does look tired from her journey. And I'm guessing it was a tedious one if Polly was crying on the plane like she is crying now. Sorry, how much further is it? Bronwyn asks, as Polly's cries increase in their regularity. I know we're half an hour away yet, but I downplay it. Not far, we'll soon be there, I say, before indicating to come off the main road and steering us down a small country lane. That was it. That was the last time we were moving along somewhere as populated as that road. Now we're going even deeper into the countryside, well away from other people. Towards my house, the house I bought, so that nobody could get to me easily. The house that hid so many of my sins and secrets over the years. Bronwyn has no idea what is waiting for her when we get there. She'll be thinking we're going to talk, chat about my famous life, discuss parenting tips, listen to my pearls of wisdom, play with Polly. Then after a couple of days, she'll think I'm going to drive her back down these roads to the airport, where she will board her return flight to fly home to where her parents await her return. Oh, Bronnie, you really are a silly little girl. At least your daughter has an excuse. She is so young, she doesn't know anything. She can't sense danger like you should be able to. But it's okay because I'll teach her. I'll teach your daughter how to avoid dangerous situations like this one. I'll teach her like your parents should have taught you. They failed you, but I will not fail Polly. I'm going to show her what a real mother can do.
Chapter 17. Bronwyn. It's taken far longer than I thought it would to get to Gianna's house. But it's worth the wait because when I see the property she calls home, it literally takes my breath away. I gawk through the car window at the sight of the monstrous building nestled away in this extremely isolated part of the Scottish countryside, seeing the sizable stone building rising up amidst the hundreds of trees that surround this place. I can't even count how many windows there are on the front of the house as we approach it, because there are simply that many. I'll have to ask Gianna how many bedrooms there are and how many bathrooms. But first, I'll have to get my breath back. Here we are, Gianna says as she brings the car to a stop. Home sweet home. Even Polly has gone quiet beside me in the back seat, as if she is as enamored by this property as I am. But I know babies aren't really as impressed by big homes as adults are, so whatever the reason for her being quiet, it's got little to do with this property that must cost at least a couple of £1,000,000, if not more. Wow, I say, still staring at the house. It's enormous. That is one word the estate agent used to describe it before we got a look at it for ourselves. Gianna replies with a chuckle. I wish I could go back and see this place for the first time again. I guess I've been living here for so long that it has lost a little of its luster for me. I can't see how anybody could ever get bored with living in a place like this. I bet the hallway alone is as big as my home. I can't wait to get inside and see for myself. But then Polly starts crying again to remind me that nothing is ever as simple as it used to be. I can't just walk out of this car and get the grand tour of the house from Gianna. I need to carry my baby and all our bags into the house first. Let's get you inside, little one, Gianna says after she has opened the door beside Polly's car seat and begins to unstrap her. I consider telling her that I will do it myself, but I tried that back at the airport and she ignored me, so I presume she'd only do the same here. I suppose she's just trying to help. She might feel uncomfortable standing back and watching me do all the work, although I am feeling uncomfortable having to stand back and watch her do the work instead. Or maybe it's because helping with babies comes so naturally to her. She did this half a dozen times, I have to remember, so it could just be that instinct has kicked in and she is running on autopilot with Polly. Whatever the case, I will have to make sure that she doesn't try to do too much. Polly is my baby, not hers after all. There is a limit to her help, or at least there should be. I'll take her inside if you can get the bags, Gianna says as she carries Polly to her front door. And I don't feel like I have much choice, so I do as my host says. I pull the
suitcase out of the back of Gianna's car before grabbing the small bag full of Polly's essentials, and then I'm ready to follow them in. But just before I do, I look around at all the tall trees that provide this property with plenty of privacy, and as the wind whistles through the treetops, I feel a strange sense come over me. Was it a good idea to come here? Or am I now in the middle of nowhere with a woman I think I know but actually don't? It's not just me either. Polly is here too. Was this a mistake? It's too late for that now, so I head towards the house, trying to shake the unsettled feeling I have. Part of it stems from the fact that Gianna seemed to lie to me on the drive here from the airport. I asked her how far away her house was, and she said it was not far and that it wouldn't take long. But all I had to do was look at the advancing minutes on my phone's clock to see that it took us an hour to get here. We didn't encounter any traffic on the way, nor any diversions or anything else that could have delayed our journey. So if Gianna knew it was an hour's trip, why didn't she just say that? "Come in, dear, before you get cold," I hear Gianna call out to me from inside the house. It might be mild now, but the temperature drops quickly in these parts, especially at this time of year. I hurry up until I'm in the house, and as Gianna closes the door behind me, the first thing I notice is the humongous hallway. As I suspected, it is bigger than my entire home. But the second thing I notice is that Gianna is not holding Polly. "Where?" "She's just through here," Gianna says, as if reading my mind and answering me before I can even ask the question. I thought she could do with a little stretch, so I've laid her down on the rug. I follow the way in which Gianna is gesturing for me to go and walk into a very grand living area, one with 3 sofas, a big bookcase, a large fireplace, and even a piano in the corner. There's a chandelier hanging down, as well as various polished ornaments on display, alongside various photos in picture frames. Amongst all the big, impressive fixtures, fittings, and furniture in here, I see Polly lying on her back on top of a very plush rug. Her little legs are kicking in the air, and she looks happy, no doubt because she is finally free of all the restrictive ways she has been forced to travel today. "This room," I say as I look around, "it's beautiful." "Thank you. I had an interior designer work on the whole place, but this is my favorite room in the house, especially when the fire is burning. But I won't start one while Polly is with us. We can save that for when she's upstairs in her bed later." It really does feel like Gianna has thought of everything, and she only keeps proving that when she offers to show us where Polly and I will be sleeping while we are here. After picking Polly up and carrying her upstairs behind Gianna, we are shown into a bedroom that we are told is ours. I see the bed. I see the crib. I see that Gianna is more than ready for us. "You didn't have to go to all this trouble," I say. "Polly could have just shared the bed with me." "Nonsense. She needs her own space, and I still had one of the children's cribs, so it's no trouble at all. I have wiped it all down, so it is dust-free and ready to be used. I'm sure Polly will find it to be very comfortable. My children always slept well in it. Just a shame they don't stay small enough for cribs forever." She laughs again. Yet another reference to how it's a shame that children grow up. I get the sense that she is a woman living in the past, not just because she has held on to the crib and the car seat, but because of how she talks about her children. But I also get the sense from her appearance too. She might look pretty in her makeup, but I can detect a sadness in her. At least, I think it is a sadness. But it could be something else. Then there are all the photos around the house. I've only seen a small portion of this property, but I've counted at least 24 photo frames in that time. The walls along the hallway and staircase are full of photos of her family, as was the living area. There are photos in here too. This bedroom that is apparently mine to make myself at home in, yet is clearly just another place for her to display the huge family who once called it home themselves. "I love that photo," Gianna says, when she catches me staring at one picture of what appears to be her partner, and their 6 children at the seaside. It was taken in Eastbourne. We went there a few times. Not far from London. You might have been there yourself. It was a cheap, simple holiday, but I found those to be the best. We had the money to go anywhere in the world, but I liked it when we went to the coast, sharing bags of fish and chips and skimming stones on the water. Simple times. I take a step nearer to the photo as Polly wriggles in my arms and note the 6 little faces in the image, her children, all faces I have seen before, thanks to the documentary. 6 tufts of dark hair stare back at me, flanked by 2 parents, the mother beaming proudly, the father looking slightly less enthusiastic, but trying to smile all the same. Polly is getting agitated by something, so I look down at her then, just in time to see her start to cry again. "Do you think she might be ready for a nap?" Gianna asks, and that is probably what it is. "I'll just get her settled," I say, and Gianna smiles before telling me she'll see me downstairs once Polly is asleep. I'm glad about that because I was worried Gianna might offer to put Polly down for her nap herself, but she's finally leaving me to get on with some things myself. Once Gianna has gone, I place Polly down in the crib, the same one 6 other children have slept in before, and within mere minutes, my daughter is sound asleep. Wow, Gianna didn't lie when she said Polly would like this crib. I think that's the fastest I've ever gotten her to sleep. I watch over her for a few more minutes to make sure she is really snoozing, but once I am assured she is, I leave the room and go on the hunt for the bathroom. I have no idea where it could be behind the dozen doors I can see up here, but after a couple of false tries that lead me into more bedrooms, I find the room with the toilet, sink, and bathtub. I take the chance to look at my reflection in the mirror and notice that I look tired, at least as tired as a 21-year-old can. I'd love nothing more than to crawl into bed beside Polly and get some sleep myself, but that would be rather rude of me, so I'd better go downstairs and chat with my host for a while. I leave the bathroom and reach the top of the stairs, but pause when I hear something. Whispering. I frown as I try to figure out where it is coming from, but I hurry when I realize it is coming from the bedroom where I left Polly. Rushing into the room, I find Gianna leaning over the crib, saying something to my daughter. Something that sounds like, "Don't worry, my darling, you are home now." Chapter 18, Gianna. What are you doing? Bronwyn's question has an accusatory tone to it, as if I'm somehow in the wrong and do not have the right to be where I am, doing what I'm doing. But I do. This is my house. This is my crib. And soon, this will be my baby. So if anyone is in the wrong here, it's her. But I'd better keep the peace, for now at least, so it's time for another lie. "She woke up," I say with a smile. "I heard her, so I came upstairs and you weren't here, so I was just shushing her back to sleep." "I didn't hear her," Bronwyn says. "I don't suppose you would if you were in the bathroom," I reply quickly, especially after flushing the toilet. "The pipes in this old house can be quite noisy." Bronwyn steps towards the crib and looks inside. When she does, she sees what I see. Polly is fast asleep. Of course she is. She never woke up at all. "What were you saying to her when I walked in?" Bronwyn asks then. "Excuse me?" "You were saying something to Polly when I entered the bedroom a moment ago. What was it?" "I was just settling her back to sleep, like I said." "It sounded like—" "Like what?" I stare at Bronwyn and wait to hear if she did detect what I said to her daughter. It wouldn't be ideal if she did, but I'm sure I can talk my way out of anything, so I'm happy to be put to the test. "It sounded like you said that Polly's home now," she says, repeating exactly what I said to Polly when I thought the 2 of us were alone. "Yes, that's what I said," I reply, without the merest hint of being caught out or embarrassed. "Oh," Bronwyn replies, not expecting me to confirm it. "It's something I used to say to all my children when I wanted them to feel safe and settled," I tell her. "I tell them they are home. The word home brings such comfort to them even at this tender age. They know what it means, even if they can't show it. It's a feeling they get. It makes them feel good. It helps them sleep. That's all." Bronwyn looks from me to her daughter, and I wonder what she is thinking. She could either believe me or think, that is the biggest load of nonsense she has ever heard. "I see," she replies before smiling slightly. Great. She's chosen to be polite. No need for me to explain any more then. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat. You must be famished after your trip, I say, before marching out of the bedroom. By the time I see Bronwyn again, I am in the kitchen preparing a snack plate full of various things from carrot sticks and hummus to a few slices of ham and some grapes that are incredibly juicy because I've already popped 2 of them into my mouth. Don't worry. I have much bigger meals planned for the rest of your stay, I say as I place the snack plate down in the center of the marble breakfast bar that is surrounded by 8 stools. 1 stool for each member of the family I used to have. Now at least 2 of them are going to be filled. Thank you, Bronwyn says as she takes a seat and then picks up a grape of her own. It's important to eat healthier when you have a little one, I say as I fill up the kettle. It's far too easy to slip into bad dietary habits when you're tired and pressed for time. But you want to set a good example for your child, and you know what they say, healthy body, healthy mind. Do you get the chance to do much exercise? I glance back at Bronwyn as the kettle boils and see that she is chewing on a slice of ham. Not really, she replies with her mouth full, and I wonder if that is a bad habit of hers that Polly would have picked up if I left them to their own devices. Not to worry. Polly won't be getting any bad habits from me when it's just the 2 of us. I always kept myself fit when my children were small, I say, proudly, as I finish making us both a cup of tea. I haven't actually asked Bronwyn if she likes tea, but she is English, so of course she does. That's good, she says whilst reaching for a carrot stick. Yes, it is. Although I have to confess it was easier to work out once I became famous, and my image was all over the newspapers and on television screens. There's nothing that motivates you to stay skinny more than knowing that millions of people are going to be looking at your body and making judgments. I smile as I carry our cups to the breakfast bar before placing them down and taking a seat opposite her. I'm sitting in my usual stool, the one I always sat in. Bronwyn is in the stool where Edward, my eldest, used to sit. As for the others, it was often so feral in here at mealtimes that I was just grateful that they sat down at all. But Edward was like me. He liked the same seat. He liked comfort and routine. He was always the one who was most like me in so many ways. So, I suppose I'd better start asking you for advice, Bronwyn says after she has thanked me for her tea and taken her sip. Oh, nonsense. Plenty of time for that, I say, picking up my own cup. You've had a long journey and you must be tired. Just relax today, and we can get into the deep discussions tomorrow. Are you sure? I mean, you invited me here because you wanted to help me. If I don't ask for that help, you'll probably wonder what I'm doing here, eating your food and sleeping under your roof. No, you came here because I invited you. I did that because you seemed to be a very polite young woman, and so far, nothing you have done has changed my opinion on that. I'm glad of the company. This is a very big house for just me to be in. It's lovely to have visitors. It doesn't have to be for any big purpose. We can just be friends too, you know. I smile at Bronwyn, and she smiles back, perhaps a little embarrassed that she broached the subject of getting parenting advice from me while I am just happy to have somebody to talk to. She's so easy to manipulate, this young woman. I like that, but I will still have to be wary of her. Just because she might be gullible and naive and vastly inexperienced in the ways of the world, unlike myself, who has almost 40 years advantage on her, she still has something that is more powerful than all of that, a mother's love for her child. I know what a strong force that is, which is why it won't be as easy as I think to kill this woman and take her baby. I'll still achieve it, but it might not be as straightforward as I'd like. I guess it remains to be seen what challenge Bronwyn proves to pose for me. But for now, carrot sticks, hummus, and polite conversation are the way forward. I can imagine you having some lovely Christmas dinners in here, Bronwyn says, looking around the expansive kitchen. Oh yes, I love cooking for all my family, and it's a pleasure when they're all sat around here, tucking in with hungry eyes and stomachs. Are you hosting Christmas this year? It's not decided yet, I say. I might be going to one of my children, but I'd love nothing more than to host again if I get the chance. I think Bronwyn believes that because why wouldn't she? There's nothing in the news about how I'm a sad old spinster whose kids never visit her. All she has seen of me is the younger version when I was surrounded by love. That's all the rest of the world has seen too. That's the way I'd like to keep it. It's really surreal to be sitting here sharing a cup of tea with you, Bronwyn says. I mean, I've gone from watching you on TV to being here, face to face with you. It's bizarre. But nice. Yeah. That's the main thing then, I say with a smile. It's good that you get to know the real me. You might not be aware, but the media have a habit of painting people not to be exactly the way they are. I thought they always portrayed you well, Bronwyn says, and I like that. Yes, I suppose I was one of the lucky ones, I reply. Some people have a terrible time with the media. They get caught up in all sorts of gossip and scandals and false rumours and lies. Fortunately, that didn't really happen to me. I guess because my fame was at its peak before the internet, I dare say things would be rather different now. The news does seem to be more negative these days, Bronwyn agrees with me, and I nod. Yes, I imagine the journalists of today would prefer to dig into my private life and try and find ways I was a bad mother, rather than share the ways in which I was a good one. But they wouldn't find anything, would they? Bronwyn asks. I mean, they could try, but you don't have anything to hide, do you? Of course not, darling, I say, hiding behind my fake smile. But I still wouldn't enjoy them trying. I wouldn't like people making things up about me.
I much prefer the truth, don't you? Bronwyn nods. And the truth is that I am just a woman who loved a big family, I say, keeping my eyes on the young woman across from me. A woman who would do anything for her children. And most of all, a woman who knows how to look after a little baby. With that, I pick up my tea again and take a sip. But I maintain eye contact with Bronwyn as I do, just to make sure that my words have really landed with her. I think they have. She looks like she believes me. She looks like she is still under the false belief that I am the nice woman I say I am. If she wasn't, she would be grabbing her daughter and running for the door. But she isn't. Even if she did, I'd stop her before she got there.
Chapter 19, Bronwyn. The journey to get to Gianna's mansion in the middle of nowhere took far more out of me than I thought, which is why I've decided to have an early night. Polly is sleepy too, despite having a nap since she got here, but I'm not going to complain about her being quiet and settled in her crib again. Well, Gianna's crib, the woman of the house, has made us both feel very welcome so far, making sure we are fed and watered and have anything else we need to make us comfortable here. Gianna and I chatted for a while about various things from my home life to hers, but we stopped before we got into the nitty-gritty of parenting. As Gianna said, she would be happy to get into all that tomorrow, so I guess that's when we'll discuss life with a baby. It'll be interesting to hear my host talk about all the things that made her famous, her talent for parenting. I'll be all ears. But I'll also remain on my guard because that unsettled feeling I had earlier has still not gone away. I'm in the bedroom now, the one Gianna selected for me and Polly, amongst the several other bedrooms we could just as easily have been assigned. She had 6 children, and this house is big enough for them to have had their own rooms, but she gave us this one. I wonder why. Which child of hers had this before us? Does it matter? I don't know, I haven't asked yet. I get the sense that Gianna is sad when she talks about her kids, so I don't want to pry too much. But what's the reason for that sadness, And why is she always working so hard to cover it up? The bedroom door is shut, so Gianna can't look in if and when she wanders past the room, and that's good because I want total privacy for Polly and me when we sleep. But while my daughter has already drifted off, I'm wide awake, and I realize it's because I'm wishing for one thing. I'm wishing there was a lock on this bedroom door. I checked to see if there was one, but there is not. Would I have used it if there was? Would Gianna have heard me turn it and wonder why I felt the need to use it? Would I have offended her or alerted her to the fact that I'm not quite as at peace here as I have been pretending to be? It doesn't matter because there's no lock to use, and that means Gianna could walk into this room any time she wants. But why would she? And if she had to, she would always knock beforehand, wouldn't she? I close my eyes and try to get some rest. I'll need it because Polly will likely be awake in a couple of hours wanting a feed, but that annoying thing of finding it difficult to relax in a stranger's house means I'm struggling. Nowhere is as comfortable and safe as your own bed in your own home, and this is as far away from that as I can get. I can usually hear the noises of the city where I'm from, but here it's just total silence. Gianna obviously likes the peace and quiet, but I'm finding it disconcerting. There must be plenty of wild animals living out there amongst those trees, but if there are, they're all being very quiet tonight. Too quiet. I don't like it. I let out a frustrated sigh and roll over, trying my luck in a different position, but the same result. I can't sleep. Damn it, I say, after checking my phone and seeing that I've wasted nearly an hour like this. But I also see that I have received a new message from my parents. Glad you're both okay. Keep us updated. I smile at the text, the one that was sent in reply to the message I sent to them earlier, in which I told them we had arrived safely and everything was going fine so far. I don't want them to worry about us, but I know they will. At least I can try to make them feel better about the fact that their daughter and granddaughter are far from home. Another half hour passes with no sleep before I remember the advice that says that it's better to get up and get a glass of water, creating a reset feeling, rather than just lying in bed for countless hours failing to drift off. So I get up and decide to try it, hoping that when I return to the bedroom, I'll fall asleep easily. I creep out of the bedroom, glad to see no lights on. Gianna is asleep, as is Polly. I'll be quick and get a glass of water from the kitchen, and then I'll come back up here and lie down beside my baby again. I tiptoe down the stairs, but there are a lot of them, and it takes me a while. None of them are creaky, though. This is a proper staircase, not the cheap kind that comes in most houses, full of squeaky floorboards that you have to learn how to navigate quietly in the early hours of the morning. That's good because it allows me to make it down to the kitchen without making a single sound. Apparently, I'm moving as stealthily as the animals outside, and that thought makes me smile. Then I look around the dark kitchen and get the creeps. This room looks very different to how it did when I was sitting in here snacking with Gianna. There are no bright lights shining down on me, just an inky blackness that feels like it is slowly suffocating my body. I want to turn a light on, but I worry the light will travel up the stairs and Gianna might see the beam under her bedroom door. I don't want to disturb her, so I stick to the dark. I find a glass and pour myself some water before taking a thirsty gulp. As I do, my eyes land on a door I didn't notice earlier. It must have been because my back was to it when I was seated at the breakfast bar eating carrot sticks, but I am facing it now and I wonder where it leads to. A pantry, perhaps. A utility room, maybe. Who knows, but I can find out. I walk towards the door before trying the handle, and it opens. But if I thought the kitchen was dark, this next room is pure pitch black. That should be the signal for me to turn around and go back to bed. But I'm feeling around on the wall for a light switch, and when I find one, I flick it. A small light flickers on at the bottom of some steps, and I see what this is. It's a basement. Of course, this house has one. It's so big it has every kind of room possible, but should I go down into it? I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to see what might be down here. Possibly not if Gianna decides I don't need to. So this might be it, my one chance to have a nosy around. Why do I want to do that? Maybe I am just a nosy person, or maybe I want to make sure this woman I am currently living with hasn't got anything to hide down here. I step down the staircase, but this one is much noisier than the last one, and I have to take my time due to all the creaks. But it's worth it when I reach the bottom and see what Gianna has down here. Children's things, lots and lots of children's things. I see boxes of toys, picture books, a trampoline, old bunk beds, dolls, action figurines, a bubble machine, jigsaw puzzles, bags of tiny clothing, and even a potty. Why does she have all of this? Her kids grew up a long time ago. Is this all here for when her grandchildren visit? It's possible, but does she really need this much stuff? And so much of it looks very dated, so it's not as if she has been shopping recently for her grandkids. It's more like she has kept everything she bought for her own children decades ago. But why would she do that? She doesn't need this much stuff, not when there is no longer a baby living here. Or at least there wasn't until I brought Polly here. I think about my daughter then, how I have left her alone upstairs, and while I figured she was fine, I suddenly feel the urge to get back to her. Maybe it's just this basement giving me the creeps, or it could be the contents of it, but whatever it is, I go back up the stairs and turn the light off before closing the door. Then I ascend the bigger staircase before reaching the bedroom, and I'm glad that there are no lights on up here, because it must mean Gianna is still asleep, and my brief foray around her home did not disturb her. Then I walk into my room and gasp.
Chapter 20. Gianna. Hush, little baby, I say to the sweet girl in my arms, while the older girl stands in the doorway looking at me as if I'm mad. But she's the mad one. She's the one who left her child unattended in a stranger's house to go snooping around in the middle of the night. Therefore, it serves her right that she has walked back into the bedroom to find somebody else holding her child. What happened? Bronwyn asks me as she approaches, but I hold up a hand to get her to stop and be silent at the same time. And she complies. Then I look back down at Polly, whose eyes are shut, before I carefully lower her back into the crib. I place her down on the bed before watching her for a moment and then stepping away, indicating to Bronwyn as I go that I would like her to follow me out of the bedroom so we can talk. She lingers behind, but eventually joins me in the hallway. "What were you doing?" she asks me in an urgent whisper. "I could ask you the same question," I fire back, also whispering. "Why was Polly unattended? Why was she crying out for her mama, but you were nowhere to be seen?" "Polly was crying out for me?" "Yes, she was, and it woke me up. So I waited for her cries to quieten, but they didn't, so I went to check on you both, only to find Polly by herself. No wonder she was scared. All alone in a dark, unfamiliar environment, I think I'd be scared too." "I didn't hear her crying out," Bronwyn says, no longer whispering. "How would you have heard her from downstairs?" I snap back, and I see the look of guilt flash across her face as she realizes I know about her creeping around my house while she thought I was sleeping. "What were you doing down there?" "I just went to get a glass of water," she replies. "I was only gone for a minute." "I was with Polly for several minutes," I tell her. "So you were gone a lot longer than that." I'm deliberately not being fiery or confrontational, just simply stating some facts. I don't know exactly where Bronwyn got to while she was sneaking around my house, nor do I know for sure what she might have seen. But I do want her to know that if she thinks she can have free rein of my home in the middle of the night, she is very much mistaken.
I genuinely didn't hear her crying, Bronwyn says then, glancing back towards the dark bedroom where her daughter sleeps, where she has always been sleeping. Polly never woke up, but I don't need to let Bronwyn know that. It doesn't matter as long as one of us heard her, I say. She got the comfort she needed, and now she is fast asleep again, as we all should be because it's the middle of the night. I'm going back to bed, and I suggest you do the same. I turn to leave then, having deemed the conversation at an end. Wait, Bronwyn says, and I pause. Yes? Thank you for comforting Polly and getting her back to sleep. It was
no trouble, I tell her, but she shakes her head. No, it was because you didn't have to do it. She's not your baby, she's mine, so it was my responsibility, not yours. But I appreciate you helping. Don't worry, I won't let her out of my sight again. With that, Bronwyn returns to her bedroom and closes the door. But I stay where I am, staring at that door and thinking about what she just said to me. On the face of it, her words sounded nothing but grateful and correct. Polly is not my baby, she is Bronwyn's. Yes, that is true. It was Bronwyn's responsibility to settle her, not mine. Also true. Then the final thing, don't worry, I won't let her out of my sight again. I see the deeper meaning behind what Bronwyn just said to me. The fact that they weren't just words, they were taunts before that last part, which was a clear statement that she was not going to leave her daughter unattended again because she didn't know what I might do. There was absolutely no need for Bronwyn to remind me that Polly is hers and not mine, but she did it anyway, which makes me think that she has already had enough of me picking up her baby when she's not around. But do I believe her when she says she won't let Polly out of her sight again? It's hard to, based on the evidence so far. The evidence, like the fact I heard Bronwyn creeping down the stairs in the dead of night to supposedly get a glass of water. Why did it take her so long to do that? Why was she downstairs for so much time? I've always been an incredibly light sleeper, a fact only exacerbated by having 6 babies in this house and the ruinous effect that had on my sleep. If something moves in this house, no matter how quiet it might be, I hear it. That's how I know that Bronwyn was doing a lot more than just getting herself a drink downstairs. I go down there myself now, interested to see if she left any clues behind as to what she really might have been doing down here. All the lights are off, but that doesn't mean she didn't turn any on, so I move around, trying to notice if anything is out of place anywhere. Everything seems to be where it should be, but I still don't believe that Bronwyn simply turned on the tap, drank some water, and stared at the walls for a few minutes. If she was down here that long, she was doing something else. I look over at the basement door, the one that Bronwyn could easily have seen if she was down here alone and had the time to look around and notice it. Did she go in there? Would it matter if she had? Not really. I would lock that door if it contained anything I didn't want another human being to see. I have plenty of secrets and things that I need nobody to ever find, but I'm hardly likely to leave them lying around in my basement for someone like Bronwyn to stumble across. If that's what she thinks, she has severely underestimated me, but all she thinks at the moment is that I might be a little too
involved with her daughter, a little too eager to pick her up and cuddle her. I suppose I am, but it fits my character. I am the super mum, like the documentary said, so it would be weird if I didn't prove to be adept with her baby. I'm not going to pretend like I'm useless with children when I'm not, but I am going to keep pretending that Bronwyn is a bad mother for leaving her child unattended. I'll keep doing that until Bronwyn believes it herself. I should go back upstairs and try and get some sleep because I'm sure Polly will genuinely wake soon, and when she does, her actual cries will disturb me. But before I do, I open the basement door and turn on the light. I don't need to go down the steps in here because I already know what's down there. But did Bronwyn go down them to find out for herself? If she did, she would have seen all the souvenirs from my past, all the things my children owned and played with, all the ways I entertained them when they were small, all the memories that are tied up in so many various toys, books, and even beds. All things I have held on to, wished to keep, refused to let go. All things I hoped I might need again one day when my grandchildren came to visit. But seeing as that hasn't happened, I guess I'll need to find another use for them. There is a lot of stuff down here that any child would be lucky to have. Polly is that lucky girl now. Meanwhile, her mother has nothing but plain bad luck. The bad luck that saw her accept my invitation to come here and stay with me. Chapter 21. Bronwyn. I slept badly after my middle-of-the-night meeting with Gianna. How could I rest after what happened with her? The fact that she knew I was sneaking around her home, the fact that I caught her holding my baby, the fact that I had to remind her that she was my baby, not hers. I didn't enjoy having to do any of that, just like I'm sure Gianna didn't enjoy being woken up by Polly crying out for me. If she was crying out for me, that is. I might have been in the basement, which could mean I didn't hear my daughter, but I'm not sure I believe she was awake and desperately seeking her mummy. I think Gianna was lying about that and only said it to make me feel guilty for sneaking around her house after dark. It's galling that she caught me, or at least knew I was up and out of bed when I shouldn't have been, but she doesn't know I went into the basement. I made sure to turn off the light in there and close the door so she can't know. She doesn't know that I saw the weird shrine in there, all those things from a past long ago that she has kept, as if her children are still babies and need any of that stuff anymore. I would love to ask her why she has kept everything, but to do so would reveal that I have seen it all, and I can't do that, so I'll have to leave it. Unless she ever decides to show me it all herself, which she might never do. We will see. For now, I got away with my visit to the basement, just like Gianna got away with picking up my daughter when I wasn't around. I meant what I said to her before we parted in the hallway and went back to our beds. I will not be letting Polly out of my sight again. At least my darling daughter slept well. She barely woke at all in the night, especially if you take Gianna's fabricated wake-up out of the equation, which I have. That's why Polly seems to be in a good mood as she stirs, opening her little eyes and looking up. And when she does, she sees me staring down at her. "Good morning, beautiful," I say, stifling a yawn because I am exhausted, but pleased at least one of us got some good rest last night. A quick check of the time tells me that it is not even 6 o'clock yet, and the sun is yet to rise on this midwinter morning, so I'm not sure what to do. I'll feed Polly and get her changed, but after that, normally I would get myself some breakfast before we would take a seat on the sofa, and I could watch a bit of meaningless morning television before either deciding it was late enough to venture outside with the pram or take a nap if Polly fell asleep too. But I can't just stick to my usual routine, not here, not in someone else's house. I have to consider my host, how they might like to start their day. Considering Gianna lives here alone and has no reason to be getting up so early in the morning, I'm guessing she likes to have a lie-in. If she does, I could be stuck in this bedroom for a while. I change Polly's nappy before putting her into a fresh sleep suit. I then place a bib on her and give her a feed before burping her and making sure she has digested the milk well. Then I get myself dressed, and by the time all that is done, it's 6:30. A slightly more reasonable time to start the day, although it is still very early. Not for the first time since becoming a mother, I think about how I never really appreciated the luxury of a lie-in before. Then again, I only ever got to languish in bed at the weekends because I had to get up early on weekdays to go to work, like most people do. That's the biggest myth of all when it comes to parenting. The myth that you only lose your freedom after you have kids. Looking at my life before Polly, I can't say I was free then. That would have only been the case if I was my own boss, working to my own schedule, with unlimited annual leave days, and I certainly didn't have a life like that. Just like Clayton wasn't free before becoming a dad, even though he likes to think he was, he had to be out of bed every day at dawn to go to a building site, and he was totally dependent on his monthly wage being paid to him on time by his employer. Where's the freedom there? There is none, yet somehow he has convinced himself that his life was one big party before parenthood. If he thinks that, he might be as crazy as Gianna is. That thought tells me that I have decided that my host is crazy, or at least a little loopy. Gianna has to be, not just because she has kept all her children's things from decades ago, or because she likes to make up lies about Polly crying out for me when she's asleep. It's just the feeling I get now that I have spent some actual time in her company. Being with somebody in person is obviously very different to watching them on TV or reading about them in a book. I decide that I can't just hide away in here for another hour or two, not just because Polly will get grisly if I do, but because I might as well get moving. So I decide to leave the bedroom with my baby, although I make an effort to be as quiet as I can, descending the staircase slowly, whilst hoping that Polly doesn't let out a loud cry that could wake Gianna and give her another reason to pass comment on my parenting. I make it all the way down with some success. Neither me nor my daughter made a noise. That leaves me hopeful that we can just go into that lovely living room and get settled on one of the sofas where we can while away the next part of the morning before Gianna comes down and, "Good morning." I freeze when I see Gianna sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea in her hand. She is fully dressed, as well as wearing makeup, which tells me she has been awake for a while. I didn't hear her come down. What time was she up? Whatever the case, she is here now, which means my quiet start to the day has just evaporated. "Oh, hi, I didn't realize you were awake," I say, as Polly wriggles in my arms, seemingly as surprised as I am to see someone else in here. "I've always been an early riser," Gianna replies. The purgatory of the six-time mother. I didn't get to sleep past 6 o'clock for so long that I doubt I'll ever sleep past 6 again. I smile weakly, wondering if such a fate awaits me now that I am a mother too. I had hoped that one day, when I had raised all the children I had ever wanted, my internal body clock would reset back to how it used to be. But that might not be the case, certainly not if Gianna's experience is anything to go by. It's not just children who are for life, the associated sleep deprivation is too. "Now that you're both up, I'll get started on breakfast," Gianna says, getting out of her seat and walking past me on her way to the kitchen. "Don't go to any trouble," I tell her, following her in. "It will be no trouble at all. I am very much a morning person, which means I love a big breakfast. Eggs and bacon sound okay?" Eggs and bacon sound absolutely delicious, and my taste buds are already salivating at the thought. "I'll take that hungry-eyed look as a yes," Gianna says with a laugh, before she takes out a couple of frying pans and turns on a gas cooker. It's not long until the smell of bacon and the sizzling sound of fried eggs fills the room, and I'm starting to feel a little better about what happened in the night. A quick glance over at the basement door makes me feel more assured that Gianna still doesn't know that I went down there, and when she hands me a plate of a very hearty breakfast, I get the sense that she isn't mad at me or annoyed about what happened in the early hours of the morning. "Thank you," I say, as I tuck into my meal, and as my mood only improves with food, I think of another way to keep giving it a boost. "How about we go out for a walk this morning?" I suggest. "Is there a park nearby we could push Polly around in her pram? We could talk about all your parenting tips there." There aren't any parks near here." Gianna replies rather disappointingly. Oh, okay, but there's plenty of countryside, I say, stating the obvious because I saw it all for myself on the way to this house. Yes, there is, but not much of it is suitable for a pram, Gianna tells me. You'd need hiking boots too. Did you bring a pair of those? I shake my head. I did not. Here's a better idea. I have a huge back garden. We can walk around there once the sun is up. It's lovely and level, so it'll be easy for the pram. And best of all, we don't need to wear our boots out there. Sound good? Due to the lack of a better option, I have no choice but to say that it sounds good. But I also think about how it sounds like something else. It sounds like now Gianna has us here. She doesn't want us to leave. Chapter 22, Gianna. I love it out here, I say, after unlocking the back door and stepping out into my spacious garden. I see all the sights that bring me so much joy, from the green grass to the colourful flower beds, to the tall trees that shield this property even more from the outside world than the remote location does. There are birdhouses fixed to tree trunks, a water fountain for them to drink at, and even a place for local squirrels to come and spend some time too. It's a real habitat for wildlife, and my children enjoyed spotting all the various animals passing through here when they were young. But the sight that brings me the biggest joy at present is the sight of Polly in her pram. Bronwyn is pushing her out of the house behind me as we prepare to take a walk around my sprawling grounds, and the little girl looks adorable, wrapped up in her coat and hat with a fleecy blanket over the top of her tiny torso for extra warmth. I can push her if you like, I offer, but Bronnie shakes her head. No, it's fine, she replies, as she steers the pram wheels onto the stone path that loops all around this garden. I remember running along this path chasing my children many times, fast enough to make them giggle, but not too fast, so they might trip and fall. Good memories. Every inch of this property is full of them. But soon it will be time to leave here and make some memories elsewhere. All mine and Polly's memories will exist beyond this place. The last thing I'll have to remember this house and garden by is the fact that it was where Bronwyn spent the final part of her life. So, what would you like to ask me first? I say, as we start our stroll. I'm worried things are going to be so much harder for me now my partner has left us, Bronwyn begins. I'm a single mother, and this is hard enough with 2 people. Now it feels impossible without the help of Polly's father. You always had your husband, Mike. What difference did that make? First of all, you don't need a man to help you raise your baby, I say firmly. You're more than capable of doing it all yourself. We women are far stronger and more resilient than people give us credit for. A mother is the most important person, not the father. That might seem like a very defiant and controversial statement, but that's what I've always believed, so no point trying to tell Bronwyn anything different. But is it not just easy for you to say because you did have a man around to help? She asks. My man left us, so it's very different. I stop walking. I'm going to share a secret with you now, I say, and Bronwyn stops too, no doubt eager to hear whatever I have to tell her. But it's easy for me to reveal secrets to a person who will be dead soon, so I have no qualms sharing secrets from the past. What is it? She asks, as Polly stares up at a bird flapping its wings in the tree above us. Mike and I separated. A lot sooner than anybody knew about, I confess. We decided to part when the children were still young, not after they had all grown and left, like everyone believes. Really? Bronwyn asks, clearly surprised by that information, as she should be, because she's obviously been duped by the documentary and the books, like everybody else who consumed that content. Yes, really, I confirm. We just kept it a secret from everyone because we didn't want the world knowing. We also knew that in order to maintain the public image I had of being the perfect family woman, I couldn't be seen to have a broken home. We knew we'd make far more money if everyone thought we were still a couple, so that's why nobody knew. But the truth is, Mike and I were very distant and were just keeping up appearances whenever the cameras were around. I had no idea, Bronwyn says, shaking her head. Good, that means our plan worked, I reply with a chuckle. What happened? He didn't cheat, if that's what you're wondering, I say adamantly, and neither did I. There was no time for affairs, not when we had 6 children. I start walking again, and Bronwyn pushes the pram to follow. Was it the stress of the kids? She asks me. For Mike, yes, I reply. He found it difficult. The constant noise, the lack of free time, the responsibility. It was incessant and it got too much for him, so he told me he couldn't do it anymore. It was our 6th child that tipped him over the edge. Your 6th? Yes, he didn't want another one. He wanted to stop at 5. But I insisted on one more and I got my way. I don't think he liked that. He said he was done. What did you say? I was disgusted by his stance, I reply. I felt totally different. I felt like it was all a blessing to have so much responsibility. To have 6 little lives who needed us for everything. What can be better than that? But it was too much for Mike and he cracked under the pressure of it all. That's what I mean about us women. We are stronger than they are. Sure, they might be able to lift heavier weights in the gym, but what good does that do you in the real world? The real world is about your loved ones. And when it came to our children, Mike was weak. I'm sorry, Bronwyn says. You have nothing to be sorry for. He walked out on his children, just like your partner has walked out on his. But I'm telling you this to prove that as long as a child has their mother, they'll be fine. I understand, Bronwyn replies, which is nice, except she can't understand, can she? She can't understand the pull I feel to her baby and how very soon I am going to replace her as Polly's mother. The thing is, in life the goal is not to strive for perfection, I go on, as we follow the natural curve in the garden path around a flower bed. The goal should just be to survive. That sounds a bit sad, Bronwyn says then, surprising me. Survival? Isn't there more to life than that? There should be, but there isn't, I reply without skipping a beat. Sure, it would be nice to have all the time in the world, to not worry about threats or bad things or whatever exists that could take everything we have away from us, be it disease, partner problems, financial forces, or other outside things. But it's not the truth. The truth is that as soon as we come into this world, we are fighting for our survival every single day, and it never stops. Not for me, not for you, and not even for little Polly here. Bronwyn stops and looks at her daughter in the pram, causing me to pause too. We're all survivors, I say then, because we're still here, trying our best, doing what needs to be done. But we can't all survive. That's not the way of the world. Ultimately, we'll all be undone by something. The only question is when. I hope it's a very, very long time until Polly is undone by anything, Bronwyn tells me. It will be, I say, confidently. Not just because it's what she would want to hear, but because I'm sure this little girl will live a long and healthy life, especially once I have raised her to be a fine woman. I hope I survive for a long time too, Bronwyn adds. I hate the thought of leaving her behind in this world. I hate the thought of her going on without me here. But that is the natural order of things, I say firmly. We all have to leave our children behind to fend for themselves. If things go well, that is nature's way, and it's far better than the alternative of them going before us. I suppose you're right. I am, so don't worry about it, I say, as I start walking again. Now, have you any other questions for me? Bronwyn quickly follows behind, asking me something about how to deal with sleepless nights and early mornings. But I'm not really listening, and not just because I can answer any questions on these topics on autopilot. It's because I'm thinking about how Bronwyn will not be considered a survivor soon. Instead, she'll be a victim, someone who succumbed to the dangers of this world. That will just leave Polly and me as survivors. I cannot wait for that to be the reality. I cannot wait for it to just be the two of us without Bronwyn in between. And very soon, it will be a reality. Chapter 23, Bronwyn. Good night, sweet baby. Sleep well and remember that Mummy loves you. I remove my hand from my sleeping daughter's chest and smile at how peaceful she looks as she slips into her latest slumber. As bedtimes go, that was a good one, which I'm grateful for, because I'm as tired as my little girl clearly was. I could just crawl into the bed beside her now and sleep, although if I do that, I'll disappoint Gianna, because she is currently downstairs cooking us our evening meal. I'd better go and eat whatever she is preparing and spend a little more time with my host before I call it a night. So I leave the bedroom and head back downstairs. As I do, I think about how Gianna confessed something to me earlier. She told me that she and her husband had separated much sooner than the outside world knew about, when the children were still young. That turned so much of what I have seen or read about Gianna's family from true to false, shattering an illusion created by Gianna to maximize her profits and fame. She admitted as much and said the strategy had been to keep it quiet from the wider world so that the TV deals and chat show invites didn't dry up sooner than they otherwise did. It worked. Nobody knew that Mike left this family when he did. But now I know it. And what does that make me think about Gianna's family life back then? It gives me a lot to consider. But first, time to eat. Something smells good, I say, as I walk into the kitchen to see Gianna serving up 2 piping hot plates of lasagna. My favorite dish, Gianna says with a smile. I used to make this for my family all the time. They loved it. And there would not be a single piece left by the time they had all tucked in. Fortunately, we don't have to share this with anyone else. That's good because I'm starving, I say as I accept my plate. Oh, I'm sorry. If you have been hungry, you should have said, you can eat whenever you like, Gianna tells me, looking dismayed. And I realize I might have just offended my host, which was not my intention. Oh no, I didn't mean that. I think it was just after bathing Polly and putting her to bed, I suddenly realized my stomach had been rumbling, I say. Which is true. It's hard to think of feeding yourself when you're busy trying to get a child ready for sleep. Did she enjoy the bath? Gianna asks. I heard lots of giggles coming from the bathroom, so I assume she did. Oh yes, she loved it, I say. She wasn't in there long, but she likes the water. That's good. Not all children do, Gianna tells me. Now how about we eat our meals in the lounge area? It's a little more comfortable. That sounds good, I say, so I follow Gianna in and take a seat on the sofa. I'm wondering if she's weary of all the baby chat today and wants to just put the TV on and eat in peace, which is why I glance at the television set opposite, us. But she doesn't reach for the remote control, although she does catch me, anticipating her doing so. Sorry, would you like to watch something? She asks me. I don't usually have television with food, but we can do that if it's what you are used to. Only if you would like to, I reply, being as polite as any guest should be when in someone else's home. Gianna shrugs before turning the TV on, and then she hands me the remote control, allowing me to be responsible for finding something for both of us to watch. I rather wish she hadn't given me that responsibility because I'm not sure what I might be able to find, but before I can start looking, I notice something on the screen that tells me what Gianna was recently watching. It's her documentary. Oh, that's embarrassing, Gianna says, when she realizes I can't have failed to notice her last viewing. I don't want you thinking I spend all my time watching old footage of myself, because I don't. It's just that sometimes it's nice to have reminders of my little ones when they were young. Of course, I reply. Not everyone has a TV show made about them, so I don't blame you for re-watching it. I would certainly re-watch it if there was a TV show made about me. Gianna smiles. Thank you for not making this any more embarrassing than it is for me, she says, but I wave my hand. Not at all. I've probably watched this documentary more than you have anyway, I admit. Really? Yeah. I must have seen it at least 40 times, if not more. Wow, you really are a superfan. I have someone who emails me occasionally to let me know they like watching it once a year, but you have clearly got them beat. I guess I do. I guess I am a superfan. I also guess we could just watch this documentary now. Shall I put it on? I suggest. You could talk me through some of the scenes, like a live commentary. That would be cool. If you wish, dear, although I'm not sure I'll make for the most exciting commentator, Gianna tells me, but I go ahead and press play on the documentary. The program starts and I instantly realize the documentary is about 30 minutes in. That's because I recognize the current scene. It's one where Gianna and her whole family are in a restaurant having a meal, or at least trying to have a meal. Oh, I love this scene, I cry. It's so funny. I think the filmmakers thought the same thing, Gianna replies. That's why they put it in. But I remember the reality was quite different. Those poor people in the restaurant around us, they can't have enjoyed their meals with all the noise coming from our table, not to mention the cameras that were following us around too. I'm sure they were excited to have a celebrity in their midst, I say, as I watch the restaurant scene unfold. It's the one where Gianna and Mike are attempting to order food for all of their children, except it isn't quite going to plan. It's not surprising considering there are so many children around the table with them, children of various ages and with various requests for what they want. Some want food, but others want to leave the table and play. Some want to go home, while some are clearly overtired and are either having a tantrum or trying to annoy one of their siblings into having one of their own. It's organized chaos, a sneak peek of a snapshot into the total bedlam that was Gianna's family life at this time. It's no wonder so many tuned in to watch this when it originally aired, never mind enjoyed it and wanted to see more. It's entertaining, but it also does something else. It makes most viewers feel better about their own family size and how life is not as hard for them as it was for Gianna and Mike. Look at Edward, I say, pointing to the little boy at the end of the table with his head in his hands. He always makes me laugh the way he just looks like he's fed up with everyone. It was tough for him being the eldest, Gianna admits, growing up faster than everyone else, but having to be constantly dragged back to their speed of development. He liked the quiet, and as you can see, family meals were anything but quiet. I laugh before looking away from the eldest on screen to the youngest. Right there, sat in a high chair next to Gianna, is a little baby girl with a shock of blonde hair. This is Gianna and Mike's youngest child, Macy, the little girl who came along sixth and completed this famous family unit. She is wriggling and giggling in her seat, watching all her older, more boisterous siblings making the poor waiter's life hell as he keeps trying and failing to take the food order. But it's not just in her behavior where she differs from her siblings. It's in her looks too. That's because while the other 5 children at the table all have dark black hair, just like their parents, Macy has blonde hair. I always wondered, I begin, before pausing because it might not be right of me to say. What? Gianna asks as she eats her lasagna whilst watching the action unfolding on screen. I just wondered why Macy had a different hair colour to the rest of you, I say, putting it out there. It's surely a question that other people who have watched this documentary have had, but they've never been in the fortunate position of getting to watch it with the star of the show. "Oh, the blonde hair was just what she came out with when she was born," Gianna says casually. "It went dark in the end, and it's very common for that to be the case." I know Macy did go dark to match the rest of her family a little later on because I've seen the photos in the second book that was published after her arrival, as well as the photos around this house. I also know that it is not unusual for a child to be born with one hair color, one that is different to their family members before it changes a few months or even years later. So that's a perfectly acceptable response. And Gianna has already moved on, pointing out something else on the screen and giving me her viewpoint on that. I smile as I keep eating. But something is bugging me. It's not the taste of the food, because it's delicious, or the documentary, because I've seen it so often that I could recite it all in my sleep. It's Gianna's demeanor since I asked her the question about the hair color. This woman normally looks totally unflappable, effortlessly so, but just then, for a brief moment, she looked flustered. She covered it up well, or so she might think, but I noticed it. Is there something else to the hair color? Is there another secret lurking inside this family? Gianna has already told me there was one, but I doubt she'd tell me if there were any more, which is why it's down to me to find out. Chapter 24. Gianna, I wasn't planning on sitting through my documentary again, and it was more than a little embarrassing when I turned the television on and realized Bronwyn could see that I had been viewing it recently. But I can't deny it was nice to see the scenes of my family on screen, and it was good fun to talk through a few of them with my fellow viewer, especially as she is such a big fan. Bronwyn admitted to having watched the documentary at least 40 times, which must mean she is only second to the number of times I have watched it. That's quite impressive, if a little sad. It's sad that I watch it so much, but at least I have a valid excuse. I'm in it, and so are my children. But why does she watch it so avidly? Surely she must have something better to do. Apparently not, and the fact that she is here in my house suggests so too. But it is nice to have the company, and it is certainly nice to have the opportunity to get another baby into my life, so I'm not complaining. But Bronwyn is. "I'd better go to bed," she says, before yawning. "I'm sure Polly will be awake in the night, and it's going to be another early morning." I do wish she would stop moaning about her daughter. Does she not realize how lucky she is? Then again, she doesn't have long left to moan, so she might as well get it all out now. Dead people can't complain after all, and it won't be long until she is one of them. "Would you like me to watch Polly for the night?" I offer, as Bronwyn and I carry our empty plates into the kitchen. I really don't mind. Like I said before, I wake early and I've had so much experience of getting up in the night with babies that it won't bother me at all. "Thank you, that's very kind, but I'll be fine," Bronwyn replies. And I'll chalk that down to yet another example of her turning down my offers of help. I really cannot wait until she is out of the picture, and I don't need her permission for anything to do with her daughter. I put the dirty plates in the dishwasher and turn it on before Bronwyn helps me wipe down the kitchen surfaces. Then all that is left to do is go upstairs and retire to our respective bedrooms. But while Bronwyn goes into hers and joins her sleeping baby, I linger in the doorway of my room, gritting my teeth and telling myself that I only need to be patient for a little while longer. Bronwyn has not mentioned her departure from here recently, but she already told me she has a return flight booked, and her parents will be expecting her home, even if her baby's father isn't. That means there is a ticking clock, and I will have to act sooner rather than later if I am to kill her and disappear with her baby. I find myself waiting until I see the light, in her bedroom go off, and I wait a little longer before I assume she must be asleep. Then I tiptoe towards her bedroom door and gently push it ajar. Looking inside, I can see Bronwyn's body in the bed, her back to the door, her shoulders lifting and sagging slightly as she sleeps. Then I look to the bed beside her, at the small shape curled up in there. I creep towards the crib until I am standing right over Polly, perfect Polly, my 7th baby. As I gaze down upon this little miracle, I think about how Bronwyn asked me about my 6th child, Macy, the one with the different colour hair from the rest of my children. I suppose it was only a natural question. I certainly got asked it a few times back then, people intrigued, interested, or just nosy enough to ask me why I thought that after having 5 kids with black hair, my 6th one came out blonde. I told them all the same thing that I told Bronwyn earlier, and they all believed it, just like Bronwyn believed it herself as she ate her lasagna while the documentary played on the TV in front of us. But I lied to them all. I kept the truth from every single one of them. That's because I had to. To let them know the reality of my 6th child would be unthinkable. Before, "What do you want for your birthday?" my husband asks me, while I'm busy packing a lunch for Edward, the first of my children to go to school and therefore the first one to make me weep at how fast my kids are growing up. "You know what I want?" I reply as I place an apple into the lunchbox, alongside the cheese sandwich and the small packet of raisins. Mike lets out a sigh, which answers me in the best way he can. "What do you want me to say?" I ask him as I complete the lunchbox with a small chocolate bar. A little sugary treat for my dear eldest, and one I know will make him smile when he discovers it in there, amongst the healthier alternatives. "Do you want me to ask you to spend money buying something I have no interest in, like an expensive piece of jewellery that will just sit on my dressing table, or a pair of shoes that will gather dust alongside all my other pairs? Those things are all a total waste, just like all material things are. The only thing I value is a human life, and that is what I want." "How many times?" Mike asks, running a hand over his exasperated face as I close Edward's lunchbox and pop it into his small school rucksack. "How many times must I tell you that we are running to capacity here? And if we have any more children, we will reach breaking point." "I'm not at breaking point," I reply calmly. "I'm far from it, and another baby will not tip me over whatever edge you seem to be worried about." "But it will tip me over it," Mike snaps back. "Is that what you want me to say? That I can't handle it if we have another child? Because that's what I am saying here, Gianna. I am admitting to you that 5 children is my absolute limit, and if we have any more, I am going to have some kind of nervous breakdown. I am utterly exhausted, and we still have several long years to get through before our life gets any less demanding, so I
cannot do it, and I will not agree to it. I will not give you another baby." I watch as Mike walks out of the kitchen, heading towards the noise where I can hear our first 5 children being very loud in their playroom. It's the playroom that is full to the brim with toys, all toys that we were able to buy, because I recently got paid to do an interview for a local magazine in which I talked about having 5 kids at 25. That interview concluded with me telling the reporter the same thing I have been saying to my husband for a while now. I want to have 6 by 26. Now my 26th birthday is on the horizon, which is what prompted Mike's question. I will be celebrating my birthday in a couple of months, although I will only truly celebrate it if I am pregnant. If not, I will be deeply unhappy. And it will all be my husband's fault for not giving his wife what she wanted for her birthday. How can he be so heartless? How can he deprive me of my wish? How can he hold my fertility ransom? I am born to be a mother, and I want one more chance to prove it. I will get it. I will have my 6th baby. I just haven't figured out how yet. The obvious answer is that my husband impregnates me just like he did for our first 5 children. But if Mike won't come anywhere near me anymore for fear of the two of us creating the scary 6th baby that he apparently cannot handle, I will have to take matters into my own hands. I'll have to find another way to get the baby I want. I'll also have to fool everybody else into thinking it was purely natural. But I can do that. People said I'd never manage with 5 kids, and I've proven them wrong. Now I'm going to prove my husband wrong when he says we're not having another baby in this house. We absolutely are. I always get what I want. He should know that by now. If he doesn't, he's about to learn it the hard way.
Chapter 25. Bronwyn, present day. Oh no, this is bad. Really, really bad. I'm staring down the barrel of another day on minimal sleep after Polly woke, not once, not twice, but 3 times during the night. That's a little more than usual, and it took longer than it normally does to get her resettled, which is why I am so exhausted as I realize Polly is awake again, and it's already dawn. I can't be mad at my daughter because she's probably just unsettled in this unfamiliar environment. She isn't the only one, and I think about home, how I could be there if I just leave today. Catch an earlier flight, return to the safe bosom of my parents, who will help me with Polly while I catch up on my sleep. Then life will be back to normal, and this brief experience in Scotland with Gianna Hope will just become a distant memory. The same as how all her children seem to be distant memories for her, not that she seems to want to admit it. Yet, in all the time I have been here, not one of them has called, nor have I seen her responding to any messages any of them might have sent either. Considering she has so many children out there in the world, it would be safe to assume that there would be a little more communication between them than what there has been so far. What is up with that? What's the story there? Like the rest of Gianna's life, I am starting to think there are large parts of it she is desperate to keep under wraps. But despite my misgivings, concerns, and overall levels of fatigue, I will not just leave and go home. That's why I replied to my parents' latest message to tell them that everything is still fine, and barring a bad night's sleep, Polly and I are well and enjoying our little break together. But before I can put my phone down, I get another message, and it's one that won't be as easy to reply to. It's from Clayton. He wants to see his daughter. I think about my ex, how he doesn't know that I have taken his child out of the country, how he has no idea that his little girl is currently inside a huge house north of the border, hundreds of miles from home, with some woman who was a major celebrity before any of us were even born. What should I say to him? Should I lie and make him think we haven't gone anywhere? If I do, what would be stopping him from turning up at our home? And when we're not there, he'll know something is awry. But if I tell him the truth, will he get angry and accuse me of trying to run away with his child? I can't predict the actions of that man because I certainly didn't predict that he would leave me so soon after we became a little family, so I'd rather not take the chance to find out. Then it occurs to me what it is that I should say, and it feels blindingly obvious now that I think of it. We are busy for the next couple of days. You can see us at the weekend if you're not out getting drunk and enjoying your freedom, that is. That's the message I send to Clayton, and it's one that is dripping in disdain for the life he chose over the life he could have had with us. I'm hoping it does the trick of getting him to leave us alone, at least until the weekend when Polly and I will be back home. Or, like I said, he might be out getting drunk, so he won't be available to see us. Either way, it's his problem, not mine. Polly starts to cry, clearly fed up with life in her crib and eager to see somewhere else other than the bedroom she has been cooped up in for the last several hours. I scoop her up and place her down on the bed where she has more space to wriggle while I try to get myself dressed. It should be simple, but I can't stop yawning, and every movement seems to only make me feel wearier. I am so tired. I won't be the first new mum to say it, and I won't be the last. But this sleep deprivation is a problem for me, and not just in the sense that it is making it harder for me to get through the day with my daughter. It's also making it harder to get a proper read on Gianna and what her true intentions might have been for inviting me here. It could be my mind playing tricks on me, my sleep-starved mind that is, but the way she is always asking to do things for Polly is putting me on edge. It feels like she's trying to take over, which is weird because I'm her mother, so it's only natural that I do everything. But Gianna wanted to sleep in here last night with her, and that is strange, isn't it? Would she have allowed someone she had only recently met to be alone with one of her babies, unsupervised, overnight? I highly doubt it, so why would she expect me to agree to the same thing? That's not all. She also confessed to me her secret about how she and her husband had split earlier than everyone thought. That proves that she is capable of hiding things. What else is she hiding? Then there's the fact that last night, I'm sure I heard her creeping around outside the bedroom while I was trying to get to sleep. I heard footsteps, but I didn't turn around, and eventually it went quiet, and she moved back to her room. But I'm sure she was snooping at us in our beds. Also weird, right? Last but not least, I still haven't forgotten what I heard her say when I first got here and caught her whispering to Polly when I had been out of the room. "You're home now." At least that's what I think I heard. But just like the footsteps last night, it could be a figment of my exhausted imagination, paranoia, anxiety, and sheer tiredness manifesting themselves in strange ways. There surely can't be many people who have more unreliable thoughts than a new mother. Is it all in my head, or is this just the beginning? I decide to leave the bedroom and take Polly downstairs for some breakfast before my intrusive thoughts can get even worse. When I do that, I'm less surprised than I was yesterday to see that the homeowner is already up. "Good morning," I say to Gianna as I enter the kitchen and place Polly down in the high chair that Gianna has put out for her. Yet another thing she has kept from her own children's youth that she could surely have thrown away a long time ago. "Good morning, you two," she says with a smile as she stops buttering a slice of toast. "How did we both sleep?" "Not the best," I reply with a grimace before I let out a yawn while strapping Polly into the seat properly. "Carbs will help," Gianna declares, and she puts the toast onto a plate before passing it over to me and telling me to help myself to the jam that is already laid out. I do just that, eager to consume something that might perk me up, and the coffee that Gianna starts to prepare for me can only help there as well. But Polly needs some sustenance too, and while she can't have sugar and caffeine like I plan to have, she can have her usual, which is milk, and more milk. As Gianna makes our coffees and puts more bread into the toaster, I feed Polly a bottle of breast milk that I prepared earlier. I'm glad she takes it because it's far easier than always having to latch her onto my chest, and while that is still both of our preferred methods of feeding, I need a break from it every now and again. Polly guzzles down every last drop before letting out a very big burp that makes us laugh. "That's not very ladylike," Gianna says with a grin before she hands me a coffee that I plan to drink just as fast as my daughter drank her liquids. I actually manage it, but rather than make Gianna get up again to make me another drink, I offer to do it myself and walk over to the counter where the expensive-looking coffee machine resides. As I play about with all the fancy buttons and settings it has, I hear a sound that no parent ever wants to hear. It's the sound of choking. I spin around, wondering if Polly is suddenly regurgitating all the milk that she just drank too fast, and needs to get another burp out before it all comes back up in vomit. Or maybe she has already vomited just inside her mouth, and now she is struggling to breathe with it all blocking her airways. But before I can figure it out, Gianna is rushing to Polly's aid. I watch on, frozen in horror at the awful sound that my daughter is making as she goes blue, while Gianna lifts her out of the high chair and puts her over her shoulder. Then she pats her firmly on the back, repeating the motion over and over again. But it's not working. My baby is still choking. My baby is going to die. Something suddenly flies out of Polly's mouth, and I hear my daughter gulping for air. She's breathing again. "Thank you," I cry to Gianna as I rush forward and take Polly from her before checking. My little girl's mouth is definitely free from any obstruction. It is so. All that is left to do is hug her and fight back the tears that were coming from the thought of almost losing her. While I do that, Gianna locates the culprit. "Toast," she says. After picking up the piece from the floor, "She must have grabbed it from your plate when you got up to make the coffee." I look at my plate, how it's close to Polly's high chair, how I left a few pieces on there instead of finishing it all. How Polly could have reached across and put one of those pieces in her mouth. That's how fast and how easy a day can turn into disaster with a young child. But Gianna saved the day. She saved my baby's life. I'm looking at her with gratitude, but she's looking back at me with disdain. Chapter 26, Gianna. "That was incredibly lucky," I tell Bronwyn as she continues to cradle her crying child, the one she allowed to almost choke to death before I stepped in and saved her. "If I hadn't been here, what do you think would have happened? Would you have been able to save Polly yourself? Or would you have stood there frozen like a statue and watched her turn even more blue?" I would have saved her," Bronwyn replies, shaken not just by what happened, but also by what I have said to her. "I would have. I hope so, for both of your sakes," I reply, utterly unconvinced that Bronwyn would have been able to do what was necessary when it came to the crunch. In a stressful situation, some people take action while others become wilting wallflowers, fight or flight. It's clear which camp I am in, just as it is clear which camp Bronwyn is in. But despite the scare, this is useful intel to have gathered. If Bronwyn can't get her body moving properly when her baby is choking, it makes me think she won't stand a chance when I attack her and make her take her last breath, just like Polly almost took hers. "I think I was in shock," Bronwyn says, as a way to excuse the fact that she stood by and did nothing while somebody else saved the life of the most precious person in her world. I ignore that as I put the piece of toast in the bin. The piece of toast that I handed to Polly while Bronwyn's back was turned. I obviously did not want Polly to choke to death, but I did want her to choke and give me the chance to save her. I knew I could do it because I've saved all my children from choking at one point in their lives. Whether it was from food, a plastic part from a toy, or something else that had got wedged in their windpipes, I had extensive experience in the scarier parts of parenting as well as the fun parts. The purpose of getting poor Polly to start suffocating was to rattle Bronwyn, to test her and see how she would react, to give myself the opportunity to react faster than her and do something she couldn't, to make her doubt her parenting skills, to feel indebted to me, to make her feel like she owes me. If she is in my debt, she won't see my threat. "That's understandable," I say to Bronwyn, in response to her claim that she was in shock. There is no more shocking a sight or sound than a child choking, but you really cannot waste a moment in a situation like that. Time is of the essence. Every second counts. Bronwyn nods while Polly, who has a healthy pink face again, rather than the blue one she had a few moments ago, is starting to settle. Her cries are ceasing, as are Bronwyn's tears, which is why I'll go a little easier on her from here on out, after I briefly lambasted her for her neglectful actions. You just have to make sure you watch them like a hawk, I advise Bronwyn. Little children's hands move very quickly, and no matter how safe you think the
environment is, they will find a way to prove you wrong. I understand, Bronwyn says, appearing genuinely scared of that fact and how it was almost proven to be terribly true. While her daughter's face has returned to its natural colour, Bronwyn's face is very pale, the colour having drained out of it and not returning yet, as she still counts the cost of what might have been. Let's not let it ruin the day, I say cheerily. But maybe let's not have any more toast either. I pick up our plates and carry them to the dishwasher, satisfied that Bronwyn has absolutely no idea that the stressful situation that just occurred here was all of my own doing. Just like she has no idea I am going to kill her later today. I think we could all use some fresh air after that, I suggest, looking out of the kitchen window at the bright sky and the nice day the weather forecast said it promised to be. How about we get ourselves suitably dressed and we can take another walk? Bronwyn agrees to that and takes Polly upstairs to get them both changed and ready to go outside. While she does that, I lean back against the kitchen counter, my hot cup of coffee in hand, and smile to myself. I'm going to get away with this. I've never felt more confident about it. I'm going to steal this baby and make everyone think it is mine. Just like I did before. Before book signings can be fun, especially when you're the author everyone has come out to see. As I open the cover of my first ever publication and fiddle with the pen I'm about to start signing with, I glance up at the long line of people who are all waiting for their chance to hand me their copy of the book and get me to scribble in it. This event, hosted by my publisher in a large bookstore in the centre of London, gives me a great opportunity to meet so many of my fans and thank them all for being part of the reason why the book with my face and name on it went to the top of the bestseller charts last week. You can't have a best-selling book without ravenous readers, and tonight is a lovely opportunity to meet them and show my gratitude for their support of me, my career, and, of course, my family. I know exactly how many I will be meeting because this is a ticketed event, and my publisher informed me that all 200 tickets that were made available for this signing had been sold. It's officially a sellout, which pleases me, as well as the bookstore we are in, because they get a 20% commission on all tickets purchased. Business is booming and everyone's a winner, but it's not money that is on my mind as I look down the long line of mothers standing with my book about how to perfect parenting in their hands. Instead, I'm focused on several of the young children who are also in attendance here. They are children who have been brought along by their mums because, as I told my publisher to make clear in the marketing for this event, it wouldn't be a Gianna Hope event if there weren't babies in the building. I start signing because that's what I'm being paid to be here to do, although it's not the only thing. I'm also hosting a live Q&A session after this, promptly followed by dinner with one lucky reader who I deem to be the winner of the competition I have decided to throw. As I sign my signature in the books that are handed to me as the queue progresses, I am keeping a lookout for the person I will decide is the winner and therefore gets to spend some private VIP time with me alone. The winner and their baby, that is. Lovely to meet you, I say with a smile before signing again, whilst my eyes wander up to the queue, on the lookout for a cute child, one I want, one that could fit into my family, the one that can be my sixth. But while I'm busy doing that, my readers are busy congratulating me on what they already assume is my sixth baby growing in my belly. I'm so excited for you and your family, one reader says. I cannot believe you are having another child, but I'm so happy that you are. Congratulations. Please can you tell us if it is a boy or a girl?
another reader asks, and I smile before shaking my head and saying, sorry, it's a surprise for everyone, including me. Do you think you'll stop at 6, or will you go for 7? One overzealous reader asks me after I have handed them their book back, and I have to laugh. Never say never, but this might be it for us, I reply. But still, 6 isn't bad, is it? Are you kidding? You're an inspiration. The reader cries with genuine tears in her eyes, as if my huge family size is something that makes her own life more bearable. Maybe it does. I do have rather a lot of fans who love me and all my children. I'd have thought they would have been too busy raising their own kids to care about mine, but apparently not, and they're not the only ones. Due to the success of my book, I've recently been approached by a documentary filmmaker who wants to cover the first few months of my family life when our 6th child is born. If that goes well, an autobiography has already been proposed to follow on from this success of my first book, which has been more of a how-to guide than a day-by-day documentation of my personal story. I wasn't sure about the documentary when I first heard about it, at least not until I heard how much money they were offering for the chance to put cameras in my home. Then I said yes. I even suggested a title for the documentary itself. 6 at 26, I pitched the producers, and none of them disagreed with it, so that could be the winner. I guess time will tell, just like it will tell if I have success in finding my new baby tonight. The thing is, the thing that nobody in this room knows but me is that I am not pregnant. The bump I have, the big one underneath my baggy sweater, is a fake. A prosthetic pregnancy bump that I bought online and have been wearing out in public recently to make everybody think that I am growing a baby and that the birth is imminent. That way, nobody will think it's strange when I'm pictured in magazines soon alongside my baby before the camera crews move in and I take my family's fame to a whole other level. But while I am confident that I can keep my secret from the outside world, what about the smaller world that exists inside my home? How am I supposed to keep this secret from my husband, the man who made it clear he did not want me to get pregnant ever again? It's impossible, so I didn't even bother trying. Instead, I just told Mike that this was all a part of my plan to make us very, very rich. Just go along with it, I had said to him when I told him about the prosthetic I was going to start wearing. Wait and see what wonderful things this does for our family. He might not have seen the full enormity of my plan in that moment, but he could see the pound signs that I told him would be coming towards us soon, so he dropped it. For now anyway. But I have a feeling he is going to have a lot more to say about it when I get home later tonight with a baby in my arms. The baby that belongs to one of the women in this long line. I see a dark-haired baby and immediately sense she is the one. The right hair color to match my other family members, a pretty daughter, how cute. What a lovely way to round off my family. 3 boys, 3 girls, a perfect half dozen. As I keep signing and my readers keep gushing, I keep thinking about how nobody can ever know what I will do shortly. Even if they did, they wouldn't believe it. I can scarcely believe it myself. Who steals another woman's baby to pass off as her own? Me. The woman who will do whatever it takes to get what she wants. Chapter 27, Bronwyn, present day. We've had another walk around Gianna's back garden, the one that is so big that I cannot ever imagine having the money to pay for somebody to tend to it. Never mind having the money to buy a house with a garden that big in the first place. But it's just another part of life for this woman who clearly amassed mega riches during her ascent to fame. And she has to spend it all on something, I suppose. She doesn't have children to spend it on anymore, at least not in the sense of buying nappies or extra food, or paying for school uniforms or expensive trips or vacations for all the family to go on. It's still bugging me how I have been here all this time, and while Gianna has talked a lot about how close she is with her adult kids, I haven't seen any evidence of it. That's why I decide to just address it directly. Do you think anyone in your family might visit while I'm here? I ask after Gianna has handed me a cup of tea, and we are seated on her sofa while Polly naps on my chest. I would love to meet a few of your family members if I could. I would love for you to meet them too, she replies, whilst looking more at my resting child than at me. But they are all so busy, and none of them are due to visit in the next few days. But I will be seeing them all at the weekend for a big family meal, which I am very much looking forward to. I watch Gianna sip her tea whilst trying to think about whether what she just told me was the truth or not. But she's hard to read, by design, I imagine. But I don't stop there. Where is the meal? I ask. I'm sorry? The family meal you mentioned you were having this weekend, where is it? Oh, it's at my son's. Which one? I ask, aware that she has 3. Stuart, she says. He lives nearby. You ask a lot of questions, don't you? Gianna says before laughing. I tell you what this cup of tea could use, a chocolate biscuit. Let me go and see if I've got any in the cupboards. That swift change of topic allows Gianna to leave the room before I can press her anymore on her family get-together, the one that may be fictitious. I have no choice but to sit and wait for her to get back, deciding that I can still keep asking her questions about how often she sees her kids, even if she keeps trying to deflect them. But I end up waiting a while, and I'm just about to get up and check if Gianna is okay when I hear her voice coming through from the other room. I can't make out what she is saying or who she is talking to, but she is definitely talking. Curiosity gets the better of me, so I get up off the sofa and walk to the door, careful to keep Polly close to my chest, where she continues to nap. I can hear Gianna a little better from this new position, but still not well enough to hear everything she is saying, so I step into the hallway. Now I can hear Gianna's voice. Clearly she is in the kitchen, and I stand outside that room, eavesdropping on whatever conversation she is having. That would be lovely, darling. You know I always welcome a chance for the whole family to get together, and what a time of year to do it, the build-up to Christmas. It will be so nice to have all the grandchildren together. We can really get each other in the festive spirit. I figure Gianna is on the phone with somebody in her family, and it sounds like they are planning some kind of event. That seems coincidental, considering I was only just asking Gianna about how often she gets together with them. Yes, do give me a call when you know more about it, she goes on. I'll contact the others if you like and let them know. I know you're busy, so no need to call everyone. I can do it for you. Assuming your oldest sister picks up her phone, you know how bad she can be with that. I hear Gianna chuckle after what sounds like an in-joke in the family. But before I can hear any more, the next noise that is made comes from Polly. She wakes up and lets out a little cry, and if I can hear her, I assume Gianna can hear her too. If she can, she might realize the sound is coming from closer than it should be, and that would mean I've been caught eavesdropping on her. I quickly carry Polly back into the lounge and return to the position I was in when Gianna left the room. No sooner have I done that, she walks into the room, her mobile phone in her hand. Is everything okay? She asks me, noting Polly is awake. Yeah, she just woke up, I say. I was walking around with her trying to get her back to sleep, but she wasn't for dropping off again. I add that lie because it might explain to Gianna why I was wandering around if she did hear that I was in the hallway, but if she did, she doesn't let me know it, instead choosing to tell me all about the phone call she just had. That was Callum, my youngest son, on the phone, she says. If you heard me talking in the kitchen, he just rang to let me know that he is happy to host a pre-Christmas get-together at his place down in England. All the family are invited, so it promises to be quite the occasion. I hope he has bought extra chairs because otherwise a few people will be standing up like last time. Gianna laughs as she retakes her seat while I observe her to see if I can figure out if she is telling the truth or not. It certainly seems like she was on the phone in the kitchen, but just because it sounded like it, it doesn't mean she actually was. Could she have been pretending? Is she still pretending now? Was she holding an imaginary conversation? I wouldn't know for sure unless I got a look at the call history on her phone, but I doubt I'll ever get the chance to do that, so I might as well stop thinking about it. But it's hard not to keep getting the sense that Gianna is lying to me with increasing regularity, and all of her lies surround her and the other members of her family. Polly is not settling at all on my chest now, despite finding it the perfect place to fall asleep not so long ago, so I stand up to see if that improves her mood. As I wander around Gianna's lounge, past the piano and then the bookcase, I find myself looking at several more of the framed photos that hang on the wall in here. "I'll just text my daughters to let them know the plans," Gianna says behind me. "We have a group chat, just for us girls." I look back and see her thumbs tapping away on her phone screen. Another lie, or the truth? I wish I weren't so tired, because if I could think more clearly, it would surely make it easier for me to figure out if anything is going on here. But instead, I am stuck fighting through the fatigue and fog that comes from being in this stage of my life. Polly nuzzles into my shoulder then, a reminder that it is worth it all, even the tiredness. As she does that, I stop in front of one photo, a photo that shows all 6 of Gianna's children. They are all young in the image, but the older ones are standing while the youngest are seated. The very youngest, Macy, is seated between 2 of her siblings, or rather, she is wedged in between them on the sofa. That's because she is just a baby, a tiny one, so this photo must have been taken not so long after she was born. I also know that because Macy still has her blonde hair in this image, so it's before it went black, before it matched the rest of her dark-haired family members. "Did you ever wish Macy stayed blonde?" I asked Gianna. "Excuse me?" "I was just wondering. Her hair was so pretty when it was blonde. Would you have liked it to have stayed that way? Or did you want it to go dark like the rest of her brothers and sisters?" "I don't suppose I would have minded either way," she tells me. And I notice she has stopped typing on her phone and is looking at me standing beside the photo. "It is so random that she was blonde," I say. "I remember you saying in your book before Macy was born that your first 5 children all came out with jet black hair, so to have a 6th one with blonde hair must have been quite the shock." "I suppose it was," Gianna replies with a shrug. "I can't really remember. Macy's birth was quite difficult, so her hair colour was the last thing on my mind. Pain relief was the first." I recall the story of Macy's birth because Gianna recounted it on numerous television appearances and even in the documentary. She used it as the explanation as to why she hadn't been as openly public during the first few months of Macy's life as she had been previously, when she seemed keen to let everyone in the world know how many children she had. Nobody ever thought that was strange or could find it frustrating, not when she had been through what sounded like a traumatic time delivering Macy in a pre-planned and private home birth. But eventually, Macy was sighted blonde initially, though it wasn't long until she had black hair, fitting in with the family more, at least visually anyway. But everyone saw the blonde hair first. Gianna didn't seem to try to hide it, not completely anyway. I suppose there wasn't any reason to, or was there? Chapter 28, Gianna before. And the lucky winner of tonight's competition is Yash. I purposely delay revealing the name of the person whom I have deemed to have won the competition that will see the winner get VIP access to me now that this book signing has come to an end. Everyone in attendance waits for the name I am about to say next, from my publishers to the bookstore owners, but especially my readers, all of whom would love the chance for some private time to talk to me. "Nancy!" I exclaim, shattering the suspense and causing several people to feel disappointment, while only one gets to feel the excitement and joy of being the winner of this entirely fictitious contest of which I was the sole judge. I watch as Nancy smiles widely upon hearing that she is the lucky person who gets to have dinner with me shortly. But she can't punch the air in delight or accept any handshakes of congratulations from some of the other people around her. That's because her hands are full with her baby, the beautiful dark-haired baby she has been cradling ever since I saw her queuing to see me this evening. It is her baby that I want, and by the time this night is through, I will have it. Sadly for Nancy, her baby won't be the only thing she loses tonight. "Thank you for coming, everybody," I say gratefully. And as everyone revels in what has been a successful event, I wait for them all to vacate the premises. Everyone but Nancy, and she is now walking towards me with her baby in her arms. "Congratulations," I say to her. "And what is your lovely daughter's name?" "Mia," Nancy tells me, and I smile, thinking about how that name will obviously be changed once I have this child in my possession. A simple name change will be just one of the many things I will do to cover up the fact that I did not give birth to this baby. As all the attendees filter out behind Nancy, I make small talk with her, while the bookstore staff tidy away the signing table and the representatives from my publisher do whatever they need to do. I'm hoping they all just leave rather than insist on coming to get food with Nancy and me, and not just because we're not going for food at all. Fortunately, that's what they do. After receiving hugs from my editor and marketing assistant, I wish them a good evening. Then I suggest to Nancy that we leave the bookstore and that I know of a nice place around the corner that is good for food and also a suitable place to take babies. I plan on getting Nancy somewhere quiet, somewhere dark, somewhere like the alleyway where my car is parked and where I can quickly bundle her body into the back of my vehicle before driving away with her child in the car seat. But just after leaving the bookstore and just before we can get near the alleyway, I see a spurt of vomit shoot out and land on the pavement in front of us. I turn to Nancy, wondering if it came out of her mouth, but it's her baby I should be looking at. Her baby, who is just about to be sick again. "Oh my gosh!" Nancy cries when she realizes Mia is suddenly being violently ill, and sure enough, the child is sick again, in an even more explosive fashion than the first time. It's common for babies to be sick, especially ones as young as Mia, and it can come on suddenly and without warning. It could be caused by anything from indigestion to a stomach bug, or could even be random. But when it happens, it's a surefire way for the parents' plans to be ruined. And as Mia is sick again, I can see my plan going up in smoke. "I'm really sorry," Nancy cries. "I'm not sure what's wrong with her, but I'd better get her home, or maybe even to the hospital if she doesn't stop." Nancy is now covered in vomit, so even if Mia stops puking up, I doubt she'll want to sit in a restaurant with me and order food and chat about how brilliant it is to be a mother. She looks embarrassed, not to mention the smell is awful, so it's clear this evening is over, and not in the way it should have been. She tells me she will call her boyfriend to come and collect her, and now I'm resigned to watching Mia disappear from my life. I can't try and snatch her here on this street, and I can't attack Nancy here, so I have little choice but to allow Nancy to make the call before wishing her and her baby all the best and walking away. I go around the corner, and now I'm only a few yards away from the alleyway where all that is left to do is get into my car and make the drive home. It's sure to be a journey full of frustration, as I have to find another way to get myself a child, the one I am so desperate for that I was prepared to kill a person tonight. Gianna? I look up and see a woman in front of me with a pram holding a blonde-haired baby. I recognize the woman from somewhere, and she obviously recognizes me too, although I suspect I'm the only famous one out of the pair of us. She confirms that when she tells me why she seems familiar. "I was just at your book signing. I loved it," she exclaims, and I realize she was just one of the many people who had queued to get my signature in their book this evening. "Oh, right, thanks for coming," I reply half-heartedly, my mind still on what got away from me tonight rather than what is right in front of me now. That's why it takes me several seconds of making small talk with this woman before I realize I might have a new opportunity here. Her baby might be blonde, and I wanted a black-haired one. But ultimately, I just want a baby, and hair color can always be changed, if it has to be, right? "I was so hoping I would win the competition," the woman goes on. "My sister and I are huge fans, and she was going to be here with me tonight, but she had to work at the last minute. But I got her a signed book as well. That's why I asked for your signature twice. Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember," I say, staring at the baby rather than the mother. Then I look up at her overzealous face. The competition winner has sadly had to go home due to her daughter being sick. "So how would you like to take their place instead?" The woman's eyes go wide with excitement. "I get to go for dinner with you?" she asks me, and I nod my head to confirm that is the invite if she would like it. "Yes, please, that would be amazing." "Then let's go," I say, leading her towards the alleyway. "My car is just parked around here, and we can strap your baby into the seat I have. It's only a short drive away." "Oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening," the woman goes on, rabbiting away with no idea of the danger she is in. "My sister is not going to believe this. We'll have to get a photo of us at the meal just to prove to her that it actually happened." "We can do that," I reply, as she pushes her pram into the alleyway alongside me, and as my car comes into view, I know it's only a matter of seconds until I make the move that will determine whether this actually works or not. "You can fold the pram down and I'll put it in my trunk," I say, as I unlock my car. And as the woman turns and leans down to get her daughter out of the pram, I reach into the back of the car for the large wrench I took from my husband's tool set earlier. Without pausing, in case any hesitation or second thoughts come flooding in, I raise the wrench before bringing it down hard on the back of the unsuspecting woman's head. She lets out a strange sound as she falls to the floor, not a whimper or a cry, more like an escaping of air from between her lips, as well as a sad acceptance that she is dying, if not dead already. But she moves to tell me that she has not left this life yet, so I hit her again. Then she stops moving. The only thing moving now is her daughter's legs as they kick in the pram, the little face beneath the shock of blonde hair staring up at me, far too young to understand what she has just witnessed, and how it has just changed the trajectory of her life forever. But this is not something she should feel sad about. Not with the life I am going to give her. The money I have, the siblings she'll have, and the fact that she is now a part of what is one of the most cherished families in the country. I might have just taken her mother's life, but I have saved this child's. She can never know what I did, but if she ever found out, she should thank me. I doubt she would, though, which is why this will stay a secret from her. It's easy to keep secrets from babies. Adults are the ones who are harder to fool. I know I'll be seeing my husband shortly, and will have to explain to him exactly what is happening with this child I will be bringing into our house. But first, I need to get the baby in my car, as well as her mother's body, so I get to work on that. Strapping the baby into a car seat is simple. Getting a corpse into the trunk is not, but I manage it. What other choice do I have if I want to leave this alleyway as a free woman? I can't just leave the body lying around to be discovered. I will hide this body somewhere it will never be found. The woman and her baby will just be more missing people in a world full of them. When I've dyed the baby's hair black, no one will recognize her as the missing child who vanished one night with her mother. My publicists might mention to me that one of the readers who attended my book signing has sadly and mysteriously vanished, if a connection is ever made. That will lead to me having to release a short statement to say how sorry I am to hear about it and how all my family are praying for the safe return of the missing mother and child. Meanwhile, the baby will be hidden away in my huge home where nobody outside of me, my husband and our children, who are too young to know what is going on, will know about her. Then in a few weeks, when the dust has settled and the baby's hair is black, I will announce that I am no longer pregnant. I have had my baby. Meet the 6th addition to my family. A beautiful baby girl. I put the bloodied wrench beside the body I created with it before closing the trunk. When I get in behind the wheel, I can hear the baby crying from the back seat. She can obviously sense that her mother is out of view and something might be wrong with her. She would be right about that. Babies are more perceptive than we adults give them credit for. But they aren't geniuses. Not many people are. I'd call myself one, though. After all, only a true genius figures out how to get everything they want from life. Chapter 29. Bronwyn Present Day. Thank you, I say, as I accept another cup of tea from Gianna, who certainly seems to be thirsty today. This is the 3rd tea that she has made us this morning, but with the rain falling outside, it is the kind of day for staying indoors with a hot drink. Isn't she just adorable? Gianna says, as she watches Polly wriggling on her back on the sofa beside me. A real cutie. How much do you miss it? I ask my host. The baby stage, I mean. Oh, I miss it every day, she replies without skipping a beat. It was always my favorite stage. How can it not be? Look how cute they are at this age. I've always looked forward to when she can talk, I admit. The chance to have a proper conversation with her. Oh no, this is better, trust me, Gianna says. Now it's all just giggles and gargles. When they start answering back, that's when the fun starts to diminish. Not for the first time since I've been here, I think about how sad it is that Gianna clearly sees her best days as being behind her, and so much of it is tied to her children. I'm not saying she resents them for growing up, but it's as obvious as the rain hitting the windows outside that she would give anything to go back in time and live in the baby stage era forever. But it must be nice to see your children all grown up, I suggest, to see them chase their dreams, to make their own way in the world. The problem with that is it is totally out of your control as a parent, Gianna tells me, taking a sip of her own tea. When they are little, like Polly is now, you can get them to do whatever you like. Well, apart from sleep, that is. She laughs at her own joke before continuing. But when they become adults, teenagers even, it's all over. They push back. They want to do things their way. They rush ahead, even if it leads to mistakes. There's no protecting them then, not from anything. If I'm honest, it's hell. I much prefer when they are small like this, where you can always see them and always know they are safe. That could just be Gianna's way of saying that she is a very overprotective mother who worries dearly about her children, or it could be read as her being a total control freak who is only comfortable when she has all the power. What does it say that as soon as the power shifted and her children grew, they all went away and she seems to resent them for that? She can pretend all she wants about seeing them often, but I'm really not buying it. I think the phone call in the kitchen was a fake, just like when she was pretending to send messages on her phone to her daughters straight after it. I haven't seen her look at her phone once since then, which a person would normally do if they were part of an active group chat with several messages pinging back and forth. Then there's the fact that she never leaves her phone lying around. She carries it with her every time she goes into the kitchen to make more tea, so I can't sneak a peek at the screen to see if any of her children have actually been messaging her. But I don't think they have. I think this woman is all alone, and that's why she was so happy to invite me and Polly here. So my flight is at 1 o'clock tomorrow, I say, broaching the subject of my departure. Will it be okay if you drive us to the airport? If not, I'm sure there is a taxi company I can call. Don't worry about that, Gianna replies abruptly, waving a hand in the air. We'll sort it out tomorrow. She leaves the room then, surely not to make another drink because I'm ready to burst from all the tea we've had. But I notice how she seemed like she was barely listening to what I said about leaving tomorrow and just casually said we'd sort it out later. Does she not want us to go? Probably not if this is the only company she has. But I do need to go. I need to get Polly home. And not just because I have 2 missed calls from Clayton, who is demanding to see his daughter. I let out a sigh as I look at my phone screen before deciding that I will ignore him until later, when I can send him a message and remind him that I said I was busy all day. It is true, I am busy, just not with playgroups or whatever else he might be imagining I am doing with his child. I am busy trying to figure out what else Gianna might be hiding. As she walks back into the room, mercifully with no more tea this time, I stand up with Polly. I'm just going to go and change her, I say, and Gianna nods before picking up my empty teacup and asking if I want any more. Not yet, thank you, I say, before I leave the room. As I walk up the stairs, I see Gianna go into the kitchen, and while she's busy in there, I take the chance to do what I really came up here to do. Instead of changing Polly's nappy like I said I was, I'm going to have a look around in some of the other rooms up here. If this is my last day in this house, I might as well take the opportunity to learn as much about Gianna Hope as I can, and I think she's told me as much as she will verbally, so it's up to me to see if there is anything she didn't tell me. I open a door I have not been through yet, and see a perfectly made-up bed in the middle of a room that looks like it has been entombed in a time capsule. The walls are covered in posters of footballers, and the duvet cover has the crest of a football team emblazoned across it. Above the bed, on a bright blue sign, is the name Edward, Gianna's eldest. This must have been his bedroom. She hasn't changed a thing about it. I move on to the next room and discover more of the same kinds of things, the only difference being the name on the sign above the bed. Behind each door is another testament to the past, another time trap, another example of Gianna's children moving on where she has not. I could understand if she had kept some of these bedrooms in a suitable state for children if her grandchildren ever visit, but to keep them as they were when her own children lived here, to exist in this house every day and presumably come in to dust these rooms and not find it strange that they are for little people who grew up a long time ago. As much as I love Polly, I can't imagine keeping her childhood bedroom for her forever. It would turn into something else, a spare room for guests, and while she would always be welcome home, I wouldn't expect her to sleep in a room that looked exactly like it did when she was 5. I reach the last door at the end of this long hallway, and when I go inside, I see I am in Macy's room. The sign above the bed tells me that although all the pink unicorns and dollies lying around could also have done it too, this was where the youngest member of the family slept, the last addition to the clan, the baby with the blonde hair. I step forward into the room with my daughter still in my arms, and she is being perfectly quiet, as if she knows we shouldn't be sneaking around, and is hoping not to get caught as much as I am hoping the same. I step in because I see something that piques my interest. It's a photo of Macy when she was tiny, wearing a pretty pink sleep-suit with a white dove on the front. When I see it, I almost drop the child in my arms. That's because it is confirmation of what I feared, what I felt I knew, but didn't want to be true. Gianna stole her 6th child. I knew it. Now I have the evidence. I reach into my pocket for my phone, carefully holding Polly in one arm while I use the other to take a photo of this picture. But just as I do that, I hear a noise behind me and realize Gianna is about to catch me in her stolen child's room. Chapter 30, Gianna. What are you doing in here? My question is directed at the person trespassing in Macy's room, one of 6 bedrooms that are out of bounds for everybody but me. How dare she go snooping around behind closed doors? Who does she think she is, and what might she have seen? Bronwyn stares at me but says nothing. What is going on behind her eyes? Answer me, I say, eager to know. I'm sorry, I was just curious, Bronwyn replies, as if that is a good enough excuse to give for going into places a person should not. Curious about what? What the rest of your house looked like. Why? I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been in here. She tries to walk past me then, tries to leave the room with her daughter, but I step in front of them both to block the way, and I see how nervous Bronwyn looks. What's the matter? I ask. You look like you've seen a ghost. I just feel bad for being in here. You're right, I shouldn't be. Do you think it's weird? I ask her. Excuse me? That I have kept all my children's bedrooms exactly as they were, even though they moved out a long time ago, I say. I presume you have seen them all by now. It's not weird. You can do anything you like in your own home, she replies, before trying to get past me again. But I don't move. Anything? I ask. Really? You believe that? Bronwyn really does look afraid. That's why I won't stop. I'm not sure what you want me to say, she replies. Again, I'm sorry for being in here. She tries to leave one more time, but I put my hands up and give her a light push back into the room. Nothing too hard. It's actually quite gentle, and that's because she has Polly in her arms and I don't want the child to get hurt. But even though I barely touched her, Bronwyn stumbles backwards as if I gave her an almighty shove. What's the matter? I ask her. Almost lose your balance? Why did you push me? She asks, before she stumbles slightly again, even though I haven't touched her for a second time. I think you should hand me the baby now, I say, holding out my hands to take Polly from her. What? Why? Bronwyn asks, swaying slightly. Because you're about to pass out and I don't want Polly to get hurt when you fall to the floor, I tell her calmly, loving how much control I have in this situation as opposed to the woman opposite me. Bronwyn doesn't look like she understands what I just said, but with each passing second she starts to get it. That's because the sedatives I put in all those cups of tea I have given her today are starting to kick in, and when they do, she'll be passed out without any hope to wake up until Polly and I have gone. I don't feel well, Bronwyn declares, and she stumbles back to the edge of Macy's bed. Don't you dare get on that bed, I tell her firmly. Do not touch it. Do not touch anything in here except the carpet. Bronwyn looks very disoriented, and Polly can sense her mother's unease too, because she starts to cry. I decide this would be a good point to take the baby, so I step forward to relinquish her from her mother's control. Stop, Bronwyn tries, but her voice is quiet, her eyes are glazed, and it's incredibly easy for me to lift Polly out of her arms. Just go to sleep, I say to Bronwyn, as if she were a little baby herself. Just lie down on the floor and go to sleep like a good little girl. Bronwyn looks at her daughter in my arms and tries to take her back. But as she reaches forward, she completely loses her balance and falls to the floor. Ugh, she groans as she hits the carpet, and I step back because I'm expecting her to put up a little more resistance before she eventually succumbs to the sedation. She does, reaching out for my legs whilst trying to get her own legs working. But both efforts are in vain, and as her heavy eyelids close, she is only able to muster one more sentence before she passes out. "Give me my baby back," she says, before she loses consciousness. I smile, aware that I have to do no such thing. Polly is mine now, and there is no going back. For any of us. As I look down at the little face in my arms, I feel the pride only a new mother could feel. This is it. I've done it again. I've taken a baby that isn't mine. Even better, I don't have to explain it to anybody else this time. Before my house is mostly dark when I arrive back home, all the lights in the windows upstairs are out, as they should be, because that means my children are in bed and asleep. The only light I can see is coming from the lounge, and that is where my husband will be, decompressing after another long day, and what was surely a difficult time getting our 5 children into bed without me around to help. Mike was annoyed when I told him I had a book signing tonight, meaning I would be out for several hours, but that will be nothing compared to how he feels when he sees what I have returned home with. "Look, baby, this is our house," I say, as I look in my rear-view mirror at the child on my back seat. "This is where you live now, with your mummy and daddy and your brothers and sisters, and I hope you're excited to meet them all because I can't wait to introduce you." I get out from behind the wheel and waste no time in taking the baby out of the car, not wanting her to catch a chill in these dropping temperatures. It is late now, far later than I had hoped to get back here, but it took me longer than I had planned to bury the body that had been lying in my trunk. But I managed it, disposing of the corpse in the boggy marshes about an hour's drive away from here, the place outside the city that is open and green and wild, and is now the final resting place of this baby's real mother. I watched the body sink beneath the boggy surface and knew the first part of what I had to do was complete. Now it's time to do the second part. I walk towards the front door with the baby in my arms, hoping she doesn't cry loudly when we go inside, because I don't want her to wake the rest of my children up. I'd prefer for them all to meet her in the morning, when they've had a good night's sleep, and I might have been lucky to have had the same too. But it will be better in the morning, for another reason as well. It will be better because it will have given my husband more time to come to terms with this new reality. I put my key into the lock and turn it before stepping in, feeling proud because that was the first moment my 6th child officially came home. Then I closed the door quietly behind myself before heading towards the sound of the television in the distance. As I enter the lounge, I see the back of the armchair, and there is my husband's head facing the TV, his usual position, and his usual drink resting on the table beside him. He always pours himself a whiskey when the kids are in bed, as if he has been waiting for it all day and needs some kind of reward for ticking another day off the calendar and being 24 hours closer to the children growing up and moving out. But he's just about to find out that I have reset the clock, and now we have a new baby to rear in this home that I always ensure is full of love and laughter. "Mike, I'd like you to meet your new daughter," I say, and my husband spins around, surprised by the sound of my voice. But that surprise is superseded when he sees who is with me. "What the hell is that?" he cries as he gets out of his armchair and looks at the baby I am holding as if I have just entered the room with a stick of dynamite. "It's a baby, silly," I reply with a laugh. "What do you think it is?" "Whose baby is it?" "She is ours. We just need to agree on a name and then it's official. I'm thinking Macy unless you have another idea." Mike does not suggest any baby names, mainly because he's still staring at Macy as if she is a ticking time bomb about to explode. "Would you like a cuddle?" I ask him, offering Macy to him. She would love to meet her father. I'm not her father, Mike replies firmly. And you are not her mother. Who the hell did you take her from? It doesn't matter, I say, just as firmly. She is ours now, and that is all that matters. Are you crazy? Mike cries, staring at me as if I am genuinely a demon that has crawled up from hell rather than the woman he chose to marry. What the hell have you done? I've done what you forced me to do, I reply. I told you I wanted a sixth child, and you refused to give it to me, so I have taken matters into my own hands. Oh, Gianna, please tell me you haven't hurt anybody, Mike pleads. Please tell me we can reverse this and give that baby back to her parents before this gets any worse. Despite what my husband is so desperate to hear, I shake my head, horrifying him further. What have you done? He begs, tears in his eyes as if I have just ended this family instead of extended it. The world thinks I am pregnant, I say, looking down at my prosthetic bump buried beneath my clothes. Soon I will show them this baby and they will not know any different. They'll think she is ours, the product of a home birth. We will say we delivered her ourselves. She's so young we can get away with it. Then we will act as if she is our baby. We will keep up that act forever. It all sounds so logical in my head, but it doesn't seem as clear-cut in my husband's. You'll never get away with this, Mike cries. I'll tell the police. I don't care if you get arrested. You cannot go around stealing babies. You're insane. You already have 5 children to look after. What will happen to them if you go to prison? What will happen to me? I am not going to go to prison, I reply with a shrug. But you will if you don't go along with this. What the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that unless you pretend to be this baby's father, I will go to the police and file a report that says you have been abusing our children. I will ruin your life and everyone will believe me because I'm Gianna Hope, the perfect mother with millions of adoring fans. But you'll just be painted as the alcoholic, abusive husband who couldn't cope with all our children and turned out to be a monster who didn't deserve us. As Mike processes all of that, he must know it is true. I can make any story stick. It just depends on which story he wants to go with. What about the baby's mother? He asks after a long silence. She's gone, I reply. And that is all that needs to be said on the matter. Mike slowly sits down in his armchair before reaching out for his whiskey with a shaking hand. While he soothes himself with alcohol, I soothe myself with a snuggle with my darling daughter. Welcome to our world, little Macy. I am so glad you are here. You have just made us complete. Chapter 31. Bronwyn, present day. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is the sign on the wall that bears a female name. Macy. The second thing I see is the carpet right by my head. I seem to be on the floor. How did I get here? And where is my baby? I try to get up, but it's too difficult. My body barely moves. My limbs feel lifeless. I don't know why I am not functioning properly, just that everything seems like it is in slow motion. I feel like I'm stuck in mud or sinking in quicksand, and I start to panic before I realize what must be happening. I must be in a bad dream. I must be having a nightmare. That's what this is. I'm asleep, so I just need to wake up. When I do, everything will be back to normal. Okay, so wake up, Bronwyn. Time to get moving. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Despite my desperation, I still cannot escape this terrifying trap I seem to be stuck in, and the longer it goes on, the more I fear this is real life. Then it slowly starts coming back to me, and the full horror of what has happened hits me like a hammer to the head. Gianna did this. She drugged me. She watched me fall to the floor in front of her feet. Then she took my child. I try to let out a scream, hoping that I can at least make a sound if the rest of my body is refusing to comply. But even that doesn't work, and my cry is as stuck in my throat as my skeleton is stuck to this carpet. I have to get up. I have to get moving. I have to get my baby back. But I can't do anything. And it's obvious why. It's because Gianna made sure of it. As I think about that woman and where she could be with my daughter, I use all my sedated strength to roll onto my side. When I manage that, I am looking up at the photo I saw in here earlier. The photo confirmed my worst fears that Gianna had a shocking secret that she had managed to keep buried for so many years. She stole a baby a long time ago. Now she has just done it again. I need to get moving. I need to be fast. I cannot let Gianna get away with this. Every second counts, and every second I am stuck here is a second when she could be getting further away with my daughter. I need Polly. I can't live without her, and she needs me. We're mother and daughter. We belong together, and Gianna belongs in a grave. I'll kill her when I get my hands on her, unless she kills me first. The horror of what has happened goes up another notch when I hear beeping coming from outside this bedroom. It takes me a few seconds to figure out what it could be because my mind is so foggy, but when I do, I know time is even more of the essence. That beeping is coming from a smoke alarm. If it's detecting smoke, it can only mean one thing: there is a fire. Is that what Gianna has done? Is that how she plans to get away with this? Is she burning her house to the ground while I'm still inside it? If she succeeds and I'm dead, she could get away with Polly, especially if the outside world thinks we all perished in this fire. This house is in the middle of nowhere. The fire could tear through this entire place before anybody might see the smoke in the distance. There could be nothing but ashes left by the time a fire engine gets out here. If that's the case, nobody will ever truly know what caused the fire or who was in the house when it started, but my parents will say I was here with Polly, and when we are missing, along with Gianna, the verdict from the investigators will be a grim one. All three people must have sadly perished in the fire. Case closed. No. I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot let the world think that Gianna Hope died in this fire. Not when she is out there somewhere living her life with my child. Get up, I silently urge myself as the smoke alarm continues to beep, alerting anyone in the house that they need to move fast if they want to avoid the danger that its sound says is imminent. I wish I could move fast. Moving fast is all I want to do, but my body is still refusing to comply, and as I start to smell smoke, I know I am running out of time. The thought of being burned alive is horrible, but that's what I feel my fate is going to be unless I can get out of this bedroom. But even if I can somehow do it, I have no idea where the fire is that Gianna started, or how big it is at this point. That doesn't mean I can give up. As I see and smell smoke seeping into the bedroom, I summon whatever vestige of strength I have and try to haul myself off this carpet again. For the first time, I actually feel some sensation in my legs, and that is shortly followed by my arms beginning to feel like they actually belong to me again. Get up, I say again, only this time I'm able to audibly speak the words out loud, and it's a relief to hear my voice has returned. As more and more smoke filters into the room, more and more strength returns to my drugged body, and now I'm on my hands and knees, breathing hard because of the energy I've had to expend just to get to this position. But taking in deep breaths is not ideal when it's not just oxygen going into my lungs but smoke as well, and I cough several times as I try to get to my feet. I reach out for the bed for support, but only end up grabbing a handful of the pink duvet that used to cover Macy before I tumble back down again. But I try once more, and now I'm up on my feet, albeit leaning against the bed and feeling my legs wobbling beneath me. I take my time to let my blood pump around my body once I'm in an upright position before I force myself towards the door, afraid of what I might see when I open it up, but aware it is the only way out of here. As I pull the door open, I'm hit in the face by more smoke, but it's the heat that is the worst. It feels like I've just stuck my head in an oven and now my eyebrows are burnt off. I'm not sure if they are, but I'm not going to bother looking for a mirror to check. I need to get downstairs as quickly as I can. If there is anything left of the stairs, that is. I scramble down the hallway, bouncing off the walls on both sides, stumbling and fumbling my way through the acrid smoke that threatens to suffocate me if the fire doesn't get me first. But where is that fire? I still haven't seen any flames yet, although the closer I get to the stairs, the more I can hear them roaring underneath me. Then I see it, the giant, orange, swirling mass that is the fire that Gianna created. I see that it is at the bottom of the staircase, licking at the steps as it climbs, and I'm sure that most of the ground floor of the house is currently being consumed by it. Soon it will consume the upper floor too, but I cannot be inside when it does. I have to get out of this house because my baby needs me. So I pull my sweatshirt over my mouth and nose and then rush down the steps, willing my body to keep running towards the danger ahead of it rather than retreat and succumb to an inevitable death. It's purely mind over matter, which is how, even when I feel flames biting at my ankles and my arms, I am still able to keep going, bursting through the fire and reaching the front door. I try the handle and it's so hot to the touch that I let out a scream. But the handle twists and the door opens, and now I'm falling out into the fresh air, the wonderful air that is not full of smoke and fire and all sorts of particles that could destroy my lungs. Gianna didn't bother to lock the front door. That's how confident she must have been that I was not going to make it out alive. But I am out. I've survived the fire that was supposed to kill me. Now I am going to kill the woman who started it. But where is she? I cannot see her, my daughter, or any car parked on the driveway. It's just me and the burning building behind me. "Polly!" I scream as loud as I can, but it feels futile. The fire is louder than my cries. My daughter surely cannot hear me wherever she is. She cannot hear her mother, not her real one anyway. Chapter 32. Gianna? I hate to have to speed with such precious cargo on my back seat, but I have no choice but to drive fast if I want to get away with this. My house is burning behind me, but I can't see any flames in my rearview mirror. That's because I'm already several miles away from my home, the one I set fire to just before I left it for the final time. I'll never be back there again, never set foot in that house full of memories, never see those bedrooms where my children once lay their sleepy heads. But I have to focus on my current child, the one who is crying because she doesn't know where her mummy is. It's okay, little baby. Forget about your old mummy. I'm your new one. If all goes well, Bronwyn will perish in that fire, and the assumption will be that Polly and I died along with her. In reality, I will be using the large amount of money I have in offshore accounts to fund the next part of my life, the part where I get to be a mum again. All that money that was squirreled away from the taxman will now come in very handy because I'll need plastic surgery to change my appearance. And that won't be cheap. I'll also need to buy a new house, one in which Polly can grow and thrive. But first, I need to pay for a flight out of the country. And I know where to go and who to use to get that. As I speed through the dwindling light on this day that has proven so momentous, I am in both shock and awe that I have been able to do this again. Once seemed crazy enough, but to take a child twice and get away with it? This can only be the work of a woman who was born to be a mother. Before, as I jiggle Macy up and down on my knee, I watch the news report on the TV with great interest. I won't be the only one captivated by this story of the missing mother and child. What happened to them? Where did they go? Where are they now? Only my husband and I know the answers to those questions. The mother is in the ground, and her baby is in my lap. But nobody else needs to know. All they need to know is that I have had my 6th baby, and my family is complete. It's been an absolute joy to get to do this all again, to experience having a little baby who needs feeding, changing and comforting. I knew I needed it a 6th time, a final time, to be fully satisfied, and now I'm getting it. So what if I had to do so much to get here, and so what if my partner hates my guts for it? I did what I had to do, and there's no going back. The journalists can report on the missing case all they want, and the police can throw around theories all day long, but as long as nobody comes knocking on my door, it's all good to me. Right, that's enough television for one day. It's time to get you ready, I say to Macy as I turn off the TV and carry her into my bathroom. Downstairs I can hear my first 5 children playing loudly, but I can leave them for the time being because I know our nanny is keeping watch over them. She's the nanny whom I had no choice but to hire because, while I might consider myself to be a Wonder Woman, even 6 children are a challenge to look after for one person. Sadly, I would be on my own here without the nanny, and that's because Mike has decided he is done with me, this family, and seemingly with life. All he does now is drink, not needing to go to work because of how much money I am bringing in with all my media interests, but also not needing to be a good father because he's apparently too disgusted with me to perform that role, so he just sits around in his armchair all day, whiskey in one hand, the TV remote in the other, and his family exists around him. The only reason I haven't kicked him out yet is because I don't want the world knowing there are cracks in our family, the one that is making us a fortune, as long as we keep projecting how perfect we are. And the only reason Mike hasn't moved out is because I told him I would make the false claims against him if he did, and he doesn't want to invite any questions from the police or have his reputation ruined. So here we are, existing in this strange middle ground where neither of us are fully getting what we want, but neither of us are losing it all either. I can compromise. Sure, I might not have a loving partner and fantastic father figure to my children anymore, but I do have my children, all 6 of them, and my career is flourishing. A girl can't have it all, but I'm pretty damn close. As for Mike, as long as there is whiskey in the cupboard, he'll be fine, so I'll make sure to keep a strong supply of that going, and if he stays quiet, my family will keep going. Today is a busy day. We have a family photo shoot scheduled, one in which the photos taken will be sold to the highest bidder. Aware that several magazines are interested in being the first one to get the photo of all 6 of my children together, I expect these images to command a very high fee by the time we settle on who to sell to. But first, I need to make sure we are all looking our best for the shoot, and the most pressing matter is to change the hair color of the baby in my arms. Macy is still blonde, but I'd like her to have black hair for this shoot and all subsequent photos going forward, so I need to do something about it. The bottle of hair dye I have purchased should do the trick, and I just need to figure out the easiest way to apply it to a wriggling child. I figure that just placing her in the bathtub and doing it there will be best because the mess will be contained, so I'm just about to get started when I hear somebody knocking on the locked bathroom door. "What is it?" I call out, only to hear my nanny's voice in reply. "The photographers are here," she tells me. But that can't be right. They aren't due here for another 3 hours. Why are they so early? I look down at the blonde hair below me in the bath and think about how, even if I dye it now, Macy won't be ready for a while. It needs time to dry, time for me to make it look right. No good taking her for the photos if they're not going to be perfect. But What can I do? I don't want to cancel the shoot because we need the money those photos will give us. Now more so than ever, after Mike has decided he's done with work. Could I leave Macy's hair as it is? Or is it too risky? What if someone recognizes her as the missing child on the news? I've already cut her hair shorter than it was when I took her, so she looks different in that way. She's also older than the last photo that is circulating of her in the media, released by her concerned family. She has put on weight, filled out more, enhancing the difference. But I really wanted to change the hair color so there was no risk at all. But as my nanny knocks on the door again, I know my choices are to either cancel the shoot and delay the money we need, or go ahead with it and hope for the best. I decide to do the shoot today. This is my baby, and nobody is going to think otherwise. I leave the bathroom with Macy and follow my nanny downstairs, where I find a large team with a camera being set up. All around them stand my children, gawking at the strangers and their technology, whilst in the background I see Mike in his armchair, another whiskey by his side. As a makeup artist gets to work on my children, I call Mike over, and he wearily rises up out of his chair before coming towards me, only pausing to finish his drink along the way. When he sees Macy, he frowns. "I thought you were dyeing her hair," he whispers to me. "And I thought I had more time," I reply. "But it'll be okay, just go with it." I carry Macy over to the makeup artist, who has just finished applying some bronzer to Edward, my handsome little man. And when she sees the girl, she gasps, "Oh my, she is gorgeous! I love the blonde hair!" I look back at Mike and smile as if to say, "See, nobody suspects a thing." His response is to go into the kitchen to fetch more whiskey. I hold Macy while the makeup artist runs a brush lightly over her face, and while that's happening, my agent makes an appearance, passing through this busy room with a big smile on her face. I know that look. Whenever I see it, it means she has good news for me. Sure enough, I'm right again. "I just got off the phone with the documentary makers," she tells me. "They are eager to start filming right away now that Macy is here, and they've made a very compelling offer. Would you like to hear it?" "I'm all ears," I say, as the makeup brush works wonders on my face. $2 million for unfiltered, uninterrupted access to your home and your family for the next 6 weeks, she tells me, and I see the makeup artist pause when she hears that astronomical figure. But I'm not pausing mainly because I want to say yes as fast as I can. That's exactly what I do. And my agent scurries away to make her phone call to give the documentary the green light. I see Mike come out of the kitchen, a very large measure of whiskey in the glass in his hand. So when I am finished with makeup, I pass Macy off to the artist for a couple of moments and approach him for a quiet word. "I know you hate me, and I know you don't want to be here," I tell him, as all around us, this room is transformed into the set of a photo shoot that will show the world that we really are the perfect family. "So I will make you an offer. If you stay for the filming of the documentary, and if you present yourself as the perfect father and husband during it, we can quietly and very privately separate afterwards. You'll also get half of the documentary fee for your troubles. That's £1 million. How does that sound?" He might be drunk, and he might hate my guts, but $1 million is still $1 million, so Mike can only say one thing. "Okay," he replies before taking a large glug of his drink. And with that, I give him a kiss on the cheek and order him to take his designated seat for the photo shoot. As my first 5 children gather around, I pick up Macy from the makeup artist and then take my seat too at the center of this family I call my own. "You all look incredible," the lead photographer says. "And everyone is going to love Macy's blonde hair. I have a feeling it is really going to make these photos even more popular than they would have already been." You might be right. I reply with a smile before instructing the other members of my family to smile too. As the first photos are taken and we're all dazzled by the bright lights of the camera flashes, I wonder how many people are going to be looking at these images when they are in print and on magazine stands around the UK. I hope it's as many people as possible. I hope they only make us more famous and far richer than we already are. But most of all, I hope that nobody suspects that the little blonde girl in my lap is not really mine. But why would they? We are the picture of familial bliss. That's all anybody will see. They'll see happiness and love, not the dark, scary secret that lies underneath the smiles. Chapter 33. Bronwyn, present day. I need my phone. I need to call the police. I need backup. Gianna has my baby, and she has to be caught. But where is it? My mobile isn't in my pocket. I had it with me just before I passed out. I'd taken a photo with it, a photo that proved she had taken a baby who didn't belong to her. But Gianna must have taken my phone when I was unconscious. She must have it now. Either that, or it's still inside the house, burning in the fire along with everything else. I briefly consider running back into the flames to try and find it on the off chance that it is in there somewhere. But that would be the most stupid thing I could do. I was lucky to make it out of there alive once, but there's no way I would get that lucky twice. So what else can I do? I'm totally stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, without any way of calling for help or going after Gianna. It seems like my only hope is that somebody sees this fire from a distance and calls the emergency services, and when they get here, I can get them to help me. But it will surely be far too late by then. Gianna will be miles away. She could be anywhere. She could have done anything to my baby. I cannot give up hope. But what is the other option? It seems like I'm all out of luck. And as the fire roars behind me, I have to step further away from the house. Such is the heat coming from the growing flames. The sun has set, but the night air is full of fiery embers, glowing in the darkness as the wind blows and whips around the monstrous inferno. But then I hear something other than the rampaging fire. I hear an engine. Is it a fire truck? Is help already on the way? Or is it Gianna coming back to make sure I'm really dead? I don't know whether to run towards the sound of the engine or away from it, so I end up doing neither, staying still as I see headlights appear directly ahead of me. They're almost as dazzling as the fire behind me, but do they signify the same danger? No, it's not Gianna's car. It's not a fire truck either. It's somebody else. But who? The car comes to a stop, several yards away from me and the fire, and due to the bright flames, I can see a man sitting behind the wheel. He looks to be in his early or mid-40s and has a smart crop of dark hair. But I have no idea who he is and what he is doing here. Could he have just been passing by and seen the fire? Has he come to check if everyone is okay? Whoever he is, all I need to know is if he has a working phone with him so I can call the police and tell them to start looking for my baby. "Help me!" I cry as I run towards the car, and the man has barely managed to get out of his vehicle before I'm by his side. "I need your phone. The woman who lived here has stolen my baby, and she is getting away. You have to help me. You have to call the police right now." "Slow down there," the man says, grabbing my wrists as my arms flail around, trying to find a phone that might be in his pocket. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "No, I'm not hurt, but my baby is missing, and I have to find her fast," I cry. "Is anybody else in the house? Is anybody still in the fire?" the man asks, still not seemingly getting the urgency of my situation. "No, I just told you. The woman who lived here has taken my child in her car after she drugged me and left me for dead in that house. But I made it out and now I need to find them, or I don't know if I'll ever see my baby again and—" "It's going to be okay," the man says, suddenly taking me in a tight hug, possibly because he cares or possibly because it seems like the only way to get me to stop panicking at him. "Please help me," I beg him as I cry into his shoulder, grateful for his strong frame to support me in this, my greatest time of need. You say the woman who lives here took your baby? He asks me to clarify, and I nod my head, a movement that I know he will feel, because my head is still resting on his shoulder. What's your name? He asks me next. Bronwyn. What were you doing here? She invited me and my baby to stay with her. Gianna Hope? I lift my head up and look at the man, noticing flames in his eyes, his pupils reflecting back the fire behind me. Yes. You know her? The man nods. I know her, he confirms. Call the police, I implore him. Tell them that they have to start looking for her. Do it now before we waste any more time and she gets further away. I see no reason why this man cannot do what I say. No reason why he wouldn't want to see a child snatcher caught and an innocent baby reunited with her mother. That's until he tells me who he is. I can't call the police, he says, and despite the heat pulsating from the fire behind me, I feel a sudden chill run through my body at the tone of his voice. Why not? I ask, nervously, taking a step away from him. Because I'm not calling the police to arrest my mother, he declares, confirming that he is not here to help me at all. Chapter. Gianna. For a woman with my financial means, it seems strange for me to be staying in a cheap motel where the walls are painted a putrid yellow colour, and the cleanliness of the bathroom leaves a lot to be desired. But needs must, and as this is the closest accommodation to the private airfield where I plan to fly out of the country tomorrow morning, I am staying here. I checked in 10 minutes ago, marching up to the young woman behind the desk with my small bag and the baby in my arms, and told her that I needed a room for the night. She didn't ask too many questions, only if I preferred to pay by cash or card. As I paid by cash, she certainly didn't ask me if the baby in my possession really belonged to me or if I had stolen her from another woman who was currently being burned alive back at my house. Nor did she seem to recognize me as the local celebrity, which was helpful, but somewhat expected because she was far too young to have known me in my heyday. She looked to be a similar age to Bronwyn, so she shouldn't know who I was. She'd be far too busy with her TikTok and Instagram videos to be interested or even aware of a has-been like me. That's why it was weird, but flattering at the time when I saw Bronwyn's message online. It felt exciting to have a member of the youth of today who not only remembered me, but also revered me. Alas, it seems that Bronwyn may have had an ulterior motive to meet me. But I also had an ulterior motive to meet her, and I'm the one who came out on top there. What's the matter, darling? Are you hungry? I ask the little baby, who is lying on her back in the middle of the bed we are both going to sleep in tonight. It doesn't look like the comfiest mattress, but I don't expect I'll get much rest anyway. It could be the grandest bed of all, and I'd still be wide awake all night, counting down the hours until my flight leaves the runway that is located less than 2 miles from this cheap motel. I have already sent a message to the man who will fly me out of here at dawn, a man I used multiple times to fly me to various media events around the country or in Europe at the peak of my fame. He's a private pilot with access to his own plane, and while he retired a while ago, he always let me know that he was still open to taking any jobs if I had any work for him. In the past few years, he's taken me on scenic flights over Scotland, simply because I was bored with nothing else to do and liked his company. He liked the money I paid him, so everyone was a winner. But I have another job for him now, and it involves going much further than just the local area. But it also pays much more too, which is why he did not hesitate to accept my proposal. He will be flying us to Morocco in the morning. That is where Polly and I will be beginning the next part of the rest of our lives together. I reach into the small bag I brought, the one that contains a few bottles of formula milk, that I had ready to go when my plan to take her had materialized. I know she would prefer her mother's milk, but that's not an option anymore, and I hope her hunger will just drive her to accept this instead. But she puts up a fight, or at least as much of a fight as a baby can make, which mainly involves her crying at the top of her lungs when I try to put the teat of the milk bottle between her lips. I wonder if there are any other people staying in the rooms around us and what they might think of the sound of a screaming baby at this hour. Suppose they might recall it to any police officers who were investigating the fire at my house and trying to prove without doubt that Polly and I perished in that blaze. I don't know, but I can't waste time on second-guessing the future. I just need to get us both on that plane, and whatever happens with any police officers in Scotland won't seem as important when we're so many miles away in a foreign land. As for the pilot, I'll be sure to pay him so much money that he'd be inclined to keep his mouth shut about the passengers he flew abroad, as well as motivated to not be seen to have played a part in helping me get away with my crime. But is this really such a crime? I mean, look at me. I'm caring for this little baby as best I can, and my heart is full of so much love for her. Just because she didn't come from me, it doesn't mean I cannot be a good mother to her. You don't have to have delivered a baby yourself to be a good parent. Mums and children come in all forms, and this is the form that Polly and I come in now. I love this little girl, and she will love me. She's far too young to ever remember her real mother or how she came to be in my possession. And as she grows, I will fill her head with my own stories about her life and upbringing, ensuring she never knows any different. England, Scotland, Bronwyn. It will be as if all those things never existed to her. All Polly will know is me and the sunny climes of where we eventually reside. That's all she needs to know. For her, home is where the mother is. And starting right now, I am her mother. It's a relief when Polly stops crying and gives in to the milk I am offering her, sucking at the teat and getting the nourishment that her little body has been desperately craving. The silence that fills the room after her loud cries also gives me the mental space to think about how I only have a few more hours left in the UK before I'm gone for good, leaving my other children behind forever. But why would I worry about that when they all hate my guts? And why do they hate me? My ex-husband saw to that. As I continue to feed Polly, I think about Mike, the moody man who mercilessly poisoned our children's minds to me over the years as they grew up. He did so from a distance, not living with us all, permanently in the family home once the documentary had been filmed, as per the terms of the secret agreement we made back on the day of the photo shoot. Mike never expressly told our children what I had done, how I had stolen our 6th child and murdered her mother. To do that would have been as destructive for him as it would have been for me, but he did ensure that he planted enough seeds in their minds about how I was not the perfect mother they might have otherwise thought I was, and that I was a woman they should be very wary of once they were grown. I knew he did this because I noticed a change in my children's behavior around me whenever they had spent any time alone with their father. They started to be more distant with me, less receptive to my hugs and my words of comfort, and they started to ask me questions too. Questions like, why had I been mean to Daddy and made him move out? Questions like, why was I always pretending instead of being honest? Even questions like, why did I not love my family as much as I said I did? I spoke to Mike about this, but he denied having done anything. He said that if our children were picking up on the fact that I was not a good person, then it had nothing to do with him and was more because I couldn't hide my true ways from everyone forever. I hated him for that, even more than I hated him for wanting to walk out on us, but I couldn't do anything. I had hoped he would just drink himself to death with his share of the documentary money, and there was a while where he seemed to be making a good go of it. But the human body is obviously more resilient than I give it credit for, because even after all that booze, Mike never went away, and as far as I know, he's still alive now, although I'd hardly call it living. The last I heard, he was in a pokey bedsit in Glasgow, still drinking, but only thanks to whatever unemployment benefits he can claim from the Scottish government, because the money from me dried up a long time ago. I have wished him dead for a long time, but his lasting legacy seems to have been turning all my children against me, to the point that none of them ever came to visit or even messaged to see how I was. But that is all in the past. I have my 7th child to focus on now. Polly won't hate me because I won't let anybody infiltrate her thoughts and turn her against me. I'll be the only person she knows, the only family she has, and therefore she will love me unconditionally with every fibre of her being. I will love her in the same way, and as she finishes feeding and I hold her close to my chest, I feel tears in my eyes as I sense her falling to sleep in my arms. I reach out and turn off the light, and then sit there in the darkness, upright on the bed, but happy enough because Polly is content, and that is all that matters. I'll put her down beside me shortly before lying down myself and trying to get some sleep of my own, but for now I'm happy to sit here and just enjoy this time. Just the two of us. The start of something special. Then I hear a knock at the door. It wasn't loud enough to wake Polly up, but more than loud enough for me to hear it. And then I hear a second knock. It's more urgent and louder than the first one. It's quickly followed by a third, evaporating any hopes I might have had that I could just hide here in the dark and ignore it. Who the hell is it? Could it be the girl from the reception desk? Is there something she forgot to tell me or get me to sign? Is it really that important? But what if it's not her? What if it's someone else? Like another occupant of a room coming to complain about the crying? That's possible. It's also possible that it's the police. I don't want to move a muscle, but as the knocking gets louder, Polly wakes up, and then she starts to cry again. There's no way I can pretend like there's no one in here anymore, not with all the noise the baby in my arms is making. So I have no choice. I'm going to have to open the door. I get off the bed, feeling like the baby I am carrying is light, but my legs are heavy. I reach out to unlock the door as Polly squirms, perhaps fearing that I might drop her. But I'd never do that. No way. At least that's what I think, until I open the door and see who is standing on the other side of it. Chapter 35. Bronwyn. I cannot believe this. I thought the man standing in front of me was here to help. I thought he might be the person I needed to call the police and locate my child. But now he has just told me who he is. I know he is not just some guy who was driving past and saw the fire. He is connected to the burning house behind me. He spent time in it, grew up in it, and had cherished memories made inside it. He even had his own room in there. This man is Gianna's son, her eldest, Edward, and he is not here to help me. I haven't been here for years, Edward says as he looks past me at the place that he once called home. I had wondered if it had changed at all, but I guess I'll never know now. I could tell him that it hadn't. That his mother had still kept his childhood bedroom exactly as it once was. That it was almost as if the entire house was a shrine or memorial to the lives they all used to live. But I don't do that because there isn't any time to. Please help me. Your mother has stolen my baby and she has to be stopped, I beg him. Call the police now. Edward looks away from the fire and at me, but I still see the blaze in his eyes, his orange pupils making him look slightly demonic. though I hope he is nowhere near as evil as the woman who brought him into this world has turned out to be. I came home to tell my mother the news, he goes on, as if he didn't just hear what I said about Gianna being a crazy kidnapper. The news about my father. He's dead. He passed away yesterday. I thought she should hear it from me, but she's not here. No, I just told you she isn't here. She's run away with my daughter, and she tried to kill me in this fire. What part of that don't you understand? What part of your mother is a crazy, psychotic bitch don't you get? My rather expressive way of describing his mum seems to get Edward to snap out of the melancholy mood he is in and fix me with a steely glare. How dare you talk about her like that? Who the hell are you to stand here on my family's estate and disparage any of us? Your mother is evil, I cry, not relenting. How can she be anything but if she has stolen my baby from me? Nonsense. My mother might be a lot of things, plenty of things my father hinted at over the years, but one thing I am absolutely certain of is that she is not capable of stealing somebody else's child. Yes, she is, I cry. You have to believe me. Why? Because she's done it before. Edward does not look like he expected me to come back with that. That's right. She's done it before. She's taken someone else's baby before mine. She has a history of this. My daughter is not the first child she has taken from her mother. What the hell are you talking about? Edward asks, before a loud crack behind us has us both looking at the fire just in time to see a section of the roof
collapse. A terrible plume of acrid smoke billows up out of the vacuous hole that the disintegrating roof has just made, and both of us have to take a few steps back to get away from the increasing inferno. But I cannot let it distract from what I was about to say, because nothing is as important as this. I'm talking about the sixth child that your mother brought into your family, I tell him. Macy, Edward replies, thinking of his little sister, his youngest sibling. But I shake my head. That's not her name, I say, firmly and clearly over the roar of the fire. Her real name is Anne. That was the name her real mother gave her, the mother whom Gianna stole from. Edward looks at me like I am mad, but I'm not, and I have a way to prove it. Why do you think your father hated Gianna so much? Why do you think he left you? It's because he knew the truth. He was the only one who knew, because you were all too young to know it at the time, but he was old enough to see what Gianna had done. He would have seen her bring that baby into your home even though she wasn't pregnant, that baby that was not hers, that baby that belonged to my family instead. Edward is trying to process all of this, but it's far easier for me to do because I've had a very long time to think about it. Most of my life, in fact, or at least the point in my childhood when I first heard my grandmother Sylvia talk about the devastating and dark chapter in our family's past. I did not come here because I am a huge fan of Gianna or because I was seeking some parenting advice from her. I go on, feeling emotional like I always do when I think of what my family has been through. I came here to look for evidence that Gianna stole my great-auntie's baby. My grandma Sylvia had a sister, and she had a baby called Anne. But the pair of them went missing. Nobody ever knew what happened to them. But Sylvia thought she knew. She always suspected Gianna had that child. She knew it when she saw the photo of the blonde-haired baby sitting on Gianna's lap beside you all. I'm sorry, but this is madness, Edward says, putting a hand to his head as if it's all too much information for his brain to bear. Yes, it is. Total madness. But that doesn't mean it isn't true. It doesn't mean that your mother never stole a baby and killed that baby's real mum and then spent the rest of her life pretending that it never happened. And I got the evidence I came here for. I saw it in the bedroom where Macy used to sleep, or at least the person you thought was Macy. I saw it in the photo of her in the pink sleep suit with the white dove on the front. That was an outfit that my great-auntie bought for her child.
That was an outfit we have photos of Anne wearing. It was a unique outfit because my grandma Sylvia stitched it herself. It wasn't available to buy in shops, so there weren't others just like it. And it was the outfit she was wearing when she was last seen, which just so happened to be at a signing for Gianna's book. I don't understand, Edward replies, looking baffled by all of that. If you thought this, if your grandmother suspected like you say she did, why didn't she do anything about it? Why didn't she go to the police or confront my mother or do anything to prove this crazy theory over 30 years ago? She did, I reply firmly, defending my grandmother's honor, because I know how tirelessly she worked to put together the broken pieces of our family. But she never had any proof. Gianna was this big, famous millionaire, and she had all the expensive lawyers who could shut down any threats that came her way. My grandmother tried to get a DNA test, but Gianna's lawyers made so many threats to her that she had no choice but to back down because my family didn't have the means that yours did. This was a time before social media, so it's not as if we could even start any online rumors. It was too easy for Gianna to keep it hushed up. I hate that woman for everything she did, which is why it has been hard to come here and pretend to be a fan of hers. But most of all, I hate her for what she has put my family through. My grandmother died without ever getting the truth about her sister and her niece, and my parents always felt it was futile to keep trying to get answers to something that sounded so implausible. But I made my grandmother a promise before she died. I was only young, but I told her what I was going to do. I told her I was going to get justice for our family and prove, once and for all, if Gianna had taken the baby that belonged to us. So I spent my teenage years watching and reading everything I could about that woman, so that I knew my enemy as well as I could. Then I just needed a way to meet her. I knew that she would check for her name online, so I wrote about her, but I knew that wouldn't be enough, so I had to make sure I had the one thing a person like Gianna seems unable to resist. I had to have a baby with me, so I did. My crazy plan. All of it laid painfully bare to this man who is standing here, staring at me in disbelief. I've told him everything. How this is all about me trying to keep a promise I made to my grandmother before she died, my grandmother who never got the truth about what happened to her sibling and the little baby she had, my grandmother who died with tears in her eyes as she said that somebody had to fight for the truth after she was gone. All my grandmother knew was that her sister and baby went to a book signing that Gianna was hosting in London, I say, reminding this man of the connection between them all. That was the last time they were seen, at least it was until my grandmother saw the photos of the blonde-haired baby in a magazine after you did a family photo shoot, and she thought she recognized her. The baby who had her hair dyed later, the baby you called Macy, and the one who never knew where she really came from before she killed herself years later, having always felt like she never fit into the family. It's a sad reality that Macy, or Anne, as she should have been called for her whole life, killed herself a long time ago when I was very young and while she was barely an adult herself. It was reported in the news that she had addiction problems exacerbated by her family's wealth, and maybe that was part of it. But I also think it was also because deep down, somewhere in her bones, she knew that something was terribly wrong about her upbringing, and she never felt complete with the family she was with. That's because they weren't her real family. Admit it, you always felt Macy was different to the rest of you, didn't you? I ask Edward, and he doesn't disagree. I don't just mean the hair colour, I mean everything. You must have got a sense. A sibling sense, or whatever it might have been. You must have felt like she was different to you and the other children you lived in this house with. There was a difference, Edward admits. But I could never have imagined the real reason for it. Of course not. Why would you? How would you ever be able to guess that your mother had stolen a baby? It's not your fault. But you can help me make this right. You can help me get my baby back. And then we can expose what Gianna did. We can get the truth out, and while it won't bring anybody back, at least it's justice in the end. I am sure Edward will agree with that, and all I need to see is him reaching into his pocket for his phone to make the call to the police. But he isn't doing that. He's just staring at me. I have no idea what he is thinking. But judging by the dark expression on his face, I don't think it is good. Chapter 36. Gianna. What are these people doing here? How did they find me? How can this be happening? Give me my granddaughter, Bronwyn's father says as his wife stands by his side, the pair of them forming an impenetrable and defiant front, united in not just their companionship, but their determination to stop me escaping the country with their daughter's child in my arms. He reaches out to take Polly then, but I step back into the room, eager to keep the child away from them. But they follow me into the room, and as the door closes automatically behind them, we are now facing off against one another with only the cheap mattress in this motel room between us. "Give her to me or I'll kill you," Bronwyn's father says. And I don't doubt that he means it. I also don't doubt that I know exactly who he and the woman beside him is. That's because I recognize them from the news. I know their names are Lena and Dustin, and I know that because they appeared in the media on what was the 40th anniversary of the disappearance of their family members, Eleanor and Anne. They never mentioned my name or any theory that I might have been involved in that disappearance, but now that they are here, and based on what I caught Bronwyn doing earlier before she succumbed to the drugs, I realize they must have known. "I've waited a long time to get you alone," Lena says. "I know my daughter did too. Where is she? Where is Bronwyn?" I could say that she is dead and that I killed her, but that might make my situation worse, so best to keep that information to myself until I know I have a definite way out of this room. Instead, I decide to try and play dumb. "I don't know who you are or what you're doing in my hotel room, but you need to leave right now." I try because it has to be worth a shot. But it doesn't work, and it never stood a chance to. "You bitch," Lena replies. "You cold-hearted, callous bitch. Give me back my grandchild." She lunges for me then, but I manage to move away, although my back is against the wall now and there's nowhere else that I can go if she tries to reach me again. That's why it's time to stop playing nice and assert my authority. "Come any closer and I'll hurt her," I say, referring to Polly, who is now crying, but still firmly in my grasp. "You wouldn't dare," Dustin says, but Lena disagrees with her husband. "Yes, she would," she says, not only looking scared, but saddened. "Okay, so I know who they are, and they clearly know who I am, so now the pleasantries are out of the way, what do we talk about next?" "How did you find us?" I ask. "We followed you here," Lena replies. "When Bronwyn told us that she was coming to stay with you, we decided we couldn't just sit at home and hope for the best. So we took a flight up here after her." "How did you find my house?" "We didn't," Dustin answers. "We just narrowed it down and figured we'd be in the general area just in case Bronwyn messaged us and said she needed help." "Did she?" "No, she said everything was fine," Lena replies. And I do well not to laugh at that because obviously everything did not turn out fine for that young woman, and she has paid the price for coming to see me. But her parents don't know it yet if they didn't find my house, and therefore didn't see the fire that has already consumed their daughter. "So how did you find me?" I ask again. "We were out driving when we saw you speed past us," Dustin replies. "We recognized you immediately and there were no other cars around. We knew you lived in the area, so when we saw you and the speed you were driving at, we knew something might have happened. So we followed you here, We lost you at one point, but then we saw your car outside this motel. I had no idea anybody had been on my tail here, but life is full of surprises. It's time to remind this couple of that. Your daughter is dead, I tell them, intrigued to see their reaction. No, Lena cries, and Dustin has to grip her hand tightly for support. It's true, I reply. She was in my house when I set fire to it, and if you are here instead of there, then it means you haven't been able to save her. You're not going to save your granddaughter, either, because Polly is staying with me. She's mine now, and she always will be, so you both have a choice. You can either leave this room, or you can stay and see what happens. But I must warn you, if you choose to stay, you will end up suffering the same fate as your daughter has. I'm going to take Polly from you, and then I'm going to kill you myself, Dustin says rather fiercely, and while he looks like a mild-mannered man, I guess there is a fire that burns inside him as strongly as the fire that burnt through my house when I started it. Oh, that's very brave of you to say, but I'm afraid your show of strength is misplaced, I tell him, and now I'll prove it to you. I reach out for my handbag that lies on the bedside table, and before Dustin or Lena can do anything about it, I take out the thing I keep inside my bag, my secret weapon, the one I packed in case I encountered any troubles on my escape and needed to deploy something to save myself. Stay back or I'll shoot, I say to the couple, and as they look at the handgun I am now holding along with their granddaughter, they have no choice but to follow my orders. Of course they comply. Everyone does what I want them to. Sure, it might take a little longer than I hope, but they always do exactly what I want in the end, just like Bronwyn did what I wanted. She died like the obedient little girl that she was. Now it looks like her parents are about to do the same. Chapter 37, Bronwyn. We always knew there was a family secret, Edward tells me. We just didn't know exactly what it was. The fire hisses and pops and another section of the roof caves in, but all I care about is progressing this conversation to the point where the police are called and Gianna might be caught. I just told you what it was, I cry. I'm not lying. I'm not making any of this up. Gianna is a witch, an evil entity who has ruined my family, but she will not get away with it again, so stop wasting time and call the police or let me do it for you. I step towards Edward then, as if reaching for his phone, which I presume is in his pocket, but he steps back. Why won't you help me? I plead. Please, I know she's your mother, but she has my daughter. You have children of your own, right? Edward nods. Then you should know how it would feel if someone took them. You'd be desperate to get them back. You'd do anything. I would help you if it was the other way around. Would you? Edward asks. Yes, why wouldn't I? After what my mother has done, I doubt you would help anyone in my family. She's the evil one, not you. The rest of you are innocent as far as I'm concerned, even your poor father who must have known what she had done but was too scared or cowardly to come forward about it. This explains why he drank himself to death, Edward says. Exactly. But it's not his fault and it's not yours, so you have nothing to worry about if you call the police. But that's where you're wrong, Edward tells me. I'd have plenty to worry about. Have you any idea of the shame this would bring on my family? The enormity of this scandal. My mother used to be incredibly famous, and while that was a long time ago, a story like that is sure to catapult her back into the headlines again. Except this time would be different. Me or my siblings aren't little children anymore. We are grown adults with children of our own to think of. We have built careers, reputations. The last thing we need is our name being dragged through the mud and society shunning us for whatever my mother did or didn't do when we were young. I cannot believe this. Is he really saying that he isn't going to help me because he's afraid of any reputational damage that might occur via his association with Gianna? Surely my child's life has to be worth more than a few people gossiping about your family, I suggest. But Edward shakes his head. It would be more than a few people, you know that, he says. And it would be far more than gossip too. There would be criminal charges, court cases, and all other manner of things that me and my family could do without. I don't care about any of that. I just want my baby back, I cry, grabbing Edward by his shirt collar and pleading to him with desperate eyes. Help me! You're the only person who
can. I'm crying. The fire is burning. And all the while, Gianna is presumably getting further and further away with Polly. If Edward still refuses to help me, then I might as well walk back into that burning building, because I won't be able to face the future. Not if my baby is gone for good and Gianna has swung her wrecking ball through my family for a second time. We might not be able to bring back Anne, I say in between sobs. But we can bring back my daughter, so please just do the right thing. Do what you know you should do as a father yourself. I look up at Edward and see something I haven't seen before on his face. Compassion. I think I'm finally getting through to him. And then he confirms that I have. My phone is in my car, he tells me. I'll go and get it and then we can call the police. Thank you, I cry, hugging him out of sheer joy. Even though there is a long way to go until I am potentially reunited with Polly, this is a huge stepping stone towards what I hope is me getting my precious daughter back. As Edward goes back to his car, I turn and look at the house. Or at least what is left of it. The entire structure is ablaze now and the whole roof has collapsed. I can see right through the house in parts, the skeletal structure seeming spooky against the backdrop of the glowing trees beyond. The fire is so big now that it must be able to be seen from miles around, and surely help will be on the way soon. But it's a good job nobody was inside, because they wouldn't have stood a chance of getting help before they died in there. The only way to survive a fire like this one was to get yourself out, and thankfully I managed it. The alternative doesn't bear thinking about. Was this Gianna's plan? To make everyone think we all died in this fire? That way, no one would go looking for her and Polly. It's terrifying to think she had all of this in mind from the moment she invited me to come and stay with her. But I set the ball in motion first by deliberately talking about her online and knowing she would see it, so I'm not totally innocent in all of this. We have both been conspiring against one another, but it still remains to be seen who will come out on top. I turn back to Edward's car then to see if he has his phone and is already on to the police. I can see him sitting behind the wheel, and it looks like he is reaching down into the glove compartment opposite the passenger seat. I walk towards him, away from the heat of the fire and into cooler air. And as I reach the open car door, I'm just about to let Edward know that I can make the phone call for him if he would like. But then I see what he has pulled out of the glove compartment. It is not a phone. I'm sorry, he says, not looking like he actually means it. But I don't spend too long studying his expression, not when he is pointing the barrel of a gun at my chest.
Chapter 38. Gianna. You don't have to die here, I tell the two people who are staring at the gun in my hand. You can just leave, and nobody has to get hurt. The choice is yours. We are not leaving here without Polly, Lena replies, foolishly choosing to die for her grandchild than walk away and remove the need for any bloodshed. Damn right we're not, Dustin adds, backing up his wife. You think I won't shoot you? I ask them. Because if that's what you think, then you're wrong. We have no doubt that you would shoot us, Dustin replies. We have no doubt that you are a cold-blooded killer, and this won't be the first or possibly last time you ever take another person's life. There's something about that accurate summary of who I am that hits me in my core, like I've just been seen fully naked and was not prepared to be so exposed. "You killed my auntie," Lena says then. "You killed Eleanor and you took her baby. Anne belonged to our family and you took her." "How do you know I killed her?" I ask. "Because that's the only way to separate a mother from her child," Lena replies solemnly. "You had to have killed her, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to take her." I'm impressed by what Lena has deduced, but her realizations don't stop there. "That means if Polly is with you now, then you must have done the same to Bronwyn," she goes on, tears in her eyes. Dustin puts an arm around his wife. "If you have killed our daughter, you'll have to kill us too," he says. "You'll have to kill everyone in this room because there's no other way you're getting out of here." He is testing me. He is seeing if I want to risk a firefight and potentially put Polly's life at risk too. He obviously doesn't want his granddaughter to get hurt. But he knows I don't want that too, so he's leading me into lowering the gun so that the baby stays safe. But if I put down my weapon, what leverage have I got? It'll be those two against me, and I'll never make it past them and out of the door. Killing them is the only way they'll let us go. They have to know that. I certainly know it. "I'm sorry," I say, "but I am not losing this baby. She's all I have in the world now, and I won't let her go." "You don't deserve her," Lena says then. "You don't deserve to call yourself a mother." It's as if she knew the one thing to say to hurt me more than anything else. "How dare you?" I reply, lifting the gun so that it is now pointing at her head instead of just her chest. But Lena doesn't back down or shut up. "I mean it. You do not deserve to be a mother, to have a child in your care, to ever have anybody look up to you for guidance or comfort or support. You do not belong in this world of mothers because you lack all the things you need. Instead, you possess the total opposite. You're evil and cold and selfish, and nobody with those traits ever made a good mother." "Stop talking or I'll shoot you," I say, my hand shaking slightly as my emotions start to bubble up higher than they already were. "That just proves my point," Lena goes on. "You're willing to murder two people right in front of a baby. You're prepared to discharge a firearm within the vicinity of a child. No person in their right mind would ever do that. Certainly no mother would, that's for sure." "Stop it!" I cry, having had enough of this. But Lena doesn't stop there, sensing she has opened a wound and looking to exploit it even further. "You've failed as a mother, and this is what it's left you as," she goes on. "An aging, bitter woman whose children all left her because they couldn't wait to get away. And now your only choice is to try and start over again with someone else's baby. But don't you see? Whatever you do and wherever you go, the result will always be the same because you are the same person. You aren't changing, which means that even if you made it out of here alive with Polly, which you will not, she will eventually grow up and leave you too. She will hate you because she'll one day discover the truth about the monster you are. And on that day, you will be all alone again. All you are doing now is just delaying the inevitable." "I've heard enough," I cry. "Say one more word and I'll shoot you." My finger is on the trigger, and it must be that fact that makes Lena finally stop talking. But while she goes quiet, her husband takes over. "Point that gun at me," he says, attempting to draw the line of my weapon away from his wife and towards him. It's a brave move, designed to protect the woman he loves, and ensure that if anybody gets shot first, it's him and not her. I decide to give him his wish, not caring which one of them I might have to shoot first, as long as they are both incapacitated and unable to stop Polly and I from getting where we need to go. Polly starts crying again, louder this time, and her little mouth being so close to me is making it hard for me to think straight over the noise
I wish I could put her down because she's also getting heavy, and it's only making it harder for me to keep holding my gun up, but I dare not let go of her. If I do, I know Dustin or Lena will rush towards her, and if they get hold of her, they'll never let go. Just leave, I order them one more time. This is the final time I will tell you. If not, you are both going to die. Then that's what has to happen, Dustin says, looking at his wife, and she looks back at him. Damn this couple and this heartfelt desire to fight together or die trying. They are leaving me no choice. I am going to have to shoot them. So who is first? I decide to go for Dustin because if he's down, then his wife will surely be easier to deal with than the other way around. With that grim decision made, the
fate of the man in this motel room is decided, and I prepare to pull the trigger with my gun firmly pointed in his direction. No! Lena cries, realizing I'm actually about to do it, and she suddenly rushes at me, causing me to step back, bump into the wall, and then the gun goes off. The bang it makes after discharging is deafening, and my ears are ringing before they regain their hearing ability, enough for me to realize that Polly is now screaming at the top of her lungs. But at least Lena has stopped rushing towards me, and when I see why, I stare at her in horror. There is a deep red stain on the lower left side of her sweater. The bullet must have struck her there, and while it wasn't a fatal blow, it has caused her to drop to her knees and hold her wound, suggesting it could prove to be fatal in minutes if she doesn't get help. But before I can do anything else, Dustin is upon me, and while I try to turn my gun to him, he knocks it out of my hand before grabbing Polly from under my other arm, and now he has her. "No, give her back!" I cry, but I already know he'll never do that. Now what do? I've lost the gun and the baby. Is this the point where I give up? Never. As Lena remains on her knees, blood pooling from her wound, while Dustin holds a screaming Polly and looks from his wife to me with fear and shock on his face, I know this can't be it. This can't be the end, not when the gun is still lying on the floor in between us all. Chapter 39, Bronwyn. "What are you doing?" I ask Edward as I back away from his car, from him, and most of all, from the gun he is pointing at me. He told me he was getting his phone, but he lied. Instead of reaching for a way of calling the police, he reached for a weapon. But why? "I'm sorry," he says as he gets out of his car and looks to close the distance between us. "But I cannot let all of this get out. If you die, the secret dies with you. So that's what has to happen. I can see there is no point arguing with this man. I've already stated my case to him and thought he had accepted it. But he was just playing me, and I can never trust him again. So I shouldn't look to try and win his approval or make him see sense, just like I would have been wasting my time to do the same with his mother. They're both as bad as each other. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Okay, so he might not have stolen a child like his mum did, but he is willing to kill a person to cover it up. That makes him as bad as her in my eyes, and whatever gene Gianna possesses that has made her do all these awful things, her eldest child has obviously inherited it too. I can feel the heat from the fire on my back as I retreat closer towards it, but rather than be afraid, I realize it might be my only hope. Edward has all the power here where the land is fire-free, and he has the time and space to aim his gun right at me. But what if I draw him into the flames, make the environment more hazardous and chaotic for him? What if I make myself harder to shoot by risking losing my life in the fire instead? Without giving myself another second to doubt what I'm about to do, I turn and run into the house, through the door that leads into the bowels of this behemoth blaze, and as I go I hear a gunshot. But the bullet doesn't hit me. Edward missed. Now what is he going to do? Follow me into the fire? Or wait outside and see if the fire finishes the job for him? The heat is intense, almost completely overwhelming, and I have to put my forearm across my face to shield my eyes from the flames and the fact my vision is being severely impaired by the swirling orange mass all around me. I look back, but don't see Edward following me into this house, and I am not surprised. Only a mad person would willingly walk in here, but that's what I had to become to escape him and his gun. I'd be dead already if I hadn't run inside this burning building, and if I was, Polly would be left alone in this world because I don't class Gianna as being a person who counts as company. Not when she rots everything she touches, but I am still alive, at least for now, and still able to fight to find my daughter, although I won't last for much longer if I don't find another way out of this disintegrating house. I hear a loud crash from upstairs and figure it must be more parts of this property falling in on itself. It reminds me that I could be crushed at any moment if anything above my head or to the side of me succumbs to the flames and falls in my direction, which is why I have to keep moving and hope I get lucky. All I can see is fire, but I forge on, feeling like my skin is burning and knowing that it most likely is, but also knowing that I cannot turn and go back because Edward will only be waiting to shoot me if I do. I'm trying to make my way to the back of the house, hoping to escape out there into the trees at the rear of the property, but I have to get there first, and I'm not sure I can, as I see a bright flash of yellow and white light before another loud crash tells me the staircase has just collapsed. I feel a rush of heat from the sudden shift inside this home, but press on again, and now I'm in the kitchen. This room no longer looks like it did when Gianna cooked for me in here. The fire has seen to that, and the flames are leaping across surfaces and licking at any part of the room that was once pristine and intact. I see the basement door, the one that leads down to where Gianna kept all the baby things, and assume that room won't be immune to this fire too. It must be the only part of the house that isn't alight yet, but that doesn't mean it is a safe haven. To go down there would be suicide, because I'd only be trapped beneath the fire and stuck waiting for it to eventually come down those stairs to claim me. So I leave that basement alone and leave all the baby things in there to burn when their time comes. I see the back door and rush towards it, grabbing a kitchen towel as I go to use on the door handle. I can still feel the burning heat emanating through the towel, but it helps enough for me to pull open the back door before I burst out into the back garden. This quiet, picturesque place where I once pushed Polly around in her pram while Gianna offered me tips and advice that she presumed I'd never live long enough to use, now looks totally different. As the fire swirls behind me, I see the tall, dark trees ahead and want to run towards them. But I have to look out for Edward, who could be patrolling the property to make sure I haven't been able to escape it. I can't see him, but it's dark and I can't see much, though that means he would struggle to spot me too, so I feel confident enough to sprint to the nearest tree. Pressing my body against its refreshingly cool bark, I take several deep breaths, amazed I was able to make it through the house, but glad the risk I took paid off, and Edward's bullet did not find a home inside me. Where is that man now? I want to know if he has left. If I no longer have to keep looking over my shoulder, if I can switch my attention to trying to get to the main road and finding somebody who might actually help me this time. But without knowing where he is, I can't be totally safe, so I have to go and look. I move along the tree line, using each trunk as a safety point, a marker along my route, but also something that can hopefully stand between me and another bullet should Edward spot me and choose to open fire again. But I don't hear any more gunshots, just the fire reaching the latter stages of its destruction, and then the front of the house comes into view. I can see Edward's car parked where I last saw it. He is still here. But where is he? It takes me a few more seconds to spot him, but when I do, I see that he has his back turned to me and his phone is to his ear. It's the phone that I need, the one I begged him to use for such a long time that he totally wasted, allowing his mother to get further away with my baby. I don't know who he is calling now, whether it is her or somebody else he hopes can come here and clean up the mess Gianna has made, but I don't intend to let him do it. I reach down for the large branch that lies by my feet before feeling how strong and sturdy it is. As long as I swing it in the same manner, I am confident this will disable Edward and give me access to his phone that he has so far managed to keep from my control. I creep out of my hiding place with the branch in my hands, and as I get closer to my target, he doesn't turn around, seemingly unaware of the danger approaching him from the rear. He must think I died in the fire. He has no idea that death is coming for him now. I raise the branch, and before Edward can even sense that something might be wrong, I bring it down hard against the back of his head. He lets out a cry as he falls to the floor, the phone falling to the ground beside him. But I hold off on picking up the device until I have struck its owner a couple more times with the branch, ensuring that he is unconscious, if not dead. Only then do I pick up the phone and call the police. As I hear the operator's voice at the other end of the line, I see Edward's gun lying on the ground beside his still body. I pick that up before I find his car keys too. Then I get behind the wheel of his car, and as I tell the operator exactly what has happened, I speed away from the burning house and out onto the dark country lanes that I hope will lead me back to my baby girl, if I'm not already too late. Chapter 40, Gianna. I lunge for the gun on the motel room floor as Lena continues to suffer the effects of the wound she gained when I shot her, while Dustin tries to keep his screaming granddaughter away from me, now she is back in his grasp. I reach the weapon before he can, and now I'm ready to fire it again, only this time at him instead of his wife. But before I can, he holds Polly up, and I realize I cannot get to him without risking hurting her. "Don't shoot," Dustin tells me. "Don't hurt her." I desperately do not want Polly to get hurt, so he knows I'll have to comply. "Give her back to me," I command. "Hand her over and she doesn't have to get hurt." "No," Dustin says. Stalemate. I glance down at Lena, at all the blood pouring from her side, and wonder how much longer she can lie down there struggling to breathe before she succumbs to her injury. "Your wife needs help," I say to Dustin. "She doesn't have much time and you're wasting it. She's dying and the only way you can save her is let me and Polly go so you can get her help." "Don't you dare listen to a word she says," Lena cries in between grimaces and groans. "Whatever happens, do not let her lay another finger on our grandchild." "You heard my wife," Dustin says. "I heard her too, and I know better than to go against what she wants. So I will not give you Polly back. That means this is over. Whatever you thought you could do is not happening now, so just give up and put the gun down." "No," I cry, trying to believe that my plans of a future where I got to be a mother all over again are still viable. But I can't see it, because for that to happen I need a baby, and right now the only baby in the room is not in my possession. "You've ruined everything," I say, to the two adults who have destroyed my hopes and dreams. "Why couldn't you just let me go?" "Because you had something that didn't belong to you," Dustin tells me. "Now she is back where she belongs and you are alone, just as you deserve. It's up to you whether you choose to run alone or stay here for the police." I know he's right. The police must be on their way. Somebody would have heard the gunshot. They will have been called. Time is running out even faster than it was before. But I think I'm done with running. If I can't have the baby, I don't want to get away by myself. I lower the gun, much to Dustin's relief. "Give it to me," he says, holding out a hand while the other keeps Polly firmly against his chest. I look at him, then at his wife, still gasping for breath on the ground, before finally at Polly, the beautiful baby who was so nearly mine. "I'm sorry," I say, realizing that for all I have done, the only thing I have succeeded in is making this little girl's life harder than it needed to be. "Do you forgive me, baby girl?" I stare at Polly, this beautiful being who is still far too young to be able to answer me properly, so her grandfather does it for her. "She forgives you," he says. A lame lie that he knows can't be possibly true, and it's just a way of appeasing me until I'm in a prison cell and Polly is old enough to add her name to the long list of people who hate me. But it's all I need to hear in this moment, right here, the only moment that matters, and what is sure to be one of the last moments of my life that I can call myself a free woman. "Give it to me," Dustin repeats, still reaching for the gun in my hand, and I lift it up to complete the transaction. Once I hand the weapon over, that will be it. I'll have lost my last bargaining chip, but maybe I already lost that a long time ago. Dustin has hold of half of the gun now, while my hand still remains on the other half. All I need to do is let go. The last thing I should do is pull the trigger. Chapter 41, Bronwyn. Where could they have gone? I scream at the operator as I speed through the dark Scottish countryside in what I hope is the right direction to where Gianna went before me. I've already explained to the woman at the other end of the line what has happened with my baby, the fire in Gianna's son, Edward. And she has assured me that help is on the way, but I'm not merely sitting around waiting for that help to arrive, instead taking matters into my hands again and staying on the move in the hopes that I can find Gianna even quicker than the police can. I don't know, but we will find her, the operator says in reply to my desperate question. I'm trying to get her to give me the most likely place Gianna might have gone, because she will know the geography of this area far better than I do, and hopefully have a better idea of where a criminal might choose to go to give them the best chance of escaping. But so far, she isn't telling me anything that can help me. Please, help me find my daughter, I cry down the phone, breaking the law that states I shouldn't be operating a vehicle while holding a handset at the same time. But that's the least of my worries. It's not as if I can see any police officers out here who could catch me. Where are they all? Gianna really knew what she was doing when she moved her family out of London and brought them here. She knew she had to retreat from the area where she stole Anne, and she figured this was a good place to do it. It clearly worked. The children were hidden away in that big house while she was still free to travel around and make her media appearances, earning money from a world who had no idea of the monster they were helping to fund. Even now, all these years later, Gianna's choice of home in the middle of nowhere is helping her again, because I cannot find her, and the police cannot get here quickly, and everything is just taking too long, and my baby might never be returned to me, and we've just had a call about a reported gunshot at a motel about 10 miles away from where you are, the operator suddenly says, finally giving me some information that might be useful, but only if it is linked to Gianna. A motel, I repeat. It could be her. Where is it? Officers are on their way there now. Where is it? I demand to know, not giving a damn who else might be going there, because I'll beat them all there. My motivation levels are way higher, especially now I've heard there was a gunshot. Is my baby okay? I reassure myself that as dangerous as Gianna is, she would not do anything to hurt my child, because that's all she wants, and it's the only thing she fights for. But a gunshot can't be good, and it could mean she has been backed into a corner. Perhaps someone saw her and got suspicious of why she was with a child, especially if that child was crying out for her mama. Is that what has happened? Is Polly
calling out for me? If so, the gunshot will only have scared her even more. It's close to a private airfield, the operator tells me, and I realize what Gianna must be planning. That's how she's going to get away, I say. She's taking my baby on a plane, and she's leaving the country. I see a sign then for an airfield and realize that must be where the motel is. So I put my foot even further down on the accelerator pedal, and the tarmac is whizzing beneath the wheels of this car in such a blur that I worry I might lose control if I go any faster. But I'm not slowing down, not now I have a possible place where Polly could be. I'm there within minutes, and when I see the shape of the motel in the distance, I see several cars in the car park too. I'm looking for one that looks like Gianna's, and when I see it, I let the operator know. Her car is here, I cry as I speed into the car park before slamming on the brakes and leaping out. I run towards the motel, looking at all the closed doors and having no idea which one of them she could be behind. Wait for the police to get there. They'll be there any moment, the operator urges me, and I can hear sirens in the distance now. No, there's no time, I reply, as I keep running, and my plan is to find the person who might have checked Gianna and Polly in here because they can tell me which room they are in. Do not engage the suspect, it's too dangerous, the operator begs me, but I ignore her again as I see an open door that looks like it leads to the reception desk. But before I can get there, I hear something that stops me dead in my tracks. A gunshot. What was that? The operator asks me. But I don't answer her because I'm trying to ascertain where it came from. It was close. It came from my left. I see two closed doors that way. I run towards them. Bronwyn, what is happening? Are you okay? The operator pleads as the sirens grow louder, but I keep running until I reach the first door, and then I kick it open, the thin and flimsy obstacle proving no match for my desperation. I burst into the room, but all I see are an elderly couple cowering on the floor beside their bed, no doubt nervous about the gunshot and choosing to stay low and hidden until the coast is clear. But there is no sign of Gianna and my baby in here, so I move on to door number 2 and kick it in with just as much ease and desperation as the first one. When I do, I see people I recognize. Mum, Dad, Polly, they are all alive. Then I see Gianna. She is not. You're alive, Dad cries when he sees me, looking as if he has just seen a ghost, although one that he is very much happy to have encountered. I have no idea why and how my parents are here, but that's not important. All that matters is I am reunited with Polly. Is she okay? Is she hurt? I cry as I rush towards my daughter who is in my father's arms, but he quickly hands her over
to me because he knows it's the best thing to do in the circumstances. Oh, my baby, I love you, I say, as I take hold of Polly and feel her soft skin as I kiss her cheeks before looking all over for any sign of injuries. But she seems okay. Then I see my mum and realise the same cannot be said of her. She was sitting on the edge of the bed when I burst in, and I thought she was fine, but that was only because I couldn't see the side of her body, the side with all the blood. And now I get a better look at her face. I see how pale she is. You've been shot, I gasp, terrified for my mother and the pain she must be in. I'm fine, she tells me. But it's not a convincing reply, and the fact that Dad looks so worried tells me he is not sure she's going to make it. The sirens are deafening now, and it's only then I realize I dropped the phone, the one that was still connected to the operator who helped lead me here. I see the phone lying by the kicked-in door and consider picking it up to let the operator know that I am fine and that this is all over now. But I don't want to let go of Polly. I'm never letting go of her again. So I keep her in my arms and keep kissing her and telling her that everything is better now because Mummy is back and she is never going away ever again. As I hear screeching tires out in the car park, I know the police are about to come in here in any moment, and when they do, they're going to see me, my daughter, mum and dad, and finally Gianna's body, and then they'll have plenty of questions. But they can ask whatever they want once mum has been taken to hospital and safely treated. This is over now. My daughter is safe. Gianna Hope is dead. She can rot in hell. I'm sure she will. Chapter 42, Bronwyn. I'm standing in a graveyard, and a person only goes there when somebody has died. But it could have been so much worse. It could have been my baby. It could have been my father when he tried to save her. It could also have been my dear mother when she got shot, trying to do the same thing. But those three people are all with me at this graveside, so the loss is mitigated because it is not an immediate and present day one. The grief I am feeling as I stare at this headstone and reread the inscription written on it is a grief that has lasted years. Not one I have become numb to, but simply one that has seeped into my bones and the bones of the rest of my family members. We have got used to it, had to accept it, spent enough time wishing it could be removed, but aware that there was a high chance it never would. Our grief was a long-lasting one. For my grandmother Sylvia, it was one that she spent the last years of her life battling before she passed. For my parents, it was a grief that passed from the previous generation and down to the next one they started. And for me, it was a grief that left its mark on my childhood and shaped me in my formative years into the young woman I am now. A young woman who had to learn far too young that people keep secrets, bad things happen, and sometimes babies don't always mean a happy ending. For years we had no closure, but now we do. That's because for the first time there are actual human remains buried beneath this headstone. For decades, this headstone had only served as a mere marker, a place to remember the deceased, but lacking what all the other graves in the cemetery have, a skeleton of the dearly departed lying in a box 6 feet before the surface, the proper final resting place for somebody who has passed away, a memorial to stand the test of time. To rest in peace isn't just a platitude. It's the least any good human being deserves. Now, my great-aunt, Eleanor, can do that. After everything came out about Gianna, all the crazy but true things she had done, I just wanted people to know the truth. I wanted them to know that Gianna had been killed in self-defense in that motel room, shot by my father. I wanted them to know that Edward had been killed in self-defense too, due to being struck over the head several times by me as I fought to escape that man. I wanted everyone to know that Gianna had stolen my baby and was planning on leaving the country, only to have failed. And last but certainly not least, I wanted the world to know that Gianna had taken a baby many years before mine, her 6th child, ruining lives and changing so many in the process. If the world knew all that, then it could be considered a success. But we all ended up knowing a little more than that. As the forensic teams scoured Gianna's burnt-out property once the fire she had started had been put out, there hadn't been any expectation that they would find anything. How could anything have survived the heat and high temperatures that had been a part of the blistering blaze that had ravaged the once proud home and not stopped until it had scorched the soil beneath it? But something had survived, something small, something secure, something sacred. Gianna would have considered it so. Once we knew what it was, we considered it the same. It was a safe, a fireproof lockbox that had withstood the flumes of fire that had flourished all around it. And once it had been taken to a police station, the job of cracking it open had begun. Everyone wanted to know what was inside, from the investigators desperate to find out every single detail about Gianna, to the media who were salivating over the salacious story seeping out of Scotland. But most of all, me and my family were eager to know what was inside that safe, because we wondered if it might hold the answer to a question that had plagued our family for years. What exactly had happened to Eleanor? We'd all long accepted that she was dead, killed by Gianna's hand in some horrible way. But we had never known where she was buried, and that was why her gravestone stood alone, without her body to accompany it. We hoped that might all change when the safe was cracked open and Gianna's secrets were cracked open with it. And it was. Inside that safe was Gianna's confessions, all her deepest, darkest secrets laid bare in a diary she had handwritten over the years. Inside it, she spoke about the origins of her large and famous family, about her estranged husband Mike, about the successes and failures of parenthood, but most of all, how she had killed a woman and buried her in a boggy swamp outside of London. The search for Eleanor's body had begun in earnest, and while it took a long time, it could not be stopped. Not with the huge media interest in the case and the general public being desperate to see some form of justice done for the deceased. Of course, my family put pressure on the police too, urging them to keep searching even when it seemed like it all might be in vain. Then they found the skeleton of my dear deceased great-aunt, and finally, after far too long and so many horrible twists along the way, we got the closure we so desperately sought. Now the poor mother is buried beneath the ground where we stand. But she does not lie here alone. I glance across at the headstone beside hers, the one that has recently been put here after being moved. It belongs to Anne, the woman who passed away with the whole world believing she had been Gianna's child. But now the truth is out, she has been placed alongside the woman who really brought her into this world. Mother and daughter reunited at long last. They were dragged apart in life, but they are now together in death. "Thank you," Mum says to me as she wipes away a tear from her eye. "There's nothing to thank me for," I reply. "Yes, there is," Mum tells me. "You risked everything to get the truth. It almost cost you as much as it cost Eleanor, but you tried and you succeeded. Now this is over and we can all move on." Mum and I hug then while my father reaches down and strokes Polly's hair. She's sitting quietly in her pram, possibly wondering what we are all doing here, in this chilly, wind-swept place when we could be inside, somewhere warm, somewhere with toys and snacks. But she'll understand the significance of this place one day. I will make sure of it. We'll visit often, and one day she'll be old enough to listen to the story of what happened in her family. She might want to know as much as possible and understand it, or she might shy away from it and pretend it didn't happen, depending on her levels of shock, grief, and horror at what her mother is telling her. But the most important thing is that she is here, with us, to hear it, because the truth can only come from us. It could have never come from Gianna. All that woman ever did was spread more lies, but now she is no more. Gianna is dead, and her reputation is along with it. She might have wanted to make it into the news again one day, and if so, she got her wish, because she has been all over it for these past few weeks. But the narrative is very different to how it used to be. No longer is she revered as the perfect parent, the magnificent mother who can do no wrong. Now the world sees her for who she really was, and it's not a second too soon. "Come on, let's go and get this little one somewhere warmer," Dad says to me, as Mum and I separate from our hug, and I smile before I begin pushing Polly's pram away from the headstones that we have just paid our respects at. As we go, Polly making small, sweet sounds while my parents walk hand in hand alongside us, I see the man standing up ahead by the cemetery gates. He gives us a wave when he sees us, and I wave back. It's Clayton, and he's here because he's back in our lives again. Properly, this time. After everything that happened in Scotland, after learning how close he came to losing both me and his daughter, he apologized profusely for his behavior and vowed to change his ways. He said he wanted us back, both of us, and everything that came with it. The sleepless nights, the shift and sacrifice in social life when baby bonding overtakes partying, the responsibility that comes with trying to be the best parent you can be, but knowing that you're only human and are bound to make mistakes along the way. Clayton has made his mistake, and he has learnt from it. I can forgive him for that. It was not like a mistake like Gianna made. Nobody died, nobody lost everything, no graves lay empty for decades until the truth came out. As we reach Clayton and he waves at his pretty little girl, I take one last look back at the 2 headstones in the distance. I'm glad we came here today. I'm glad we were able to bring the 2 members from my family's past back together. I'm also glad my present family is intact and our future looks brighter. I have my scars that will take a long time to heal, both physically from the fire and mentally from the fear that I had lost Polly. My parents have their own scars to wear too. Mum has to live with the fact she got shot. Dad has to live with the fact he fired a shot that killed a woman. But they tell me they are okay and they can get through it, and I believe them. It was her or us, Dad had said to me as we stood in the hospital together, waiting for news on Mum as her bullet wound was operated on. She never backed down, not even at the end? I had asked my father, and he had shaken his head. No, not even at the end. Gianna fought to the last. That was why I had to kill her. Epilogue. Lena. I lift my shirt and look at the scar from the bullet wound on my left abdomen. It's unsightly, but it's a sure sign that I am a survivor, and I'd rather be one of them than be the alternative. The alternative is that I didn't survive this gunshot. If I hadn't, I'd be exactly like Gianna. I don't regret killing that woman for 1 second, not even when she let go of her gun and allowed my husband to take hold of it. She had given up, thrown herself at our mercy, and made it clear she was prepared to face the full force of the police officers that were surely soon to come running through that motel room door. I saw the look on my husband's face. He had been ready to let that happen. He had accepted her surrender and had stood back, Polly and the gun safely in his possession, and it seemed like it was all over. "Give me the gun," I had said to my partner then, slowly rising to my feet with one hand on my pouring wound. As blood dropped from my torso down to my toes, I had held out one of my hands to accept the gun. "What are you doing?" Gianna had asked, but I had ignored her, and so had Dustin. He did ask me a question, though. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he said to me. "Absolutely," I had replied. "Then let me do it," he had tried, but I'd shaken my head. "She took my loved ones from my bloodline," I had said then, looking at Gianna as I spoke. "Now I'm taking her out of hers." Dustin had handed me the gun then, and I had wasted no time. I didn't want the police, or anybody else, to get to that room before I had the chance to do it, to finish it, to make sure Gianna paid the ultimate price for what she had done, and didn't spend the next several years trying to talk her way out of it, or trying to sell her story to the media, spinning things her way like she had done so often before. I had asked her then if she would tell me where my auntie's body was buried. She said she couldn't remember, that it had been dark, and she wasn't sure she would be able to find it. She might have been telling me the truth, but all she was doing was proving to me that she had ceased to be of any value in this world. I put my finger on the trigger. I heard her tell me to stop. I heard her tell me that she had given up. I had her tell me not to do it. Then I shot her point blank in the chest. I watched her fall to the floor, and once I saw that she was dead, I threw the gun down beside her. "We'll tell the police that I did it," Dustin offered, and I appreciated him volunteering to take the majority of the questioning from the police on this one. That would give me the time to focus on trying to survive and recover from the gunshot wound that Gianna had inflicted upon me so I accepted his offer. A second later, our daughter entered the room, shortly followed by the police. We explained what had happened, not the truth, but our version of it. Shaping our own narrative was no different to what Gianna spent her whole life doing. Everyone believed us. No one knows we killed that woman in cold blood. Nobody knows what we are hiding. Certainly not Bronwyn. She'll never have to know what her mother hid. The end.